really interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to take this and pull it over then because it's doing something. Oh, okay.
It's trying to tell me something. I know it.
It's like it's trying to speak to me. I know it. Okay. We about to learn some things.
All right, let's
Hopefully.
learn. Yeah.
Oh, and then I get to keep it on the side, like just so people can, read if they can't, you know, if it's not what am I trying to say right now?
I don't know. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say like if they're at work or if they're doing something else, they can read it if they can't hear. Like I've had several people say, "Oh, I can't hear it," blah 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 or
Oh, got it,
whatever.
got it, got it.
Yeah. So,
I got what you're putting down.
can you do me a favor if one of y'all
I got what you're putting down.
can you do me a favor if one of y'all have like TikTok open, can you go to it and just type in a comment just see if the live chat's actually working for me?
Let's see here.
I
TikTok.
like I should be able to see both. It says multi-stream. In addition, it's just saying Twitch stream chat. So I'm not sure how that works. Oh, there's my snipping tool. Let me delete that. Whoopsies. All right, it says you joined, but it's not. Oh, testing. There it goes. It works. Okay,
There
so
you
I
go.
can now read everybody's comments. This is perfect.
Bada bing,
Um,
bada boom.
bada bing, bada boom. All right, and talk one more time. Let me do a testing on your audio.
Hello, testing 1, 2, folks.
There we go. Okay. Now that we've got everything finally working. Hey Arrow, what's up? All right. Let's dig into it. Let's get in the nitty-gritty.
Let's
So,
do it.
essentially, we are going into like this essentially what started our nation. So if you're interested in learning about this Arrow, like this is the topic of discussion. We are going to go into the fundamentals of the creation of our country, how it was born to be, articles of confederation, like the Bill of Rights, our Constitution, the amendments to, so on and so forth. All of it's going to be broken down by this professor here. They put this on an online course at Harvard for people to essentially learn like about there's several different classes about like government politics, deciphering data, media persuasion and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. I thought that this would be a really cool kind of delve in for those who are interested in this kind of thing. So, the more the merrier. Let's check it.
In the words of historian Louis Hartz, the United States was born free. Its liberation from British rule began where I'm standing, on the village green in Lexington, Massachusetts. It was here on a spring morning in 1775 that American colonists first fought the British. Paul Revere had ridden through the night to warn local militia that the British were marching their way. The militiamen were farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. They numbered less than 100. The British force was 10 times larger, and they were regular soldiers, part of the world's finest army. It was no contest. The firing stopped within moments. 8 Americans lay dead. The only British
Mr. Annan,
casualty
thanks for the
was a
prime
lightly
sub.
wounded soldier. But the battle came to be known as the shot heard round the world. Democracy had found its champion, a people who were willing to fight to free themselves of a king. From here, the British force marched on Concord, 7 miles to the west. There they faced off against a larger group of local militia. This time, men on both sides fell. As the British marched the 20 miles back to Boston, they were fired upon by Americans positioned in the woods. More than 1,000 Americans, one of them 80 years of age, had grabbed their muskets and joined the fight. The British were trained to fight in the open field, not against men protected by rocks and trees. Soon the British were in full retreat. When they finally reached Boston, they had lost nearly 100 men, double that of the Americans. On that April day, more than 2 centuries ago, Americans fought for a different form of government, one where the people would govern themselves. That vision was idealized a year later in the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Quick little pause. So for those that are new, this is a Harvard class, like online, teaching about the fundamentals and the basics of our political structure and the founding of our country. So that's kind of like the synopsis, just breaking it down. It's a very, very good group of videos, and it's a very, very good group of videos, and the course is supposed to be technically like 6 weeks long. So.
The ideas that sparked the American Revolution are today the foundation of America's political culture. Political culture is a term that refers to the deep-seated and widely shared beliefs of a people, beliefs that are so much a part of their thinking that they're almost second nature. Habits of the heart is how the French writer Alexis de Tocqueville describes such beliefs. Now, a nation's political culture gives its politics a distinctive character. Roughly half the world's nations today are classified as democracies. Yet, as a result of cultural differences, they differ markedly in how they're governed. German politics is not the same as Greek politics, any more than Japanese politics is like the politics of India. In this session, we'll examine the American political culture. We'll explore the origins and distinctiveness of Americans' political ideals. We'll talk also about the endurance and the challenges of those ideals. And then we'll conclude with examples of how these beliefs affect contemporary politics. Now, Americans' cultural beliefs originated in the nation's colonial period, which culminated in the American Revolution. The Revolution was a rejection of an old way of governing for what at the time was a radically new way. As James Madison, the nation's fourth president, said, "We were testing whether governments do better without kings than with them." But the revolution was more than a question of whether ordinary people were capable of governing themselves. It reflected a far-ranging change in how people thought. In the Europe that American settlers had left behind, power was in the hands of a small few. Hereditary kings sat atop the political ladder. Ordinary people were their subjects, possessing few opportunities and even fewer rights. It was an age-old system, and the British king tried to impose it on the American colonies. It didn't hold. The American continent was too big and too uncharted to be tightly governed. In today's high-tech world, it's hard to imagine what the settlers found upon arriving in the New World, the seemingly endless tracts of harsh and uncharted wilderness land. That untamed expanse gradually changed how people thought about themselves and about government. Why should they surrender their liberty to a king when personal freedom was as close as the next wilderness area? Why should they bow to a king when greater equality could be had by moving to the next frontier? Why should they work in the fields of a king? Why should they accept the age-old feudal system when land was freely available and could be made productive by their own hand? And why should they be governed by laws created by a king an ocean away when they knew their governing needs far better than any distant ruler? It was the gradual dawning of these radical beliefs that constituted the real American Revolution. As the nation's second president, John Adams, said, "The American Revolution started first in the minds and hearts of the people." The armed revolution served to crystallize what Americans had come to believe, that they should be free, equal, self-reliant, and self-governing. Today, the beliefs nurtured during the colonial period are the cornerstone of the American political culture. They define even what it means to be an American. The people of most countries derive their identity from shared ancestry. What makes someone French or Chinese, or defines them as a Turk or a Russian? It's common ancestry. They share land and a bloodline that goes back centuries. The French have a nation that's more than 1,000 years old. The Chinese have one that's even older. It dates back more than 4,000 years. Americans are different. They don't have a common bloodline. They come from every corner of the globe: England, Mexico, Ireland, India, Vietnam, Africa, Germany, you name it. I was at a concert recently and struck up a conversation with the American next to me. As it turned out, he was born in Chad, a country in Central Africa. So what, in the absence of shared ancestry, is Americans' common bond? What do they share besides the fact they live in the same country? Writing in the late 19th century, the British historian James Bryce said that Americans' identity stems from the ideals that emerged during the colonial period.
Said, "Yo, dog, you clean out the
Bryce
house."
was struck by the fact that wherever he traveled in the U.S., people voiced the nation's founding ideals. At the time, the nation was still expanding westward, a frontier experience that further ingrained the beliefs that had sparked the revolution. Even today, these ideals, liberty, equality, individualism, self-government, are central to Americans' identity. Collectively, they've been called the American Creed. They have been imprinted in Americans' minds by rituals, such as 4th of July celebrations and the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance by Americans' children at the start of each school day. They have also been sustained over time by the words of America's leaders. Abraham Lincoln's call for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Franklin Roosevelt's proclamation that we are a nation of many nationalities, bound together by the unity of freedom and equality. Barack Obama's plea in his first inaugural that America reaffirm the promise that all are equal, all are free, and all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness. But Americans' ongoing embrace of the nation's founding ideals is more than a matter of rituals and rhetoric. Americans have found that their nation's founding ideals are worth keeping. To be free of repressive government, to be the equal of others, to be economically independent, to have a say in your own governing. Those are abiding principles. Now, high ideals don't come with a guarantee that people will live up to them. The clearest proof of that in the American case is slavery. For 250 years, black Americans could be bought and sold, subject to the dictates of their masters. And even when freed by the Civil War, black Americans continued to suffer second-class status, denied access in the South to whites-only schools, hospitals, restaurants, and hotels. Unequal treatment was also the fate of Native Americans and of women. Asians, too. For a long period, America made it clear that Asians were not wanted here. Chinese and Japanese laborers had been brought here to do the work of laying the tracks for the Western railroads. Once the work was done, they were pressured to leave. Many did. Later, they were barred from entry. Through the Immigration Act of 1924, Congress imposed a complete ban on Asian immigration. Not just Chinese and Japanese, but Koreans, Indians, and other Asians as well. Racism was behind these policies, but America's leaders found it more convenient to say that the Asian way of life didn't conform to the American way. In justifying the 1924 ban, President Calvin Coolidge said that those who did not want to be partakers of the American spirit ought not to settle in America.
Of course not.
Echoes of Coolidge's
Of
words
course
have been
not.
heard in recent years in response to the threat posed by terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. During the 2016 presidential campaign, after a mass killing in San Bernardino, California, Republican candidate Donald Trump was quoted as saying that there should be a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. Such examples might suggest that America's cultural ideals are devoid of meaning. High-sounding words, but little else. and that's sometimes been true. Cultural values are not commandments. They are principles that people can live up to or ignore. Americans' cultural beliefs are particularly challenging. They are rooted in high ideals. Liberty, for instance, is not license. It's not freedom to do whatever you please. It's rooted in free choice, but it entails responsibility. Freedom up to the point where it infringes on the freedom of others. Americans' cultural beliefs also conflict. Self-government, for example, implies the right of the majority to rule, whereas liberty implies that.
So, sorry, quick pause. Where it's talking about the individual having their rights unless their rights violate other people's rights or impinge on their freedom. Anyways.
Individuals have rights beyond the reach of the majority. When majority rule and minority rights come into conflict, each side can say that it has Americans' ideals on its side and no resort to logic and persuade either side that the other has the larger claim. Yet, despite their conflicting implications and unfilled promise, Americans' ideals have left their mark on the nation's politics. It's impossible to understand the course of American history without taking its cultural ideals into account. It's true, for example, that racial, gender, ethnic, and other forms of discrimination constitute the darkest chapter in the nation's history. Yet it's also true that the struggle of Americans across the generations to build a more equal society is one of the nation's brightest chapters. How, other than a commitment to equality, can we explain the frequent political movements that have sought to make America a more equal place? There have been scores of such movements, including the abolitionist movement, the suffragist movement, the women's rights movement, and the contemporary gay rights movement. Particularly noteworthy is the Black civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. America's mistreatment of blacks came into sharp focus with the end of World War II. Black soldiers had fought bravely to defeat Nazi racism in Europe, only to return home to racism. Black Americans began to agitate for their rights in ever more forceful ways, eventually turning to boycotts, sit-ins, rallies, marches. A major breakthrough came in 1954 when the U.S. Supreme Court invalidated state laws in place throughout the South that required black children to attend public schools separate from those of white children. In its ruling, the court said, separate educational facilities are inherently unequal. As the civil rights movement grew, led by inspirational leaders like Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy, it attracted ever broader white support. By the early 1960s, polls indicated that 3/4 of non-Southern whites favored an end to racial discrimination in restaurants, hotels, and other public accommodations. In 1964, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act, which did precisely that. As he prepared to sign the legislation, President Lyndon Johnson said, "We believe that all men are created equal, yet many are denied equal treatment. We believe that all men are entitled to the blessings of liberty, yet millions are being deprived of those blessings, not because of their own failures, but because of the color of their skin. But it cannot continue. The principles of our freedom forbid it, and the law I will sign tonight forbids it." The civil rights movement would not have succeeded without the courage and determination of the black community. But the movement also had behind it the moral force of Americans' professed belief in equality. It was that force that Martin Luther King summoned when he challenged America to rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed, that all men are created equal. Now, as I noted earlier, a nation's political culture gives its politics a distinctive form. Cultural beliefs clearly do not determine precisely what a people will do, but in the long run, they affect what a people will regard as appropriate and desirable, and thus what they will try to achieve. Cultural beliefs serve as unstated rules of behavior. They act as boundaries on what people will find acceptable and what they will strive for. Take, for example, Americans' belief in individualism. Although individualism is also a part of the political culture of European nations, it takes exaggerated form in the United States because of its unique history. Americans' heightened sense of individualism can be seen in the results of a recent cross-national survey that was conducted in 4 European countries and the United States. Respondents in each of these countries were asked, what is more important, that nobody is in need or that individuals have the freedom to pursue life's goals? As you can see from the figure, Americans responded differently to this question than did Europeans. Most of the European respondents ranked helping those in need more highly. In contrast, most American respondents placed individual freedom at the top.
Okay, I'm doing a quick little pause on this. Sorry, just because remember when I said the other day, a sociable, that I feel like in European countries, the one thing that I noticed when you travel is that they're so like so nice to just everyone, and it doesn't matter who they are or where they come from. Like they have, it seems to be like a more loving demeanor towards their neighbor. They tend to be more so caring about everybody and the good of most versus the good of me, like, or for me and what can I get, like, situation. And and this kind of like actually is a good example of what I was saying. Like the fact that of the other developed countries in a line on the survey, we were the only ones who declared that it was more important for our freedom to pursue than to make sure that nobody was in need. And I thought that that was very interesting. Um, just because our mindset, I was saying, was a little bit more selfish in nature than our counter uh, like constituents in the developed world or whatever. So anyways, I thought that was very interesting, and it kind of delves a little bit more into that. Like I said, there's breaks in here where it's got some questions like for each segment for you to kind of work through, and I did like these online discussions and whatnot. But anyways, I just wanted to take that moment to say, moving forward, it's got about another 10 minutes, guys, and then we'll take a break to kind of discuss what we went over before moving on to the next video segment.
Not all American respondents ranked individual pursuits ahead of helping the needy, but the majority did, the reverse of the pattern for Europeans. Now, if this difference was simply one of opinion, it would be interesting, but not of great consequence. In fact, the difference has consequences. Consistent with its greater cultural emphasis on individualism, the United States, though it has a higher poverty rate than do European countries, spends less on programs for the poor, about 25% less. The rules of welfare eligibility also differ. In most European
Also interesting, the fact that we have more poverty than any of those other countries, yet spend the least amount, and yet we still, I feel like, complain. My personal opinion, obviously, but given the fact that of the other developed countries and their funding towards like helping people who are impoverished, it's like it kind of goes back to their whole like holistic approach to people and their like, I guess, level of compassion, I guess, for their neighbor, um, being ranked higher than in regard of oneself. So I thought that was interesting as well.
countries, for example, citizens are entitled to government-provided health insurance. They don't have to prove that they're poor to be eligible for it. In the United States, proof is required. Individuals must show that they cannot buy it on their own, that they lack the financial means before they are eligible for government help in obtaining health insurance. Americans are not necessarily less sympathetic with the poor. Compared with Europeans, they are twice as likely to give to charities. But Americans are less inclined to enact welfare policies that could.
Darko Green, he said it's not selfish. That's, again, this is just my opinion. This is my terminology. Take it with a grain of salt as you will. But he said, well, in Europe it's starting to change since they are starting to find out the risk of intake if their demographic is changing and the language barriers. I think we are selfish to an extent because I think it's just our fundamental, like our fundamentals and our building blocks, like how we were created, and we're pretty hell-bent on our individualistic freedoms.
Yes, it's
Pursue
the
does not
founding of
mean that.
this country.
Yeah,
It's been very
ingrained.
individualism oriented.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He says they have the freedom to pursue. That does not mean that they have to be selfish about it. They could pursue the freedom to help the homeless or help people rebuild houses after tornadoes without taking pay for it, but they have the freedom to pursue what they want to do in life and not being ordered to do it. I guess maybe I misunderstood you, Darko Green. Um, they're saying that Americans have the more proponency to pay out of their own pocket and like give like small donations to people that they see or people that are in need or whatever out like but it being their choice to do it, not to do it through socialistic programs is what I think they're trying to say is that they don't mind doing it within their own right, but they don't like funding those programs. Holy shit, that's delayed as fuck. Yeah, I think it's because I'm doing a multi-stream, so maybe that's the reason. Um, I have no idea. Said yes, on funding we spend a ton abroad than for ourselves and waste too. Wait, what? What do you mean in specific, Badge? Now the bot is having issues. Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you were talking about like I was having issues in like delay or whatever. Anyway,
No,
sorry.
you're good.
I'm good.
It's just the bot.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, that's what he was just saying too. Like we're more Americans are more likely to give to charities, on their own accord versus put in welfare policies.
Could weaken self-reliance. From America's
They
individualistic
want
perspective,
to have
people are
the
obligated.
freedom to have. They want the freedom of choice to do it, not have a state dictation around it or like a state orientation around it.
Right.
To work hard and take care of themselves unless they have a verified need for government help. Public education provides another example of how America's cultural values affect its policy choices. The United States has easily the world's largest higher education system, more than 4,000 colleges and universities. Most of them are public institutions created by government and supported in substantial part by government funding. The United States also spends more per pupil for primary and secondary public education than does nearly every other country. The European average per student is slightly more than $9,000 annually. The United States spends about $12,000 per student. Now, why is that? Why does the United States invest so heavily in public education? Its political culture is among the reasons. If individualism is to be upheld, you have to give people the means, a proper education to succeed. And if equality is to be upheld, educational opportunities have to be plentiful, available to the many rather than to the few. Equality of opportunity, giving every child a chance to succeed, is the guiding principle of America's system of public education. When that system began to take root 2 centuries ago, it was called the Great Equalizer. It sought to give children of widely different backgrounds a somewhat equal start in life so that each could succeed or fail on their own merits. Writing in the late 19th century, the socialist Leon Sampson noted the stark difference between the philosophy of public education in the United States and Europe. Said Sampson,
How's it going?
We're watching a video. Go on Twitch. We're watching the Harvard description of the government, and then in about 7 minutes, we're going to take a pause and talk about what we just went over.
All right, one sec.
The European ruling class were open in their contempt for working people. But in the United States, equality and liberty were extolled in the public schools. Sampson concluded that American schools embodied a unique conception of equality. Everyone was being trained in much the same way, so that each person would at least have a chance at success. Since then, of course, European nations have broadened the reach of their education systems. Nevertheless, differences remain. In some European systems, high school students are separated into those that receive pre-college training and those that get vocational training. Students are separated into those that receive pre-college training and those that get vocational training. In contrast, most American schools offer a relatively standardized curriculum. Each student takes more or less the same set of courses: math, science, language, and the like. Some American educators have questioned the wisdom of this approach. Given the differences in students' interests and aptitude, they think vocational training should be a larger part of the U.S. educational system. But a standardized education is consistent with America's core values. It's squarely in line with the principle of equal opportunity. I could give you other examples, everything from home ownership to gun laws, that illustrate the impact of America's political culture on its policies, but the point would be the same. Any assessment of U.S. politics must take into account the influence of its cultural values. It's far from the only important factor, as we'll see in subsequent sessions of this course, but it's one of them. Now, before summarizing what's been said in this session, I'd like to speak briefly about the nature of politics. Political scientist Harold Lasswell described politics as the struggle over who gets what, when, and how. In other words, politics is the process through which a society settles its conflicts over who gets the benefits and who pays the costs of public policy. There are two basic reasons why conflict is at the center of politics. One is scarcity. Even the richest nations do not have enough wealth to satisfy everyone's demands. That sets up conflict over how a nation's resources are distributed. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, but the pie is not big enough to give everyone what they want. Consider, for example, the difference in the quality of America's public schools.
There you
Wealthy suburban districts have better school facilities than do poor inner-city neighborhoods. The reason for this is that public schools are financed in large part at the local level. Roughly half of school funding is provided by local taxes, and wealthier communities have a stronger tax base. In an effort to improve their schools, poorer districts have pressured state governments to equalize spending across districts. This proposal has been strongly opposed by wealthier districts, which fear it will weaken their schools. Such conflicts, stemming from insufficient resources to satisfy everyone's demands, are an everyday part of politics. Nearly any time that money, status, or other type of resource is at issue, people will fight over its distribution. The second major source of conflict in society is values. More precisely, values that diverge. One person's beliefs about what's right and wrong may differ radically from another person's. When such value differences exist around an issue of policy, conflict is almost inevitable. A case in point is the abortion issue. Ever since the Supreme Court in 1973 declared that women have a right to choose abortion, the issue has been a persistent source of conflict. To some, abortion is a woman's right to choose. To others, abortion violates the rights of the unborn. These are opposing beliefs and largely incompatible. One side would ban abortion, the other would leave the choice to the woman. How do you bridge that difference? Well, you don't do it easily. Ever since the Supreme Court's 1973 ruling, abortion foes and supporters have been fighting the issue in the courts, through street demonstrations, and in the halls of Congress and state legislatures. Such conflicts are an everyday part of politics. Whenever people's values clash, each side will fight to come out on top. Now, who wins out when there is conflict over resources or values? Which side gets what it wants? The abstract answer is that the winners are those with the most political power. Power is a basic concept of politics. Political scientists define power as the ability of an actor, such as an individual, group, organization, or institution, to influence policy or control the behavior of others. Influence and control, those are the marks of power. Actors with enough power can impose or cut taxes, prohibit or permit abortion, increase or reduce welfare benefits, you name it. Given what power can do, it's not surprising that much of what happens in politics centers on power, trying to get it, as in the case of campaigning for election to office, and trying to use it, as in the case of lobbying to influence legislation. In subsequent sessions, we'll examine the distribution of power in the American political system. Who has power in America and who doesn't? That's one of the most important questions to ask and answer about any political system. Okay, let's wrap up what we've said in this session. We noted that Americans' core beliefs, their political culture, originated in the conditions of the New World, particularly its vast tracts of wilderness land. It opened the minds of colonial Americans to a new way of governing, one rooted in beliefs about personal liberty, individualism, equality, and self-government. We also noted that these ideals have been passed along to each succeeding generation of Americans, ensuring their continuing influence on the nation's politics. Americans have argued over the meaning of these ideals, but not whether they're worth keeping. We pointed out some of the challenges that Americans face in living up to their ideals, challenges that stem in part from the demanding and sometimes conflicting nature of these ideals. We then looked at how these beliefs affect public policy, pointing out that they set boundaries on what people will regard as desirable, and thus what they will try to achieve politically. Finally, we noted that politics is the process by which society settles its conflicts over scarce resources and opposing values.
Okay, taking a pause, like from the video and where we're at so far. I appreciate the fact that he's talking about sides, but he's not siding with sides, if that makes sense. He's just kind of describing how they essentially go amongst each other trying to handle decisions, and also like adding in, you know, the education system and tying in, you know, social like systems and whatnot that they put into place to kind of help aid those who are a little bit less fortunate. He like briefs in on a little bit of each, but he goes and dives in a little deeper on some of these topics in the upcoming videos. He's just kind of laying the groundwork for like, okay, this is what happened. This is when we were established. He goes a little bit heavier into the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution and so on and so forth. I have only gotten like a quarter way through this, so I have no idea what happens after that, but I have watched the first few videos and done the first few discussions and questionnaires and whatnot. So like I said, this is a video I've already seen.
A lot of beef with what this guy's saying.
Oh, you have a lot of beef. Okay. All right. Try to concise and as respectful as possible.
Oh, it's nothing. Just don't know anything about the guy. I agree with this whole thing about who has power.
Zach, you are cutting. Zach, you are cutting out really bad.
Yes.
You went full R2D2 C3PO.
Full R2D2, 100%.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I have such good reception everywhere, but in my room and in one particular safe way. Anyways, I agree with what he's saying when it comes to political power and why politicians want to maintain it so they can pass bills. All that is very, very true. What I don't agree with is that when the U.S. was founded on freedom, on paperwork we say yes, and on paperwork we say individualism and all this other crap.
Taxation without representation from what they consider to be like a tyrant.
Not even that. It's our specific group of people wants to do our specific thing. Because the people that first came here were religious extremists. They were extreme Christians. And nobody wanted to deal with their shit because they were so extreme. They came over here to practice their version of Christianity, what they believed to be the true version of their religion. And
BT Dub, Zach, do you have like any reads or anything on this, like that, like links or anything that can essentially back that? Yeah. I just want to
Yeah,
make sure that
there's
we're
papers
keeping it
that I've read.
since we
Let me
are
see
trying to keep
here.
very factual in this, especially given the fact that we are going through fundamentals and whatnot, I don't want there to be any misconstruing of information here. Not saying that, again, this goes for everybody. That's not saying one person or the other. Like if you're gonna vocalize it and it's something that especially maybe most have not heard, I think that we should cite some links to said and
How do you spell Protestant? Because
Protestant.
that's what they were. They were
Oh, sorry.
Protestants.
Damn,
Prod-
spelling bee champ here. Said it so
Okay, one
fast.
more time.
PRO, like
PROT.
protest, ANT.
Protest. A-N-T. Okay, I forgot where the A was. Protestant. God, I don't remember the year. What was the word for people that came over here? Pilgrims.
He's like, what was that
Pilgrimage,
word?
to the U.S.
Oh no, Darko Green. I didn't cut it short. It's in a it's in a bun like thing. Sorry. Also, you guys are ridiculous. Supply pink eye, spawn wood chippers, spawn politicians. What is wrong with you all? He walked a fine line, although when he was comparing us to Europe and abroad is a bit hard since our countries are so different, but not only size or region, but our democracy system. No. He's saying they're all forms of democracy. They're just different systems as a whole. He does kind of distinguish between the two and go a little bit more into that as well. When he's making comparisons, he's just talking about how we are different. He's not trying to say, oh, we're all this, but we're so drastically different, even though we should be similar. No, that's also not what he's saying. He's saying that this is how we are different from our other developed nations or people on the same side of the coin, essentially.
Here it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Zach.
So I'm going to share it here, and then if you want, just share it anywhere else, just because that's easier.
Okay. Yeah, whatever works.
And
then I can.
Can you repeat the claim, Zach?
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
He was talking about religious extremists that came within the country to practice without any restrictions, essentially, the American history.
So what happened is
oh, history.com. Okay, hold on.
There's a few other sources I can post too, but
no, you're fine.
So,
let me history like channel / magazine. So let me and they do they have works cited? I'm assuming they probably do. Towards
I haven't scrolled all the
right.
way through.
Okay.
Let me see here. Citation information. Author Christopher Klein.
Published and last updated on February 18th of 2025. Okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure before going into it. It's talking about the Pilgrims set sail from Europe in 1620. Several powerful reasons propelled them across the Atlantic Ocean to make lives in America, but religious liberty was not their most pressing concern. While it's popularly thought the Pilgrims fled England in search of religious freedom, the separatists' quest had ended more than a decade before they had boarded the Mayflower. After departing England in 1608, the Pilgrims found sanctuary in the Dutch city of Leiden, where they were free to worship and enjoyed much peace and liberty, according to the Pilgrim Edward Winslow. So it seems like they were already kind of past that aspect when coming
so
overseas.
For this one, I'll have to pull up some more links. I think I haven't read through this full thing, but after we read through it, if it's not in here, I could pull up some other stuff. But the reason that they left the Dutch colony is because they viewed the Dutch as not Puritan enough or not Protestant enough. They were too lax of in their religion, basically. And they didn't like that. They didn't like them, even though the Dutch took them in and said, hey, you can come to us and practice your religion and do your thing. They were all like, ew, we don't like you, after they were there for a bit, basically. So
ew, we don't like you. Ew.
That's the gist of it. It's kind of like, ew, you're not like us. Ew.
So this is
Um,
actually kind of interesting. It says the Pilgrims' Dutch sojourn left them poor and disillusioned. So the Dutch did. He said like tens of millions of newcomers who would follow in their wake to America. The Pilgrims were economic migrants. After working for more than a decade in Leiden's textile industry, the Pilgrims possessed little beyond their religious freedom. The former farmers lived in poverty, laboring long hours for low pay by weaving and spinning and making cloth. The Pilgrims' economic hardship made it exceedingly difficult to convince their fellow separatists to join them in Leiden. No matter how their religious rights were procured, some preferred and chose the prisons in England rather than this liberty in Holland. With these afflictions, Pilgrim leader William Bradford recounted. So it says, as the Pilgrims' economic prospects further dimmed with the collapse of the wool market, the onset of the 30 Years' War in Europe, and the imminent end of the 12-year truce between Spain and the Dutch Republic threatened the tranquility of their safe haven. While the Pilgrim population dwindled, their fears swelled that the secular Dutch society that had tolerated their religious beliefs also corrupted the morals of their children, causing them to turn away from the church and the English identity. Bradford complained that many of their children were succumbing to Leiden's manifold temptations and being drawn away by evil examples to extravagant and dangerous courses. Um, Wow, that is very interesting. So originally they went there for religious freedom, felt like they had it, then got drained and devoid of all of assets, essentially, worked impoverished, and then they felt like their children were starting to veer away from the path that they wanted for them, when they originally sought out refuge in Holland. And then it says, the Pilgrims wanted their children to be English citizens, not Dutch citizens. It says, but if they were going to leave, they wouldn't be able to go back to England because of religious reasons. Pilgrim eyes, Pilgrim eyes therefore gazed across the Atlantic Ocean to America, where the English merchants had been financing colonial settlements for decades. Sediments, there where they could freely worship but also have greater economic stability and persevere their English identity. The Pilgrims also believed that the New World gave them opportunity to evangelize to Native Americans and undertake, as Bradford wrote, the propagating and advancing the gospel of the kingdom of Christ in those remote parts of the world. So that's
they
that's
wanted to
why they
convert.
ended up coming
They
over.
wanted to convert other people as well, though, is an important part of that.
Yes, yes. Which I mean, that goes into a whole. I'm trying not to go down rabbit holes, so because I know where you're going with that, and that was actually in a couple of the shows that we had watched too, that was talking about the history and them trying to indoctrinate Native Americans into Catholicism and whatnot. But anyways, um, good evening, everyone. How's the day been? Hey, Rabbit. Honestly, we're discussing fundamentals and the basics of our country, our founding country, and politics within it, and how our government was built, and what it's comprised of, and why, and the who, what, where, all that. So, um, he said that's why I touched a little bit earlier about Europe or any other country. Once you take in many people from many religions, the demographics are changing in the way of life. Even language barriers become more of a challenge in the daily life, but also trying to assimilate in life. It's not easy to take many thousands or millions into a very different way of life. I mean, this country was founded upon technically like migration, like like literally our entire country.
I mean, we
So
were
I mean,
founded
I
on
get it,
genocide,
uh,
but
uh,
sure.
but that as well, Zach. Jesus. We're going down dark holes too, apparently. Not that didn't even sound right. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, dark holes, you say.
Rabbit made it. He found us. I did leave the Batman signal out. Oh, history time. I'm in. Hey, Orium. Yeah, so essentially, sorry, we went off topic here, but we were just kind of discussing overall, like, why did the Pilgrims come to America and everything. And I'm sure we're going to deep dive into this even more. I think he's putting this very simplistically when there is obviously a lot more to it, but this would if we talked about every single rabbit hole and went down every single like this would be a much longer course. Um, Badge, what do
I
you
mean,
mean?
but
Wow.
No, but what?
Let me get my
I guess I'm
flashlight for
still.
these dark places.
I guess I'm
so I,
still
there,
confused. What's
there's
the
a bit of a
contradiction?
term for, and
Wait,
I'm making some assumptions here. I'm making some assumptions based on this video. He might
okay.
very well prove me wrong, and I would be happy if he does. My assumption is that a lot of what this is going to be is very sanitized, just like a lot of our history, where it leaves out a lot of the fucked up shit we've done.
Well, I mean,
I could
he
be
went
wrong.
kind of delved into slavery right out the rip, so he's not trying to pussyfoot around, what are and it goes into that even more. And I'm telling you, with the wars and how we mistreated certain people who we sent in said wars, it will talk about that a little bit in the latter videos, or at least the couple of
Okay.
videos I've seen. I
This
don't
seemed like an
know.
overview video
Yeah, this
more
is
than anything.
exactly. So I just want you guys to keep
This
in
is an
mind this is
intro
not
to
Yeah.
right.
okay.
This is not
Okay.
supposed to be a grazing over these awful events or anything like this. This is supposed to be palpable for you to take in and understand, just so you can understand the basics of our country. Because a lot of us, let's be honest, don't really know how our government works, operates, our checks and balances, or anything. And I think that it's very important to learn about that, and learn about our foundation and what is how we interpret things, and how we go forth with our values, and why we make decisions we make, why we fund things the way we do, how it's funded, X, Y, and Z. Very, very interesting topics. If you want us to put in side notes, we can do that, and we can go and shift a little bit to the side. I don't want to get too far off topic. I do want to allow us to kind of remain on track with everything. This next video is a very short one. It's kind of going into the next segment. It's 2 minutes and 30 something seconds long. And the one after that will be another longer video that kind of breaks down even further. He said America. Okay.
Yeah, and
Oh
I'm
my
trying to
God.
keep from veering too far, but I feel like that detail is pretty important.
Yeah, I
The
mean, no.
actual like full reason they came in.
So it was very interesting, I will say. That's why I wanted to read it to everybody. And again, I'm not trying to be condescending when I say like, hey, I just want like where your sources are. And this is for
Oh
anybody
no,
again who
sources are
wants to.
good.
I'm all about some sources. I just want to make sure they're verified sources with works cited, where they actually have some concrete, substance to back them first, because I don't want us spewing misinformation. That is the last thing I want, is there to be any skew off
Yeah,
topic.
you don't want to
And
quote
it's
like an
and
opinion
it's always
article or
possible
anything
I'm
like
wrong
that.
about stuff. I've admitted when
Right.
I'm wrong about stuff before. So if I say
Right.
something that I'm wrong, let me know. I'm not going to be mad. I'm just going to be
Zach,
like,
you're
oh,
totally
okay.
wrong. You're wrong about everything. No, I'm joking.
And I will
I
let
thought you
you
were about to say,
know.
Zach, you're roboting again. And I was going to be
You're
like, oh, damn it.
he was about to go, fuck. But no, I mean, I will, like I said, I will go ahead and let you know when I don't know enough about a topic, or if I misunderstand something and I'm like, somebody else, can they break this down a little bit further? Like, I will let you know. Just because I want this to be an open discussion. I want everyone to be as respectful as possible, and I want us all to be very factual. If you start putting in things that are like insanely radical and they're off the grid and they don't have any substance behind it, I'm going to ask you to reel it in a little bit, because we're trying to make this educational. This is supposed to be solely educating the public, all of us included, on our nation. Or if this isn't your nation, that's fine, and you just want to learn about like US politics and government and everything, um, then this is for you. I mean, this is
Oh,
welcome
Ash,
to anybody, not just people who live in the US. Yes.
one important thing that we do need to say, or I think
Yeah.
that you should say, is
Yeah.
that this is how our politics is supposed to work. What it's doing right now, a lot of that's not supposed to be done that way. A lot of that is not supposed to be happening. So, when we say how our government works, I'd assume we generally mean before right now,
We
before the
we're
last 4
talking
months.
we're talking in general. There are, just so you guys know, there are so many examples of U.S. presidencies violating said constitution in different routes. Now, to the degree in which they're violating is a whole different argument. But again, we kind of deep delve into the other presidencies in the coming up videos that will talk about Nixon. It will talk about Roosevelt. It will talk about Obama, Bush, his father, senior, whatever. It will talk about all that. So we'll go into what each one did, the scandals within, all of that, and kind of break that apart as well, and how that plays into it. All ties into how our Constitution is supposed to work, how they checked and balanced those situations or the lack thereof, and go in further. I like the MOOC approach. LGU courses. Oh my gosh. Dom is always the one who is always right. Well, Dom's not even here, so that doesn't count. And hey, Caradox, long time no see. How are you doing? Okay, moving forward. Sorry. Let's get back on track. He said, I can't wait to get to the point where Washington and Franklin took out jet skis across Delaware to womp womp on dim redcoats for drinking unsweet tea. Okay. Going forward.
Cultural values are acquired through what political scientists
Oh, yeah, I
label
forgot to
political
verify my
socialization.
keys.
The term refers to the
And cheated
learning
on his wife.
process by which
True.
people acquire their political beliefs,
While on a jet ski.
opinions, and values.
Well,
Just as a language or a religion is acquired through a learning process, so too are political orientations. Nations rarely leave this learning process entirely to chance, and the United States is no exception. Among its rituals is the singing of the national anthem before the start of athletic events, even at the high school level. Political socialization also takes place informally. Most Americans acquire their partisanship, their loyalty to the Republican or the Democratic Party, through their parents' influence. That's how I acquired my party loyalty, though I'd like to think I've retained it as an adult because it's the better choice, at least for me. Let me share with you a particular socialization lesson from my childhood, how I learned the cultural value of individualism. I grew up in a small Minnesota town, 1,000 people, in the middle of farmland. It was the 4th of July. I was about 10 years old, and my friend Denny and I had some firecrackers, including some that exploded underwater. It had rained the night before, and we were in the town's park, where we tossed a couple of those firecrackers into puddles, just to see the water fly. Then we got the bright idea that there was something in the park that held more water than a puddle. We opened the door to the public toilet, popped the lid, dropped in a firecracker, and quickly shut the door. A moment later, there was a loud bang, and water came pouring out from under the door. And the water kept coming and kept coming. We looked in. The toilet was in pieces. Well, we jumped on our bikes and pedaled out of there as fast as our little legs would go. We got caught anyway. It's hard to get away with much in a small town. So, what does this have to do with my early lesson in individualism? How did it help me to learn the value of self-reliance and hard work? Well, I spent the next few months knocking on people's doors, asking them whether they'd pay me to mow their lawn or rake their leaves. I needed to raise $30 to pay the town for my share of the damages.
A little snippet. So, and then we kind of move forward a little bit on there's like a little quiz section, and then this kind of goes into a discussion post, which just talks about contrast the American political culture with that of most Western democracies. What in the American experience has led its people to derive their national identify, I think they meant identity, or their national identify from a set of shared political ideals. How do these ideals affect what Americans will find acceptable and try to achieve through politics? And what are the limits of these ideals in terms of their influence on political behavior? And so it's just like discussion posts and whatnot that you can go into. And there was like a couple of them back to back that was talking about also the US system of public education. How is the concept shaped the American education system? What are the practical limits on the application of the concept? Why do some American children not have access to equal education? And then, as we were talking about just in the previous video, or what it was showing in the previous video, was stating that essentially you are funded half by the state, half by your county or whatever your school district is in. And so for the poor districts, they don't have access to as many resources. They don't have as much funding for after school and extracurricular activities, better teachers, so on and so forth. So just talking about disproportion, that even though they made a education system that is fundamentally supposed to all teach the same curriculum, still you have some at more of a disadvantage than others based off of where they live or where they can afford to live, so on and so forth. He said Denny's has unlimited pancakes. Well, that is the real take home for the night, okay? Denny's pancakes. I'm gonna
Denny's or
read.
IHOP? What's better?
I don't know. He's talking about Denny's right now.
What does
Also,
that have to do with politics, though?
well, that's what I said. I said that's the real take home for the day. Okay, real quick, just reading off this introduction to this next segment before the videos. It says the writers of the Constitution were determined to create a government powerful enough to meet the nation's needs, but not so powerful as to threaten people's liberty. Accordingly, the Constitution is rooted in the idea of limited government, a government of restricted power. The Constitution provides for such a government in multiple ways: denial of power, grants of power, the Bill of Rights, and the separation of power. This session will examine the Constitution's provisions for limited government and then explore the extent to which these provisions have curbed or failed to curb extra constitutional uses of power. The main points of the session will be to reinforce by examining a set of cases, including the Watergate scandal, the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, and the Bush administration's policy for handling enemy detainees after the terroristic attacks of September 11th in 2001. So we're going to kind of dive in on a few of these things right here off the rip. And then there's also the essential reading and the text reading, We the People, the 13th edition, if you guys wanted to dive in even further into that. Very, very interesting. The book's like $50 on Amazon, I checked. I was going to buy it. I have not bought it yet. That's just one more book I have to read. I have so many freaking books right now I've got to read. But anywho, this next video is 21 minutes long and it's going to dive into everything I just went over. So anything before going into the video?
He is pretty based for, after fucking up that toilet, working to pay off the shit he destroyed.
Pun intended.
Pretty
Is there a pun there?
based.
It means he's awesome. It means he's a cool dude. It basically, I'm giving, like, most people wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no. I mean, well, it's just that's what he's talking about, like in shaping, right? People like having consequences to your actions and whether or not you grow from it or you try to like go, well, I just didn't do it right, but next time, and just deciding which route you're going to take. Like as a person, you have your individualistic abilities to do shit the wrong way, do it the right way, or say, hey, I'm going to take this circumstance and I'm going to expound upon that, and so next time I'm going to do the same thing but tenfold and I'm going to get away with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like everyone's got their goals or their viewpoints or morals or values or what they deem like appropriate for themselves or what they hold themselves to.
Yeah.
And that's why he was talking about, when he's talking about fundamentals, like of the basic American like value system, he's talking about just the overarching, like over everybody, not necessarily saying that they all think alike, because we obviously don't, but it's just saying that, hey, overarching, we all have the same standards of mind, but how we get there, how we go down the road is different and it varies. What's up, Dave? He said the tan lines are a real thing. All right, you know what? I'm getting sun. I'm getting vitamin D. It's fine. What? All right.
What?
What? So 21
What?
minutes on this one, and I might take a brief in between. If there's something very interesting, I might do a quick pause so we can discuss part of it before going forward so we don't lose the train of thought on it or whatever. Anyways, badge. Here we go.
I'm in Washington, standing in front of the Supreme Court building, where in 2004, 2006, and 2008, the Supreme Court declared that the Bush administration had acted outside the law and had to stop. At issue were policies that Bush had put in place after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Bush had concluded that the United States was engaged in a new kind of war that required a different set of rules. Captured enemy combatants, instead of being tried in regularly constituted courts, would be tried in secret military tribunals. Those that were thought to have important information would be subject to harsh interrogation, including waterboarding, which the United States had condemned as torture when used on American soldiers in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. In one case, the Supreme Court said that the Bush administration had violated the Constitution. In another case, the Supreme Court said that it had violated the laws of Congress and the Geneva Conventions. In its final decision, the Supreme Court rejected the Bush administration's claim that the president alone had authority to decide the rules of law during time of war. That judgment, said the court, belongs to us, the court, not to the president. The Supreme Court in those decisions was acting as the framers of the Constitution would have preferred. In the words of John Adams, the nation's second president, the Constitution was designed to create a government of laws rather than of men. A century after the U.S. Constitution was written, William Gladstone, the four-time Prime Minister of Britain, declared it to be the most wonderful work ever struck off by the brain and purpose of man. Gladstone admired the Constitution for the precedent it set. The nation's highest authority would be the words of a document, rather than the dictates of a top ruler. Today we take that idea for granted, but in 1787, when the Constitution was written, it was a revolutionary idea. Elsewhere in the world, the law was what the king said it was. His word was law. America would be governed instead by a constitution that put limits on what those in power could do. In this session, we'll look at why the framers of the Constitution were determined to limit the power of government. Then we'll look at how they built the concept of limited government into the Constitution. Finally, we'll examine whether the Constitution has actually served as an effective check on government. The American Revolution was fought to overthrow what the Declaration of Independence called the absolute tyranny of the British king. The framers worried that the U.S. government might itself become tyrannical. It is said that Benjamin Franklin, asked by a woman what type of government the Constitution had created, replied, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." How do you prevent government from becoming tyrannical? You might think it's a constitution that strips government of nearly all power. Some Americans today think that way. A U.S. Senate candidate recently ran on a platform that claimed, "The government which governs best is the government that governs least." The writers of the Constitution knew better, a lesson they had learned the hard way. When the American states declared their independence from Britain, they wrote a constitution called the Articles of Confederation. The Articles established a national government, but gave it almost no authority. It had no power to tax, but instead had to petition the states for money. The states were slow to pay, and often paid less than their promised share. During one 5-year period, Georgia and North Carolina paid nothing, not a single dime, to the national treasury. So think about your own finances. What do you do when you're short of cash? Well, for starters, you probably cut back on your spending. You get really desperate, you might try to sell your valuables. Well, that's exactly what the government of the Articles did. To save money, it slashed the Army to less than 1,000 men. To raise money, it sold the Navy's ships. This at a time when Britain still had a large army in Canada and Spain had one in what is now Florida. How would the country defend itself if attacked by Britain or Spain? No wonder that George Washington questioned whether the United States deserved even to be called a nation and worried that it would descend into chaos, opening the door to a tyrannical leader. Now, the Constitution was meant to fix the defects in the Articles of Confederation, but the writers were also determined that the new government not be so strong as to threaten liberty. So their strategy was to grant the national government necessary powers, including the power to tax, while at the same time placing strict limits on its authority. This strategy included denials of power. Officials would be prohibited, for example, from putting someone in prison and throwing away the keys. This was a common practice at the time in Europe. Opponents of the king were locked away for as long as the king wanted, forever in many cases. That practice would be prohibited in the United States. The Constitution gives the accused the right to appear before a judge who will determine whether authorities have enough evidence to warrant detention. The writers also sought to limit government through grants of power. Article 1 of the Constitution, the very first article of the Constitution, gives Congress 17 specific powers, such as the power to tax, the power to raise an army and navy, the power to regulate commerce. These grants give power, but they also deny power. Powers not granted to Congress, those not on the list, are denied it. In a period of history when other governments admitted to no limits on their powers, this was a substantial limitation. As originally written, the U.S. Constitution did not include a Bill of Rights, a list of specific individual rights, such as freedom of speech. The framers thought a list was unnecessary because government had only those powers granted to it, and it had not been granted the power to deny people their rights. Thomas Jefferson was among the many who thought otherwise. Jefferson had included a Bill of Rights in the Virginia Constitution he wrote at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, and other states had followed his example. Said Jefferson, "A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth." In response to such objections, the first Congress passed a series of amendments that were quickly ratified by the states. These amendments, the first 10 to the Constitution, are called the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a clear example of limited government. If you were arrested tomorrow and had no money, the judge doesn't have the option of saying, "Tough luck, buddy." The government is required by the Sixth Amendment to provide you a lawyer and to pay for it. Now, the framers didn't think that words alone, written grants and denials, would be enough to control those in power. They wanted something stronger. That something was to divide the government into separate branches and pit them against each other. This was not a new idea. The French theorist Montesquieu had proposed it nearly a half a century earlier. Where there is no separation of powers, he wrote, there can be no liberty. But the framers gave Montesquieu's idea a new twist. Rather than completely separating the branches, as he had proposed, they overlapped them so that each was better positioned to act as a check on the others. So instead of granting all legislative power to Congress, they gave some of it to the president, for example, the power to veto laws, and some of it to the courts, the power to interpret laws. The same with executive power. The president has most of it, but not all of it. For example, Congress controls how much money the president can spend and on what. The president doesn't have the option of taking money allocated for highways and spending it on the military. The same with judicial power. For example, by giving the president the power to nominate federal judges and the Senate the power to confirm them. This system of divided power was described by Harvard's Richard Newstead as one of separated institutions sharing power. The powers of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, are granted to separate branches, but no branch has all power within its sphere of authority. Part of it, in every case, is shared with the other two branches, providing them a means of checking that branch's power. So that's the theory. each branch acting as a check on the others. Now, as you know, theory and reality aren't always the same thing. The English poet John Wilmot quipped, "Before I got married, I had 6 theories about raising children. Now I have 6 children and no theories." What about the framers' theory? Well, the record's far from perfect. After Japan attacked U.S. forces at Pearl Harbor in December 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered the forced relocation of more than 100,000 Japanese Americans from the West Coast, saying they might try to help the enemy. They were forced to sell their homes at rock-bottom prices and were shipped to detention camps in Utah and other inland states. They lived out the war behind barbed wire, watched over by armed guards. Their advocates looked to Congress for help. Instead, Congress embraced Roosevelt's policy. Not a single senator or House member voted to rescind it. 3 times the Supreme Court reviewed the policy. Each time it upheld it, though it was clearly unconstitutional. Racism played into the relocation policy. America had a long history of discriminating against Asians. Chinese were blocked from entry in 1883. Japanese immigration was effectively blocked in 1907. When the survivors of the Titanic arrived by rescue ship in New York Harbor in 1912, they were taken ashore, except for a handful of Chinese crewmen. They were not allowed to set foot on American soil. Ironically, Japanese Americans were allowed during World War II to volunteer for combat in Europe. They made up the entirety of the U.S. Army's 442nd Regiment. That regiment became the most decorated combat unit of its size, not only in World War II, but in the whole of U.S. military history. 21 of its soldiers received the Congressional Medal of Honor, the nation's highest award. In 1988, the United States issued a formal apology for its mistreatment of Japanese Americans, saying it was the result of race prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. As the relocation policy indicates, America is not a stranger to tyranny, the powerful trampling on the rights of the weak. Such episodes, however, are relatively few in number, and the system of checks and balances is a reason. Scores of times, the President, Congress, or the Supreme Court has intervened when another branch has overstepped its constitutional authority. The Watergate scandal is a textbook example. On a June night in 1972, a security guard at the Watergate buildings in Washington, D.C., noticed that the latch on the door to the Democratic Party's national headquarters had been taped open. He removed the tape and went away. Coming back later, he noticed the door had been taped open again. He called police. They caught 5 men inside, installing bugs in the phones and ceilings. As it turned out, they had links to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign. Nixon denied that anyone at the White House had knowledge of the break-in. In truth, the Watergate break-in was part of a much larger dirty tricks campaign aimed at guaranteeing Nixon's re-election. The dirty tricks included wiretaps, tax audits, burglaries of Nixon opponents, paid in part with money laundered illegally through Mexico. A turning point occurred when, during a Senate investigative hearing, a White House assistant revealed that Nixon had tape recorded all his Oval Office conversations. Nixon at first refused Congress's demand to hear the tapes. As the pressure mounted, he released transcripts of what he claimed were all the relevant ones. When Congress demanded more tape material, Nixon refused. Congress then filed suit to get the tapes. In a unanimous decision, the U.S. Supreme Court, which included 4 Nixon appointees, ordered Nixon to turn over the tapes. They were incriminating. Nixon was heard telling his assistants to cover up the Watergate break-in, including using the CIA to block the FBI from investigating it. With that, the House of Representatives began impeachment hearings. At that point, Nixon resigned, the first and only president to do so. President Nixon, despite holding what is often called the most powerful office on earth, was powerless to stop Congress and the Supreme Court from acting. The writers of the Constitution had established them as separate and independent branches of government, and they acted in precisely that way. Now, as I'm sure you recognize, America's system of checks and balances doesn't always operate that decisively. Politics is a rough and sometimes deceitful game. What if the Watergate burglars had not been so stupid as to get caught? Would Nixon's illegal action have been discovered in time to do anything meaningful about it? Presidential secrecy is one of the major threats to the effectiveness of America's system of checks and balances. Congressional secrecy is not a problem. Congress has 535 members, and it couldn't keep a secret if it tried. The presidency is different. Presidents have the loyalty of their assistants and can sometimes withhold potentially damaging information, as occurred during the impeachment of President Donald Trump. During the inquiry, Trump refused to let White House officials testify at House hearings and blocked them from turning over documents to House investigators. Now, a different type of threat to limited government is illustrated by the federal government's detention of Japanese Americans during World War II. In that case, all three branches thought a breach of the Constitution served the nation's interests in time of war. There's another threat that has shown itself to be important. It can be seen in a situation we discussed earlier, the Bush administration's anti-terrorism policies. As mentioned, the September 11 terrorist attacks convinced the Bush administration that the war on terrorism required a new set of rules. The rules for handling enemy captives were hatched in secrecy to keep them from scrutiny by Congress. They were also kept secret from those in the administration, including Secretary of State and former Army General Colin Powell, who would have objected. Slowly, information about the policies leaked out, in some instances through news stories, in other instances through legal cases being argued in federal courts. As the information came out, there were calls for congressional hearings, but almost none were held. Even the Supreme Court rulings in 2004 and 2006 against Bush administration policies did not prompt Congress to launch high-profile hearings. Then, in 2007, the number of congressional hearings increased dramatically. Why was that? Why was Congress initially slow to scrutinize Bush policies, but then suddenly eager to do so? As you might have guessed, the answer is partisanship. Through 2006, Republicans controlled the House and the Senate, and thereby controlled the scheduling of hearings. They were not at all interested in holding a Republican administration to account for its policies, knowing that it would hurt their party. Things changed abruptly after Democrats swept the 2006 congressional elections and took control of the House and Senate in early 2007. Democrats now controlled the hearing process, and they called one hearing after another. Seeking partisan advantage, they were keen to grill the Bush administration on its war policies. That situation arose again in 2019. During the previous 2 years, when Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, Russia's effort to tip the 2016 presidential election in Donald Trump's favor was the subject of relatively few hearings, and the issue of the Trump campaign's contacts with the Russians was the subject of even fewer. But when Democrats took control of the House in 2019, the number of hearings multiplied, and the inquiries probed more deeply, including whether the president had unlawfully tried to obstruct the Russia investigation. Today, partisanship could be the largest threat to America's system of checks on power. After Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, he claimed the election had been stolen and sought to overturn the voters' decision. The effort included the creation of counterfeit electors as substitute for the legitimately chosen Biden electors. On January 6, 2021, the day slated for Congress to affirm Biden's election, Trump called upon his supporters to converge on the U.S. Capitol building. There, they attacked Capitol Police, forcing their way into the House and Senate chambers in an unsuccessful effort to block the proceedings. Rather than holding Trump accountable, a significant number of Republican lawmakers echoed his claim of a stolen election and impeded efforts to hold him accountable for trying to stay in office by unconstitutional means. Okay, let's wrap up what we've said in this session. As we noted, the Constitution was designed in part to provide for limited government, meaning a government not so powerful as to threaten liberty. The Constitution contains various controls on government, including grants of power and denials of power. However, the key mechanism is the separation of powers between the three branches: the executive, the legislature, and the judicial. The powers of the branches are overlapped so that each branch can more effectively act as a check on the others. The system doesn't always work as intended. It weakens when, as in the World War II relocation policy, the three branches are united in thinking that the national interest is served by ignoring the
No,
Constitution.
Nevitz, why?
It weakens when a president succeeds, even for a time, to keep unlawful actions secret. And it weakens when the presidency and Congress are controlled by the same party. Then the majority party in Congress might seek to play down the issue. Although the U.S. system is not a perfect check on power, the record also shows that on many occasions, dozens and dozens of them, it has helped to rein in abuses of power. We'll never know, of course, how U.S. history would have differed if the Constitution had not been based on a system of checks and balances. But the fact that some leaders have tried to operate outside the law suggests they would have done so more readily and more outrageously if the other branches had been powerless to check their actions. There was a great deal of wisdom in what John Adams said in a letter to Thomas Jefferson. I say that power must never be trusted without a check.
Okay. Now, taking a quick moment from that before the next video, which is only 3 minutes and 41. Usually it goes, there's a long video and then there's like a brief, like shorter abridged like video that comes like right after. And it's kind of going into in chat, sorry. I'll text. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. It wasn't. It's being covered up. Read Peter Grant Jr. and Seth Abrams books. John Holden, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about to what he said about the claims? No, yeah, it's, dude, you can go on every fact checker. That was not debunked.
What? Sorry, what wasn't debunked?
That the Russians interfered with the 2020 election.
Oh yeah.
Like that has been, the
Proven
fact
10
that,
times over.
yeah, that's been proved like so many times over that was actually factual. I mean, you can't make people believe something's factual if they don't want to believe it, though. Like you could have every fact from every news source and have everybody with every type of like information breakdown, picture evidence and everything, and people would still deny it. So it really doesn't matter all too much, but I did definitely check and look into that, and that is because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know if that was true or not. I thought that was skepticism at first, but then I deep delve into it. There was an impeachment hearing. Well, yeah, there was an impeachment hearing. Like you're talking about back in 2016
No, it was 20.
or 27.
I don't remember when it started.
2017.
It's
Yeah, I
it
don't
didn't
remember
really
the exact date,
accomplish
so
anything.
don't quote me that. Yeah, it did nothing because he was still in office. Like, so, I mean, there are things that there.
The hearing started. That was 2020. That was his final year.
Was it
Right.
2020?
Yeah.
So they didn't start to try to impeach until the very end of his presidency?
I think it's when Democrats controlled more of the House and the
Oh, there was
Senate.
after
After the mid.
what do you call it? The midterms or whatever.
Midterms, mid-year. Wow, what is wrong
Which
with me?
Midterm,
does
whatever.
show-
The mid-year, after the mid-year, midsummer.
That shows a
But yeah, no. Going into that, like that's just talking about like how, I mean, it's supposed to, one of our biggest fundamentals of our democracy is being able to do a peaceful transfer of power, and that was intervened on there. That, I mean, that's regardless of like who you like. That could have been honestly it could have been a independent, a Democrat, a Republican. It doesn't matter who it was. You can't do that.
Yeah, no, I agreed.
I
Oh,
think one
oh
of our
shit,
big
Steven.
issues is
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
oh,
Dude, sorry. Quick pivot or whatever. Yeah, no, I heard. Like, I got a phone call a few hours ago about it from one of the girls that worked alongside of her. I'll discuss that more with you though, like off stream. That was fucking wild. Like that blew my mind. Yeah, that's a discussion for another time for sure. Um, Lord have mercy. I'm not a fan of politics and uninformed, so I shall choose to differ to the next person. Steph, that's fine. To be fair, up until the last, I mean, I started to get more interested in politics in the last like 8 years. But I've really delved in like recently just because I don't want to ever argue talking points that I don't know anything about. And if I don't know the answer, I'll say I don't know and I will look it up, and I'm very particular about the sources. I don't want to be fed information. I don't watch news sources of any kind. I cannot stand it. I would much rather look up the substance behind. If I don't understand certain verbiage, I'm going to Google it. I will figure out what it means. I will find like reputable sources that have works cited that can break it down. I try to be like, I try to go with something that is completely nonpartisan. I don't want someone's opinion. I'd rather be able to make my own conclusion. But again, at the end of the day, facts are facts. And if people, you can't just manipulate and just say something factual is wrong if it's factual and that make it wrong. You know what I mean? 90% of the time, no matter how informed you are, nobody is willing to compromise or discuss openly. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. That's what I'm trying to shift here. I want us to be able to talk about these things. And it doesn't matter because there has been several presidents that have violated the Constitution in different regards. It's just to what extent has the violations happened? And you have to also consider the fact of social media and how it's played a huge role in how we consume media and how we base our opinions and how anybody can say whatever they want and their word is almost a weight in gold for a lot of people, and it doesn't matter if it's backed by anything or not. And I think that that's the biggest disservice that we've had with social media, honest to God. It's been such a blessing in connecting people like us and like, you know, like my mods here in my VC, like that I would have never have met otherwise if it weren't for the internet. And they're awesome people, and I enjoy having these conversations with them. And these are people of all walks of life with varying different degrees and job titles that they hold and whatnot. And they all are very. What I appreciate most is we can disagree and discuss amongst ourselves to find a common ground. And if there's something that one of us doesn't understand or we're wrong on, we can go back later and be like, oh, my bad, I stand corrected. And it's no biggie because no one's ego's in the way. And that's the biggest thing that I get frustrated with most people like nowadays, is that ego is plays such a huge role in people's inability to just say I'm wrong or I don't know. Let me look it up. Instead, they'll argue, oh yeah, yeah, like I know this for a fact. And I'm like, but do you, or are you just saying what you heard? Because you can't use a source as somebody on TikTok or on YouTube telling you. You have to have looked it up yourself. And that's the biggest thing. Like the second you try to quote someone's YouTube video, I'm gonna be like, fuck all. Like, give me some hardcore. I need something of substance here. He said Denzel Washington said it best: if you don't read the newspaper, you're not informed. He goes, if you do read the newspaper, you're misinformed. It's like I would just rather get my information raw. And that's it, with raw data, you know? Willing to provide by dashboards. He said, think abusing of powers based on their view or interpretation of the law. Well, that's why we have people who literally their profession is to interpret law. And a lot of people have quoted our, even prior to, like, way, like they've been in the books, written down for centuries now, quotes from previous presidents and what they've said about the Constitution, including those who were there, who helped form our current Constitution. So, I mean, we have ways in which it was meant to be interpreted, and they've said where they went back and they added parts to the Constitution, like went to ratify or whatever, and then they created the Bill of Rights. Like, because even though there's certain people that said, "Oh, we don't have to worry about this," someone else thought about it and was like, "Wait a second, that's a bad idea. History has proven time and time again X, Y, and Z. Let's go ahead and cover all of our bases so that we don't have that what if, like later on." And you have to also consider this. Anytime you make an acceptance for one person, you make an acceptance for the other. So you might agree with one person then or now, but maybe later the next person you're not going to agree with. So do you want them overstepping the same bounds is the question you have to ask yourself always. I just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean that if it's done legally in the right way, am I going to fight it? I can just say I don't agree. I think this is dumb. But ultimately, in the end, I'm not going to really have a strong ass opinion fighting someone tooth and nail if they did it the right way. Now, when you start to violate certain like rights that people have, or you start violating like our Constitution outright with no regard, then that's when you're like, okay, this is where the checks and balances are supposed to come into play and handle this. Because there should never be, this is exactly what they're talking about having a tyrant as a king, miles and miles away, and then not wanting that to happen again now. And they said, how do we prevent people getting consumed with power? Well, we're going to create several positions of power. Okay, first, we're going to start with the people can only elect the House of Representatives. Now we're going to change it. Okay, now you can vote for the president, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. That was not always a thing. That is a more newer thing, that we started being able to vote on our senators and our presidency. It was originally just the House of Representatives to represent the people. That was originally it. But they wanted the ability of the people to have a say-so across the board. And then they also wanted the government, the limited government, to have the checks and balances to also, challenge like those things so that nobody just goes fucking crazy, while in power. I mean, it's there for a reason. And if you accept it for one person, you have to accept it for the rest, and you can't complain. That's my biggest thing. If you allow it in one circumstance, you can't be hypocritical and not allow it in the next. So when you open the gray area, you are opening Pandora's box. And so you have to be very careful for what you allow, and you can't call it favoritism or one way or the other. It just has to be a set rules that everyone has to abide by, and there's no workaround. Because if you do that, then you allow people to interpret it whatever way they want and wield it however they want. And we all see how that works. Like in history has literally shown this. I mean, we have it riddled through history how this has happened in the past and how we don't want it to happen again, ever again. He said, I got this coworker that comes at me with these YouTube deep dives where a dude spent a whole 24 hours debunking years of science and peer-reviewed data. Yeah, see, and the biggest thing is, and I've got to be honest, some of us don't have the ability to fully understand the information being given to us. Like if you have not researched the fundamentals, sometimes it's hard to decipher data, and reading like analytical data is not easy. It's not an easy interpretation. Like that is not, like, unless you're passionate about that kind of thing, it's not the most like what's the word, like palpable verbiage. I don't know how else you would say that. You can, if you got something better, sociable by all means, or Zach. Show of hands, who trusts a lawyer? Speaking of trusting,
Are
who
you saying like
interpret
like analytical, like that skill set, it might be a little too esoteric for like the common person?
Yeah, there you go. There's your there you
No, I'm
go,
I'm
right
I'm,
there.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, yeah, no, 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 no.
No,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I
I'm
believe
saying that
most.
like even
Yeah.
reading like your average studies, like people being able to look at a meta-analysis and know how to read it properly
Hmm.
and what to receive from that. Like what are you've read it, now summarize it. What did you just read? How was that
Right.
interpreted? Because there's only one way to interpret it. There's a specific way that data, what that data is saying. And you can't just say, well, I interpret it this way and he interprets it. No, it's a set of data and that's it. And there's one way to interpret that data. Like
Well,
that's the point.
that's more of a skill set, I think, to be
That's what I'm
honest. Though,
saying.
like it's
It's
something you can learn to do.
you
It's more of some
can,
people just. Yeah, and I think what it
right?
is some people don't have the time or don't know
How
that.
to?
Yeah, how to, so they make an assumption based on what they see, or you get people showing them data and presenting it in a way. 'Cause they've demonstrated you can do this with graphs. You can present graphs in a way, and some people present them in ways, especially some
Right.
politicians, that make certain things look worse than they are, or look a little different because they either uh, don't put some of the data up there, or they make some of the separation. So it'll say like 5, 10, 15, those are all separated normal. And then the gap between 15 and 20 is huge.
Yeah, they're either
Uh,
knowingly like they're either indifferent or they're just knowingly ignorant. I don't know. Like what it Mr. Autumn said most people are dumb and lack the knowledge or skills to properly interpret. No, like he's exactly right. That's like my
I
whole
don't believe
point.
that.
I
I
do
believe
believe that hold on, hold on. Sorry.
most people. Okay.
Not saying that most people can't. I'm not saying that, like, I think that some people cannot. Like, I think that there's a certain IQ threshold in which some people cannot actually interpret data like that. And I do believe, where, like what you said, Zach, some people do lack the skill, and it is a skill that you can develop. But that I've got to be honest with you, I don't think everybody is cut out to understand certain things, if that makes sense. Like, I think there are some people who just lack the ability to critically think as a whole. And I don't know if they can expound on that skill set. And I think that some
I
people can. I think that most people probably can, honestly, if they really tried. But are most people going to put forth uh that effort essentially? Like is
oh, and there's
your
willful
average
ignorance
person,
because
right?
there's also willful ignorance because people either don't want their worldview challenged,
Right.
or some people want stuff to be a certain way because they want certain policies to be enacted. For example, I believe most of those flat earthers don't actually think the earth is flat. They just want to use that as an excuse to vote for other horrible policies. And they could say, but they
Wait,
support my view that
quick pause, Zach, because no one's gonna be able to hear you over the notification. King Crucy, thanks for the sub to Spoonie. I just wanted you to be able to be heard because it's very loud. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
um, I believe that, like I believe most flat earthers don't actually think the earth is flat. I believe they pursue that belief because they want other worse beliefs to be put in there. Like they don't like people with autism, or they don't like transgender folks. And so they'll use a politician's different views or different things that they say they agree with as an excuse uh, to go for some less, some other views that are more fucked up, for lack of a better word, or more messed up, or you know,
I
um,
will say I do believe that some people actually do believe. I've watched
oh,
the
some
videos where they're
some
like
do,
hell bent.
some
They're like,
do.
why can you see the horizon? Why does it look straight? Like there was some weird ass arguments for that. Like just saying. And I do hold on, wait, quick, Zach, before we go even forward with that, I just want to address some people in the chat before it goes too far up and I'm not able to read it. When Badge, you said someone on the Supreme Court said it best a few years ago. They said that the Constitution was made and written for a time in which they lived and never envisioned the world today, and thus the reason why many challenges arise in today's world. Well, so the whole point of the Constitution has, I mean, regardless of the time period, was made to prohibit the government from having too much overreach and also to keep checks and balances. The biggest thing was to avoid somebody from having too much power. without any check, like any checkmate in the situation, and being able to go off the handles. That stands still then as it does now. That part has not changed. That part shouldn't change. There's a reason it's in place. Like, I don't think that regardless of the time period should be up for discussion personally. That's the biggest thing. I mean, they made amendments to the Constitution based off of things that they felt like were necessary. And they added that in. Let's see, kind of like how computers yeah, I know technology, but I mean, regardless of, that's just misinformation, and that's just a lack of regulation on a lot of social networks that allow for this to go rampant and wild. That's the biggest thing. And I think a lot of people, this is the biggest thing that we're also combating, is that people stating that things are which used to be, at least more so than now, a little bit highly regulated with misinformation, has now pulled back the reins a bit. And so people are just running wild with it. And they said before they felt like their freedom of speech was suppressed, when really, in turn, it was trying to prevent people from spreading misinformation. And by people not believing that the information they were spewing was misinformation, they felt as though their rights were being infringed upon, if that makes sense. And so it's not for the fact that they were like, we don't want you to exercise your right to freedom of speech. It was that if you are going to put it publicly and have a lot of public pull, that we don't want you spreading false information around and having people believe it as its weight in gold. And that was, I think, the biggest thing. That's, again, this is completely my opinion, but that's how I feel about that. And he goes, if we don't vote, the Electoral College chooses regardless of their districts. Hasn't happened opposing popular vote in a long time. Yeah, so there's arguments on whether or not the Electoral College should still be a thing, and they'll also get into that in some videos like going forward, which we can have that discussion when that video arises, but I don't want to jump ahead or too far ahead on that, on the discussion of the Electoral College. I saw a ruling and I said better lawyers who brought their game, not who was right. It's because there's bad days and lawyers. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It should have been argued. Things that they should have been argued more weren't. Well, they lost that day. Wait, what are you talking about in specific, Badge? I think that was like ambiguous. I'm not sure what case you're specifying on. There you go. Dom is a data scientist. He knows about data. I mean, Dom is a great example of someone who can interpret data. Honestly. Like, the man loves doing that shit. Like, see, that's also a guy who's passionate about it. Like, you know what I mean? It's not just his job. He actually loves it. He went back to school for it. He didn't technically have to, but he chose to, you know? Local data analyst is available for your analysis. Okay, but our data analysis is currently sleeping in Switzerland at the moment, so, and he probably has to be up for work tomorrow morning, so we might see him in the next hour or two pop in.
I need to go to sleep.
Damn it, sociable.
Listen, it's 11:45.
I understand. You've got a big boy job. Go do big boy things.
I gotta go do big boy things.
Go be a big
Hasta
boy.
luego, my friend. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging.
Good night, sociable.
Good night. I'll see you all later.
See ya. Also, lots of folks just repeat what someone told them, but yes, there are some who very much cannot. Bingo, I agree. The pushback came from when we saw misinformation become weaponized disinfo. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's Mr. Autumn. Yeah, sorry, you guys can't see Mr. Autumn's comments because he's commenting on the TikTok live at the moment. So I'm trying to read from two different chats. So I'm trying to keep up with everybody, and I'm trying to get caught up and make sure that I'm not ignoring anyone's stuff. How good are you with Excel? Okay, so I used to be pretty good with Excel. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't touched the damn thing in a while, so I don't know if it's changed in format at all or if it's still the same, but it might take me a second to kind of, fire the neurons up on that one. We'll see. I don't want to learn, but here's a sub. I appreciate you, King Cruzy. I don't want to learn. At least you're honest, man. Um, I shall create a pivot table. Critically thinking is hard to go by the more one gets sucked into being a follower, meaning diving into certain books or teachings, so courses, the more my one gets filled with other ideas and they observe. Well, I mean, courses are supposed to teach fundamentals, right? Like they're not supposed to necessarily change your viewpoint more so than they are to just inform you, and then you be able to take that information and formulate your own opinion from it. Um, you become a follower. Here's my thought process. If you are searching for truth in information, you should be able to change your opinion or your viewpoints based off of new information that you're subjected to, new facts brought to the situation. Like you should be able to grow as an individual and understand when you don't know it all, and when you like learned something new, to be able to go, oh, I used to think this, but I learned X, Y, and Z, and now because of that, I don't think this way anymore. I've changed as a person drastically. I used to be a lot more judgmental than I am now, but I also understand what those biases are, and it makes a huge difference, and you should be able to grow as a person when you read and you're confronted with new information. But the problem is when you have people who are set in one belief system and nothing changes, and no matter what you present, and it doesn't matter how much fact you put into it, that they will not shift, and that they are hell-bent on what that's just you looking for confirmation bias at that point. That's not you actually learning to grow as a person. And I think that that's a different type of like you run into that, you see it all the time, and people that are just unwilling to change. You have to be willing to adapt, like to your environment, to like changes in your environment, and when you're presented with new evidence or whatever. I was going by during the, oh, you're going during the class. He said, question by misinformation. Is us average folk, we aren't journalists, so we can't always share, talk, or have opinions, hence why people say it was suppression. Media has credentials, so they can share information and not be labeled as misinformation. Yeah, but there's also a problem when you're constantly having to fact check certain people, like over and over again. Like it's not, you have to start to ask yourself, is it picking on the person, or is it just that the person is spewing so much information that you're constantly having to fact check it? So, and it's very easy. Like the problem is no one wants to put in the work. They want to Google things, and the verbiage matters based off of what you're going to get when you Google search. Like if you're saying like ice cream is someone makes a statement, ice cream is real, and you don't believe it's real. So you put a question into Google that says ice cream isn't real, right? You didn't ask, is ice cream real or not? You ask, it isn't real, right? Like confirm with me, like agree with me. The way you ask a question matters when you're searching, and that's going to change what you get. So whenever you're trying to seek like evidence on something, or to find out which way it's swinging on the pendulum, the best thing to do is to look for fact checkers, to look for cited sources, and to ask your question outright without any slant in any direction. Just straight as an arrow, right to the point, no bias in the way you ask the question. It's the best way to do it. It's a skill I force myself to self-learn. Guys, like this isn't, again, I care about this enough. I'm setting aside hours and hours daily on my days off from work, reading, watching videos, looking up cited sources, looking up like grids and graphs that follow trends and stuff, because I care to learn about it, right? Not everyone does that. Half the people that are on social media running their mouth don't look up anything. They just watch a clip, a 30-second clip on a YouTube reel, and they're like, I know everything and I'm a professional on this and this is my opinion. Like, you can't do that. Like, I give my opinion on things all the time, but I always like let people know, like, this is my opinion on X, Y, and Z, and this is why I have my opinion. This is what formed my opinion. And then you can go check it out, and then you can make your own conclusion, right? He said, well, Excel has just gotten fancier. Exactly. So I'm not going to know shit. Oh, you're looking at what I was reading. Desperately wanting to join this discussion and analyze. I analyze people too much. People watcher, Free Radical, what's up? Nerdy Nevitz has got to get some Z's. See you next time. See you, Nerdy Nevitz. Old folk don't change. I mean, that's very true. I like the people that project and blame other people for their own flaws that they have. Yeah, that's always fun. But remember, average person doesn't need to be fact checked since they aren't a journalist. I mean, it doesn't, you don't have to be a journalist for people to tell you you're wrong. Right? Like, it doesn't mean that just everyone should be able to say whatever, whenever, and without consequence. You can say it because it's your right. It's your freedom of speech, but there will be consequences for such, right? And that's why I think that there's so much like surrounding. That's the biggest thing with social media, right? Is are we infringing upon rights if we get rid of misinformation that doesn't follow facts down to a T, or should we regulate it? Should we not regulate it? That's the biggest question. The same thing with like them being able to take data from us, right? From our phone calls and from our text messages. Like, people's question, is this a threat of national security? Is this a threat to our own personal like rights as a to privacy? Like, there's always like a pro and a con to each thing, but it's like a scale, and it's very hard. They're very conflicting ideas, and it's hard to have a middle ground on either one of those, because you either feel one way or you don't. But how do you meet in the middle? You can't. How do you meet in the middle? How do you infringe on someone's rights by taking data, but then also secure and make sure that we're protected at the same time by being able to catch like patterns and possible terroristic patterns, things like that.
So I feel like, a lot of countries, actually, I believe most countries don't have a full freedom of speech like we do. It's not in the Constitution. So, for example,
Yeah.
if you go out in the street in some countries in Europe and start saying, Nazi type stuff, they're going to.
I don't know if you can say that, BT Dubs.
Oh,
I'm on two different platforms. I'm on two different platforms.
Oh, you're on the other platform.
I'm on both.
Okay, so if you start saying racist things in some European countries, like if you just stand on a street corner and start shouting slurs, oftentimes they will fine and or arrest you for a short period. And I think that's fine. There are certain things you shouldn't just go out and blast on a street corner. The same thing, even in the U.S., if you threaten that you're going to, harm individuals, or especially people in politics, you might get some cops at your house. So I feel like there's a balance of, okay, well, what things can you say? You can protest on a street. Obviously, I think everyone should be allowed to protest, even if I don't believe in necessarily what someone is protesting.
The right to peaceful protest, right? Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest, yeah, that's fine. But I do think, like, if what you're saying is, oh, they want the right to, to be racist, well, no, I think we should get rid of that. If you're gonna be, if you want to,
I mean, they can go ahead and do that, Zach, but ultimately their consequence is going to be getting fired, not being able to be hireable, public shunning. Like, I mean, these are consequences to your First Amendment right at the end of the day. And I get what you're saying, Zach. You're saying, well, they shouldn't even have the right to do that. Trust me.
Well, there's a reason.
We all have our same beliefs.
There's a little more to it, though. And the reason why I don't believe they should is because they can argue in court that their job is not allowed to fire them, and sometimes it has been argued in court that they don't get to fire them for
But it's
shouting
considered
their
hate speech,
racist
though.
things.
Hate speech and
Yes, but
violations of the workers' compacts, and a lot of workers' environments have that in a clause that states that if you are to speak hateful or create a hostile work environment, that you are subject to termination, and that is within the right of the company to do so. And they can put them in court all they want all day long, but that was in the clause. And whether or not you read it all the way through, you signed it when you got the job. So at the end of the day, it is what it is.
I'm
Sorry,
more saying
once
I don't think
again,
it's enough.
yeah, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And Mavnik, I repost it right away and say, see, I told you I was right. Yeah, I hate that shit. Especially like some meme crap, or whatever. Um, that topic is interesting because no social media is an editor in credentials, so they are exempt, hence why there was an issue of them what does he say? Labeling people? Give me all the data. China does the censoring of pulling pages or social platform. They have that kind of restrictions. Yep, in Europe, they arrest you for sharing specific memes. Yeah, I don't know if they do. I mean, I'm not saying they don't.
So
I would have to look into that. I do know that China's a little bit more stringent on their social media policies and whatnot. Um, it is legal to threaten or harm individuals in the US. Yes. I mean, no, wait. Are you saying it's
so
illegal?
it's illegal. It is illegal
Yeah.
to physically harm people in the U.S. However, that crime is usually not persecuted until actual harm has occurred. And that has to do with how hard it is to prove and a bunch of other stuff. But
Yeah. Free Radicals
the
said there's
meme
still limitations to freedom of speech in the US. No, there is.
there is, but I feel like there should be a tiny bit more. And I'm not saying not being able to voice your political opinions or anything like that. I'm saying like, we should fully remove like hate speech from that. We need to amend the right to free speech and tack on a few yes, but except for these things. And so the person that was posting a meme, there's one person I know in specific, and you can look this up, and I think he kind of got what he deserved. Uh, but he's a particular creator. I believe he was called Count Dankula, and he taught his dog a racist salute. The dog did that on, I believe, a social. I think he posted it to YouTube or somewhere else. I don't know where he posted it. And he got arrested, and I think his channel's gone, but I'm not certain.
Okay. He
Um,
said, based on experience with HR risk and legal in an unnamed company, um, is that document against hate speech or legal unfair? Wait, hold on, wait. Sorry, RN. Maybe I read that insanely wrong, or maybe it was the way it was written. Based on my experience with HR risk and legal in an unnamed company. Is that document against?
oh,
I don't
I
know.
see what they mean.
What is he? Okay, please translate that for me. Sorry.
I I
I'm
I
sorry.
think see here. Okay, I think what they mean is the document against hate speech still legal? I think what they're talking about is because our government is currently passing stuff saying they don't like DEI, and I think they're starting to outlaw it and ban it. I think what they're saying is that because a lot of that's getting removed, we may not be able to ban free speech in the workplace.
Oh, that's what he's saying?
Which is I could be wrong, but it's a huge problem if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, man. Because if that were the case, I mean, there'd be some F-bombs flying in the workplace where I work. Uh,
Well,
actually, in the
states have protections too
yeah, well,
against it. So like California has its own on top of everything else. So
so
it
who
should
what
still be illegal in Cali.
Who, what, where said actually in the US you can make a full plan to do something to someone and you can't be prosecuted until in the act. I mean, that is true. That's why like several times like someone will say, "Hey, I've had a threat to my life or whatever," and the police will come, but then they're like, "Well, we can't do anything because they haven't done anything. They've just mentioned it. And it could be all just word fluff. Who knows?" Um,
Yeah,
Threats
that's
require
true.
a
You
determined
can
time or place for persecution. My HR won't even let me remote, even though I'm blind.
wait,
Wait,
what?
what?
Really?
What? HR is here to protect the company, not a person's freedom of speech. I mean, 100%. The HR is there to protect the company ultimately. That's why I'm not gonna lie, I'm not very trusting of HR departments because they always go back to the management and say what the staff has said, even though they say that they don't. Like it 100% happens. I do understand that it's a lot tougher for us typing stuff and being clear because us replying and talking would be easier than typing it out. We can only summarize for you without flooding chat. No, 100%. I get it. I just sometimes when I read it, I'm like, it came out kind of weird. Mr. Autumn, if you're still there, he said last I checked, it's still spreadsheets, so that's good. That's good. The more I learned,
Oh,
the more biased and judgmental I got. I mean, okay, so I get what you're saying. In a certain way, with certain things, I've gotten more judgmental. But with other things, I've relaxed back, if that makes sense. Sorry, I should probably clarify that. I was busy dying on my own saliva. Um, let's see. Oh, wait, Dom's in the chat. What's up, Dom? Get in the fucking Discord, you weirdo. Like, we're literally in VC right now, and I was actually just mentioning you. We were talking about data and stuff. We're actually, just so you know, we're going through some online course through Harvard for explaining like how the fundamentals of our government work, and then how our Constitution was developed in our nation and all the things and whatnot. So, anyways, um. He said you are here to work. Dom is too late. That's why I hate. That's why the hate clause actually doesn't block First Amendment. It's actually a clause that covers them from dangerous damages caused by your speech. Okay, companies can't
oh,
fire
that's
you.
interesting.
Can't fire for what you said without damages.
Oh, so if
Hmm.
what you say hurts the brand, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that's how the legal part of that worked. It makes
Interesting.
sense.
Yeah.
So that means if someone said, okay, so they could then fire you under the reason that those views are not good for the company. Is that correct?
He said yes if you disparage the company. Disparage in quotes.
Ah, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Learning new
Exactly.
stuff today.
See, and this is why we have these discussions. Actually, I'm gonna head. All right, I'm gonna head to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, Rabbit. Okay, switching over real quick to this next video. It's only 3 minutes and 41 seconds long, but I wanted to kind of get us back on track and everything with our education here. So he said, Rabbit, there will be a pop quiz tomorrow. Exactly. Here we go.
Liberty is said to be two things at once: the individual's right to be free of repressive government and the nation's right to be free of foreign domination. Until the 20th century, the two liberties were rarely in conflict. America's great size, along with the oceans separating it from Europe and Asia, protected it from potential enemies. That security ended as changes in transportation, communication, and weaponry increased the danger of threats from abroad. Ever since, national security concerns have clashed with limits on government, at no time more clearly than when the federal government ordered the forced evacuation of Japanese Americans during the Second World War. The tension between national security and limited government surfaced more recently with the National Security Agency's surveillance program. Started in secrecy under President Bush after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and continued in secrecy under President Obama, the NSA program collects data on Americans' phone calls and digital messages. The NSA doesn't actually listen to the calls or read the emails. Instead, it monitors the traffic, looking for patterns that suggest terrorist activity. If the NSA detects a suspicious pattern, it presents the evidence to a secret judicial court. The court then decides whether the NSA's evidence is sufficient to grant it a search warrant to investigate the content of messages. The NSA's secret program became public knowledge a few years ago when its existence was leaked to the press. That revelation triggered lawsuits challenging the program's legality. In one case, a federal district court ruled the program to be lawful. In another case, a federal appeals court declared it to be unlawful on grounds that Congress hadn't explicitly authorized it. In 2015, after heated debate and a close vote in the Senate, Congress passed a bill that expressly authorizes the program, while also putting limits on it. The
Sorry, real quick, Invictus, thanks for the sub. Howdy, howdy, let's get sneaky. What's up, man?
legislation requires the data to be stored with telecommunications companies rather than with the NSA. Messages become available to the NSA only if authorized by the secret court, which itself is subject to closer oversight than before the bill was passed. These changes have not satisfied critics. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who led the Senate fight against the new authorization, said, "It is now up to the Supreme Court to strike down the NSA's illegal spying program." As for the public, it has been of two minds about the program. When asked in a poll whether the NSA program was too intrusive, a solid majority of Americans, 2 in every 3, concluded that it was, saying the limits on the program were inadequate. Yet, when Congress was debating the program's renewal, a solid majority, 3 in every 5, said they felt the program should be continued. These polls reflect the tension between national security and limited government. Americans find it difficult to choose between the two. They'd like to have their security and their rights. That's not an easy balance to achieve in a world where terrorism is an existential threat.
So that was a good example of like essentially how you can have two sides. Like you want security because, I mean, who doesn't want security, right? And then also you don't want your rights being impeded on. You don't want your privacy or anything like that. Like so you're like in a catch-22. So I see what they're saying, and they left it up, I think, to the data centers or whatever for the telecommunications to hold the data and only be subpoenaed if they were to see substantiated like evidence that there was possibility for a terroristic organization or something like that happening, like through pattern recognition or whatever. Anyways, and then they have that secret, court hearing that kind of goes over, okay, yeah, you have the rights to subpoena these phone calls or logs or whatever. Anyways, on those grounds. So, sorry, let me go on to the next thing. I'm just trying to get us over to the next video so I can blow it up and then pause it for a sec. There we go. Okay. Now, where are we? Former Microsoft and Facebook engineer. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the NSA. Private corporations already hold the monopoly. See? Former Microsoft and Facebook engineer. Nice. Like software engineer? Also, welcome, Monkey, into the chat. We're trying to have a, honest discussion here about everything. That poll would be different if people knew what they had access to from average citizens. Well, they said they're not out there just recording straight phone calls, or at least the government isn't. Now they hold it up to, I guess, the agency to keep a record of said data. I don't know to what extent or how much of that data that they hold, and that the government can subpoena to or whatnot. The biggest problem they had was that it was covered up for the longest time, and then it came out to the public instead of being handled and voted on through Congress. Baby Dandelion, thanks for the follow. Semicolons, what? Why are you laughing? By the way, VPNs are considered suspicious. Dude, but a lot of people use VPNs. I feel like they're always advertised. Like every YouTube like channel now is like, you know, a NordVPN or whatever. You know, VPNs are so easy to end track. They don't work. So what's the point? They're just selling people like a fake dream here. Electrical slash firmware. Oh, interesting. You should definitely join the Discord. We've got a lot of people who are into data analysis and software engineering and so on and so forth. We got a few engineers in here. And IT people. So, Ash, you do remember who I've worked for, right? So Mike Collins is like, no, they bypass that by having Google slash Facebook getting that audio recordings. They have full access to the data that Alexa, Siri, and other record when they're in standby. See, I don't know enough about that to talk intelligently, so y'all educate me here, okay? When it comes to where our data is and slash being recorded, I mean, I know we give rights to the apps, right? The apps, like, in order for us to use certain apps like efficiently, they'll say, okay, you give access to your phone or Siri or whoever to have access to your mic or to your camera or whatnot, you know, or to share data. And you can either say yes or no, or, you know, but the majority of people, obviously, like your TikTok, your YouTube, your whatever, you give them the rights to your microphone and whatnot. VPNs is how I get multiple coupons for Dollar General sometimes. Oh my God, badge. The government sees you encrypting stuff and wonders why you're doing it, throws up flags. Well, it's like you just don't want your average Joe like getting onto your stuff either. VPNs is how I'm able to multitask accounts. LOL, totally is not sussy. The point is the mock your DSN so you can see content from other regions for privacy. It literally does nothing unless you have a tunnel VPN for internal systems. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, I know a lot of people use VPN so they can watch certain shows that they want to watch or whatever. So, once quantum computing is actually linked externally, encryption won't ever exist again. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that went like this.
Well, okay.
Layman's terms for me, I'm sorry.
That's not quite true, because once everyone else has quantum computers as well, we're just going to be in the same race that we're in right now for cracking codes and breaking into people's accounts. So the
supercomputer goes Zoom.
Them, yeah, but we're still having issues because quantum computers are very fragile. Once somebody has them anyway, whatever governments do get them first, because it'll probably be governments. Yeah, they'll be able to bypass most things. But then once the average consumer has them, we'll be right back where we are now.
Okay, so he just said, the government limited quantum computing much more than AI. And he goes, we are being watched now, I bet, or heard. LOL, oh my God. Badge. Also, just heads up, this next video is 30 minutes long, so there's probably going to be a pause in the middle of the video just to kind of talk about like what we've gone over so far before going then forward. So I'll break it apart, I think, into two 15-minute segments while we're learning here. But yeah, I don't know enough about that monkey. I mean, that would be, again, an interesting topic of discussion to add in. I mean, AI is a whole other rabbit hole. Like I could go down for pros and cons.
I can summarize my opinion on AI, Ash, in 3 words.
Yes.
Into the wood chipper.
Into the wood chipper. Quantum computing requires government oversight, or they will classify your findings. This is the reason I left Microsoft. Okay. I really want to have a discussion with this person. Definitely join the Discord for sure, Monkey, because I like talking to people about things I don't fully understand. Because help me
Ash is
understand.
not a government plant.
Wait, what?
I said Ash is definitely not a government plant.
What does that even mean?
So basically, a government plant means like 4chan had government plants on it. People that would pretend to be
I don't think we
normal
can say
people.
that word.
Government plant?
No, the site you were referencing.
Can you not reference that site? Huh.
I don't
I
think
don't
you
even think that's
can.
cool. Oh. On huh. Okay. Uh
I'm
sorry,
just
Ash.
I just don't know the rules. All these platforms have different freaking rules, and I'm not trying to have an issue with them. So said
I know
Honeypot,
Twitch
yes, all
doesn't care
companies
if you
collect data on people whether they want it or not. All them ads
yeah,
targeted at us.
the joke is it's what we accuse Sentinel of being all the time as a joke. That's
The
basically a
CIA.
government plant. Yeah, being all like, oh, this person's secretly a government person.
Ah, okay.
I was jokingly telling them that you're not a government agent out to get them.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Now I work for Project Kuiper. Am I saying that right? Probably not. For Amazon.
Oh,
I
Cooper?
I
I
I
don't know how to
don't
pronounce that.
know. I know I did it for 4 years. Again, I would like to have a discussion. This is very interesting. There are a few
Oh, the
locations that
Cooper
are
Belt.
allowed quantum computing and have limited data pools allowed. I want all y'all to join the Discord. This has gotten like deep. This sounds like some existential thing that like Dom was going down a rabbit holing with black holes and in our solar system and like crazy stuff. And then he was talking about quantum physics. Like literally deep dove in the middle of the night into quantum physics out of boredom. Actually, he did it out of a distraction. He was supposed to be writing his thesis, and then he was like, "No, I'm going to talk about like quantum physics and look into that." I'm like, "Who the hell decides I need a break from this and I'm going to jump right into quantum physics?" That said no
Oh, I've
person
done that.
ever.
No,
Okay,
I've done that.
y'all.
Sometimes
And
you're
I
just
thought I was a
curious.
nerd. I know, but like,
You're like, what's a quark? And then 3 hours later, you're in a rabbit hole.
dude, if I had like 3 lifetimes, I would. I'm not gonna lie, I would try to learn every. Like, it is so much fun. I just cannot have like 5 different professions at once. Let's see. I work the Project Donut in the morning with my coffee. I worked on the Wi-Fi router mapping software, which more people need to worry about. LOL. I don't even know what you're saying to me. It's like he's trying to speak to me. I know it.
Wait, why
Monkey.
is that a concern?
Wait, why are you, do you understand what he's
Why is
saying? Can
Wi-Fi?
you break that down
Yes, I just don't know why it's a
in layman's terms for
concern.
me?
If
We
I'm
all
correct,
nerdy.
it's just where it's correcting or where the Wi-Fi is connecting and what it's connecting to. I might be wrong though.
Storm Chaser, thanks for the follow. Also, yes, can someone drop the Discord link? I mean, well, I guess I could technically drop the Discord link here. Give me a second. Boom. Okay,
Oh,
semicolons,
interesting.
what the fuck did you do? You were fucking with it earlier. What did you do? What's the topic here? Well, we're about to go back into the like, our government, our US government and policies and whatnot, or politics and constitution and whatnot. Anyways, we kind of went down a rabbit hole just talking about like whether or not the NSA should have the right to our records, like phone
Oh,
calls and all of that. And then we kind of deep delve into AI, and now we're going down another topic where we're talking about whether or not like there's corruption in said like different areas like Microsoft and Facebook and Lord have mercy. Wi-Fi can indeed
How
be
would
used
you?
as a radar, by the way. If you know technology, it was a theory. Now it's real. Some agencies started using it. Oh, the bot is broken. Great. Wi-Fi can be used as a radar. Yes, I could force your Wi-Fi router to transmit and read the return signals reflectively and know the number of people in a room, furniture, and room layout. What? What?
I'm more concerned about like potential thieves and stuff having access to that. They could find
Right.
out when you're home or what's in your home.
Signals bounce
I mean,
off
if it's
walls
new
and any
again,
objects between with mass. I mean, that's fair. I just never, I guess, thought of it that way. Jesus Christ. I tried joining the Discord, but it was hard. The Discord, but it's hard to join. How's it hard to join? Semicolons. The bot is delayed by a half hour. Okay, guys, look out for the friggin' Discord notification. I don't know why it's not doing it. Either that or you can scroll down on my main page on Twitch and there is a link to the Discord from there. So, you should be able to click on the Discord icon, like the actual button or the thing that looks like a Discord, click on it. Um, that's another way to do it. They should not have the right, but they do anyway. Another streamer's bot is 5 hours behind. Yours might be fading. So standard most corp deployments now. It's used for auto mapping, and the deployment has been for about 10 years.
oh shit, oh shoot.
Oh. Wait, who do you work for? Who, what, where? Storm Chaser, they shouldn't have the right to. And yes, Wi-Fi signals can read/scan full body and furniture in rooms now.
I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. Your Wi-Fi router, the signal does go in all directions, I believe.
What's the new advanced router that's out right now? It's like $1,000. It's like the 7 or something. The something set. I forgot what it's called. It's highly illegal and not a standard tool. It's both FCC violations and EMC violations. So wait, but they're doing it?
They can do it.
Tech information is multiplying every year. Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
Semicolons.
sure.
He just posted the link right there. Copy that looking now. I'm assuming the same situation as Semi when answering that question, but I've had
Ah,
some fun positions.
are you allowed to share that information with us? Or is that like gonna get you in trouble, like what you just shared with us right now about that tech?
I don't think I'm not going to draw attention to it any further than that. Nah, it's
Someone's gonna
cheaper
come
now.
busting our doors down.
I swear to God. We're already on a fucking like NSA right now is like gathering data to subpoena like a secret judicial like hearing.
To be fair, it
It's
doesn't
not a
take
trade
much
secret.
to get on a list.
To be fair. Hello,
I
what
know
is
of a way you
happening
can get
here?
on a list without breaking a law.
Was expecting zombies. I'm sorry, Nemesis. It's not a trade secret. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It's not a trade secret. Sentinel, you jabroni. I see you in the TikTok live. You're in the TikTok live, but you're not in the in the chat on Twitch. What is wrong with you? We are all very interesting people. I mean, this has gotten more and more interesting as now we're going down a whole other rabbit hole. Hold on, wait. 15 minutes back on this video. We'll reconvene this discussion. Join the Discord in the meantime. I am not interesting. Don't lie to the people, okay? All right. 15 minutes, y'all. I will type in the chat while the video is going so I don't interrupt people who are actually like listening to the information. Can I mention something that might put us all on a watch list? Oh God, what is that? now I'm curious. I'm curious, but I'm also not wanting to know. I only lie professionally, never for fun. There you go. I can get the secrets of how Dollar Tree sells stuff and still going raise 2 quarters in the next few months. Oh my God.
Badge, don't tell us that. I don't need to know.
Ugh. Okay. I will type to you guys and respond to things in chat while we watch the first half of this video. Jesus Christ.
Etched in stone in the rotunda of the Capitol are the words, "Here, sir, the people govern." Those words were spoken by Alexander Hamilton when he asked what Congress represented. To the framers of the Constitution, the Congress was the first branch of government, the place where the people's representatives met to decide the people's business. Yet, when the Constitution was unveiled, many leading Americans were outraged. One of them was Richard Henry Lee of Virginia, who had been president of the Continental Congress during the Revolutionary War. Richard Henry Lee said, "This Constitution has very little democracy in it." What he was objecting to was the fact that the people were not allowed to vote for the president or for members of the Senate. Only the House of Representatives would be chosen by vote of the people. When Henry Clay of Kentucky, one of the great legislators of the 19th century, left the Senate to run for the House, he said, "I prefer to serve in the people's chamber." Some critics today wonder whether that label still applies to the House. They point to House elections, which have become increasingly expensive. It was not that long ago that these were relatively modest affairs, funded largely by donations from people living in the district. Today, it's easily the case that a House election can cost $1 million or more, with much of that money coming from wealthy individuals and groups from outside the district. Critics also point to redistricting, the tendency of state legislatures to pack House districts with voters from a particular party, thereby guaranteeing the election of that party's candidate in the fall. So who's doing the electing? Is it the voters, or is it the state legislatures and the wealthy donors? Those kinds of issues about self-government have been part of the American debate since the writing of the Constitution. Over the course of American history, few features of the Constitution have been subject to more debate or more manipulation than its provisions for representative government. In this session, we'll look at the Constitution's provisions for representative government, a government in which the people rule through their representatives. We'll start by examining the Constitution's initial provisions for representation and then explain how and why they were changed. We'll then turn to voting laws and how they have affected the public's role. Finally, we'll look at a couple of current issues, voter ID laws and congressional redistricting. Before I start, I have a question for you to think about. In your view, what's the bigger threat to how democracy in America is practiced? Is it public officials, those who set the rules for elections, or is it the people themselves, who can weaken democracy by not bothering to vote or voting even when they're not eligible to vote? I'm not going to answer the question for you. I want you to think about it. When the delegates gathered in Philadelphia in 1787 to write the Constitution, they had a number of factors that had to be taken into account. The first was that the states had their own governments and intended to keep them. In addition, the states differed greatly in size and wealth. Powerful states like Virginia and New York were not interested in a union that failed to recognize their prominent role. At the same time, small states like Rhode Island and Delaware were not interested in a union where their interests would be pushed aside. There was also the question of the role the people would play. Under the nation's first Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, members of Congress were chosen by the states. Voters had no say whatsoever in the selection of their representatives. That would not work under the new Constitution. The national government would have the power to tax the people. They would likely rebel if denied all say in the election of federal representatives. These considerations were resolved by what has come to be called the Great Compromise, the decision to create a two-chambered Congress, the House and the Senate. The House would have members in proportion to each state's population, elected by the voters to two-year terms. This arrangement satisfied the larger states. They would have a bigger share of House seats, and also served to satisfy those who believe the people should have a direct vote. In contrast, the Senate would have 2 members per state, chosen by the state legislatures for 6-year terms. This arrangement satisfied the concerns of small states. They would have equal representation in the Senate. It also mollified those who wanted the states to have a say in the selection of federal officials. State interests also figured into the method of choosing the president. Pennsylvania's James Wilson twice proposed that the president be popularly elected. Twice, the delegates voted him down. A proposal to have Congress choose the president was also rejected. That method would have weakened the president's ability to act as a check on the Congress. Congress would pick presidents who promised to do its bidding. Having pretty much run out of ideas, the framers invented what has come to be called the Electoral College. Each state would have as many electors as it had members of Congress, House and Senate combined. The state legislatures would choose the electors, and the candidate with a majority of the electoral votes would become president. Thomas Jefferson was 3,000 miles away when the Constitution was written, serving as U.S. ambassador to France. He admired many of the Constitution's features, particularly its separation of powers. But Jefferson worried that the people had been given too little power. Jefferson also thought officials should be term limited. If not, they might come to believe that public office was theirs by right. Other critics noted the contrast between the Constitution's provisions and what the states were doing. In nearly all states, governors and legislators were chosen by direct popular vote. Why should the national government be any different? In defending the Constitution's provisions, the framers argued that the history of unrestrained democracies was the history of tyranny, where the many trampled on the rights of the few. Said James Madison, "Pure democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths." The framers even had a homegrown example, Rhode Island, to prove their point. In that state, debtors had gained control of the legislature and concocted a scheme for getting rid of their debt. They passed a law authorizing the use of paper money, which was largely worthless, to pay debts incurred by borrowing gold. Creditors were hunted down, tied up in public places, and people lined up to pay off their debts with the worthless paper money. Soon, the Rhode Island economy was a wreck, with inflation running at 800%. Most of its shops had shut down, and creditors had fled the state. A Boston newspaper labeled the state Rogue Island. The framers were so convinced of the dangers of democracy that they refused even to call the new government a democracy. They called it instead a republic. The people would have a voice in the government, but it would be filtered through representative institutions, only one of which, the House, would be subject to direct election. The Constitution, said Madison, was a Republican remedy for the ills of uncontrolled democracy. Now, whether intended or not, the Constitution's provisions for representative government virtually guaranteed that the federal government would initially be controlled by wealthy or otherwise prominent Americans. Through the first 6 presidents, very few small farmers, craftsmen, or merchants were elected to Congress or held high-ranking executive positions, even though they made up the vast majority of the population. That situation changed with the election of the 7th president, Andrew Jackson. Raised in poverty by a widowed mother in the backwoods of Carolina, Jackson won national fame as commanding general at the Battle of New Orleans, where U.S. forces defeated the British in the War of 1812. Upon assuming the presidency, Jackson appointed ordinary citizens to executive office and pressured states to eliminate property ownership as a requirement for voting. He tried but failed to get rid of the Electoral College, but then persuaded the states to tie their electoral votes to the popular vote. Jackson's system is the one we have today. The winner of a state's popular vote receives its electoral votes, giving the voters a decisive say in the choice of the president. 7 decades later, the Constitution was amended to provide for the popular election of senators. The Senate had become a corrupt institution. Powerful corporations had bribed and bullied state legislatures to choose senators who would protect their interests. The ensuing scandals helped fuel the progressive movement, which was the leading force behind the amendment. The progressives also challenged the party machines that had taken over control of candidate nominations. They succeeded in getting states to adopt primary elections, where the voters, rather than the party organizations, chose the nominees. As you might have noted, these changes basically undid the work of the framers. The presidency, House, and Senate were now all subject to vote of the people, who had two chances to be heard, once in the primary and once in the general election. This was a remarkable change. At the beginning of the Republic, the people had a relatively small voice in their governing. Today, as has been true ever since the Progressive era, the United States has more elections for national office than any other democracy. Lots of elections doesn't mean that Americans vote regularly. In fact, the United States has nearly the lowest voting rate among Western democracies. As this chart indicates, the voting rate in U.S. presidential elections is roughly 60%, below that of other leading democracies. In some countries, Italy being an example, the rate exceeds 80%. To understand why the United States lags behind, we need to go back to the writing of the Constitution. As originally written, the Constitution did not provide for the right to vote. Some Americans were held in slavery and were denied even citizenship. For their part, women were thought not to have a rightful place in public affairs. Not until ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920 did women get the right to vote. The original Constitution had a single clause on voting. It gave the states authority to determine voting eligibility in federal elections, saying only that a state's restrictions on voting could not be greater than those placed on voting for members of the largest chamber of the state's legislature. That clause seemed harmless at the time, but it has turned out to be a source of mischief. It has been used at times to deny some people their right to vote. In the early history of the United States, most states denied the vote to males without property, a policy that Ben Franklin thought worthy of ridicule. Today, wrote Franklin, a man owns a jackass worth $50, and he is entitled to vote. But before the next election, the jackass dies, and the man cannot vote. Who's the voter, the man or the jackass? By the 1830s, urged on by Andrew Jackson, nearly all states had dropped the property requirement. The ugliest chapter in America's voting history began in the South after the Civil War and lasted nearly a century. The 15th Amendment, which was ratified soon after the war, prohibits states from denying the vote on the basis of race or color. When Northern troops left the South a decade after the Civil War ended, the South's white majority governments concocted every trick imaginable to keep blacks from voting. Louisiana wiped clean its registration rolls and required its residents to re-register. The state made it so hard for blacks to re-register that less than 1 in 10 were able to do so. Throughout the South, literacy tests and poll taxes were adopted. In order to register to vote, citizens had to pass a literacy test and pay a tax. To ensure that white voters were not disenfranchised by these requirements, a grandfather clause was placed in the law. Anyone whose father or grandfather had been eligible to vote was exempt from the requirements. Obviously, no former slave or child of a slave qualified for that exemption. The Supreme Court waited until 1915 before declaring the scheme unconstitutional. Whites-only primaries were also devised. The Democratic Party was in control throughout the South. Every governor, every state legislature, and nearly every member of Congress was a Democrat. As a result, the key election throughout the South was the Democratic primary. Whoever won that primary was virtually assured of winning the general election. Blacks were prohibited from voting in primaries. The Supreme Court waited until 1944 to strike down that practice. The court refused, however, to strike down literacy tests and poll taxes, and they effectively kept blacks away from the polls. The literacy tests were so difficult that those administering them had to look up the answers and were given discretion in determining whether an applicant had passed. Whites routinely did. Blacks who scored as high or higher were frequently told they had failed. In some places, it took courage even to apply for the vote. The local newspaper would publish the names of those who had applied so that white employers would know which blacks not to hire. In the entire state of Mississippi, fewer than 5% of eligible blacks were registered to vote even as late as the 1950s. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 brought an end to these tricks. The legislation empowered federal officials to register voters in states and counties with histories of racial discrimination. In less than 2 years, black registration in Mississippi had jumped tenfold. In Alabama, it climbed from less than 20% to over 50%. The Voting Rights Act produced a regional split in Congress not seen since. The Senate vote was 77 to 19, with all 19 no votes cast by Southern senators. Every senator from outside the South, Republican or Democrat, voted for the bill. The House vote also divided sharply along north-south lines. Once the law was in place, Southern states challenged it in court, arguing it violated the constitutional clause that gives states the power to determine voter eligibility. The Supreme Court rejected the challenge, holding that another clause of the Constitution, the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, took precedent. The Voting Rights Act also temporarily banned the use of literacy tests, which were later banned completely by the Supreme Court. Ratification of the 24th Amendment brought the poll tax to an end. Since passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965, black voting has edged steadily upward, such that today the rate is not greatly different from that of white voters. Now, if the politics of voting until the 1960s were largely the politics of race, it has since been a case of party politics, as the Republican and Democratic parties have jockeyed for voting regulations that might help them win elections. A major target has been voter registration, which is handled differently in the United States than in Europe. In European democracies, government assumes responsibility for registering voters. If a citizen moves to a new address, for example, the Postal Service will notify election officials to change the individual's registration. The result is that over 90% of eligible European voters are registered. By comparison, only about 75% of vote-eligible U.S. citizens are registered. The difference stems from the fact that registration in the United States is the individual's responsibility. Eligible citizens must personally take the time to register. Where government comes into this picture is that it can make that process easier or harder. If it lowers the barriers to registration, you expand the electorate. If it raises them, you shrink it. So which political party do you think would benefit from making registration easier? The Democrats? The Republicans? Both about equally. It's the Democrats. Voting in the United States tilts heavily toward those of higher income. As you can see from this chart, the voting rate among those in the top fifth of income is far higher than those in the bottom fifth. Income correlates with party preference. Upper income voters tend to cast their votes for Republican candidates, while those at the bottom of the income ladder tend to vote Democratic as a result of the party's leadership on policies that benefit those of lower income, such as welfare services and the minimum wage. The arithmetic of voting has not been lost on the parties. The Democratic Party has pressed hard to make voter registration easier. Its most notable success was the 1993 Motor Voter Act. The act requires states to offer voter registrations when they apply for a driver's license or public assistance. The Motor Voter Bill first passed Congress in 1991, but a Republican, George H.W. Bush, was in the White House. He vetoed it. The Democratic-controlled Congress passed it again in 1993. This time, a fellow Democrat, Bill Clinton, was in office, and he signed the bill into law. In the Senate, only 3 Republicans backed the bill, while all 59 Democrats did so. Voting in the House also divided sharply along party lines, with Republicans overwhelmingly opposed and Democrats overwhelmingly in favor. Studies of the Motor Voter Act indicate it accounts for about a third of new registrants. To the surprise of both parties, however, the number of new Democratic registrants resulting from the law has only slightly outpaced the number of new Republican registrants. Now, the Republican Party has worked the other side of the fence, seeking to hold down voter registration. The centerpiece of this effort in recent years has been voter ID laws. In strictest form, an applicant must have a government-issued photo ID, such as a driver's license or passport, in order to register. In other states with voter ID laws, other forms of identification are acceptable, as long as they suggest the applicant is a citizen. Now, the express purpose of these laws is to prevent voter fraud, to keep people who are non-citizens from voting. The real intent is different. They are designed to make it difficult for those without a formal ID to register. About 10% of vote-eligible citizens do not have a government-issued identification card, and they are disproportionately young, poor, and minorities. All of these groups tend to vote Democratic. The first voter ID laws were enacted by the Republican-controlled legislatures of Georgia and Indiana. Of the more than 30 states that have followed their lead, all but two, Rhode Island and Hawaii, had a Republican-controlled legislature. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court upheld Indiana's law. All 6 judges in the majority were Republican appointees. And though they acknowledged Indiana's law had a partisan purpose, they said other purposes, including the public's faith in the integrity of the ballot, justified the ID law. The court said that the law should not be disregarded simply because partisan interests may have provided one motivation for the votes of individual legislators. Research indicates that voter fraud is extremely rare. It appears that almost no one is willing to risk being arrested and fined for illegal voting. Sometimes it's even tough to get legal voters to show up at the polls. Research indicates that the suppressive effect of voter ID laws has been smaller than many opponents of the laws had predicted. The research has shown, however, that those who are disenfranchised by the requirement are disproportionately the poor and minorities. In 2017, the Supreme Court invalidated North Carolina's voter ID law. Enacted by the state's Republican legislature after a surge in registration by the state's black residents, the law required registrants henceforth to have a government-issued photo ID. The Supreme Court held that the law had a discriminatory intent, concluding that its purpose was to suppress the black vote. It's too early to tell whether the Supreme Court's ruling in the North Carolina case might lead it to restrict voter ID laws more generally. Finally, let's briefly examine partisan gerrymandering, a tactic used by both parties. After the population census every 10th year, House seats are reapportioned to states on the basis of their populations. The more populous the state, the more House seats it gets. California, for example, has 53 House seats, while South Dakota has only 1. Under the Constitution, state legislatures have the authority to set the boundaries of House districts. The majority party in these legislatures typically divides up the state in a way that will help its party's candidates, a process called gerrymandering. The safe way to do this is to pack targeted districts with enough of the party's voters to assure victory in the election. The other party is also likely to receive safe seats. This happens because if some districts are stacked to the top with the opposing party's voters, there will be fewer such voters in other districts. More than 85% of House seats today are uncompetitive, virtually certain to be won by the candidate of the stronger party. There are several reasons for this, including the fact that some states are so heavily Democratic or Republican that it's hard to design competitive districts. But gerrymandering is among the reasons that many House races are effectively decided before a single vote is cast. Now, gerrymandering worked to Democrats' advantage until the early 1990s. at which time an increasing number of state legislatures came under Republican control. Republican legislatures did such a precise job of gerrymandering after the 2010 census that in the 2012 election, they won a comfortable majority of House seats, even though Republican candidates received fewer votes nationally than did their Democratic opponents. As gerrymandering has become ever more precise as a result of computers, it has increasingly come under legal challenges. In 2019, the Supreme Court refused to rein in the practice, holding that courts do not have the authority to limit gerrymandering. The case was decided by a 5-4 vote, with all 5 Republican-appointed justices voting against placing limits on gerrymandering, and all 4 Democratic-appointed justices voting to restrict it. The 5-member Republican majority said that unrestrained gerrymandering may be incompatible with democratic principles, but that judges lack a precise standard for determining when partisan gerrymandering has gone too far. In their dissenting opinion, the 4 Democratic-appointed justices said, "For the first time ever, this court refuses to remedy a constitutional violation that deprives citizens of the most fundamental of their constitutional rights." Now, a few states, Iowa, California, and Montana among them, have recently decided to place redistricting in the hands of a nonpartisan commission. It's unlikely that a great many states will follow their example, given the fact that most state legislatures have signaled their intent to retain control of redistricting. Before wrapping up, let me say a few words about the Electoral College. Democratic elections are generally based on the principle of one person, one vote. The winner is the side that gets the most popular votes. But in U.S. presidential elections, the winner is the candidate who gets a majority of the electoral votes. Now, in most presidential elections, the popular vote winner also wins a majority of the electoral votes, but not always. That's happened 4 times in American history, 2 of them recent. In 2000, Al Gore received 500,000 more votes nationally than did George W. Bush, yet lost the election. It happened again in 2016 when Hillary Clinton, though receiving nearly 3 million more votes nationally than Donald Trump, was defeated. If the U.S. Constitution were being written today, the idea of having the president selected through the Electoral College would not be taken seriously. The principle of one person, one vote is now an established democratic practice. Yet the Electoral College survives because of the difficulty of amending the U.S. Constitution. It requires a 2/3 vote in the House, plus a 2/3 vote in the Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of the state legislatures. That's an imposing barrier to change. There have been hundreds of unsuccessful attempts in Congress to abolish the Electoral College. The reason is that some states benefit from it. Because each state, regardless of size, gets 2 electoral votes as a result of having 2 U.S. senators, the smallest states gain leverage from the Electoral College. The dozen smallest U.S. states have 8% of the electoral vote, even though they constitute less than 4% of the U.S. population. They have twice the voting power under the Electoral College than they would under a popular vote system. These states alone have nearly enough votes in the U.S. Senate to block an amendment. Okay, let's wrap up what we've covered in this session. We've focused on representative government as provided by the Constitution. It was noted that the voters originally had a say only in the election of House members, a reflection of the framers' determination to prevent a passionate majority from taking control and running roughshod over the minority. With time, due in part to the Jacksonian and progressive movements, popular voting came to include Senate and presidential elections. The adoption of primary elections, an American invention, also served to shift power to the voters. Today, Americans vote more often for more offices than voters elsewhere. On the other hand, the public's influence is diminished by partisan gerrymandering and by the efforts of officials to manipulate the size of the electorate through control of the voter registration process. Although these recent efforts pale alongside those used in the past to keep black Americans from voting, they are a source of court challenges and intense partisan debate. In other words, representative government in America is still a work in progress.
All right, guys. So what do we think of that half? And what do you think about the Electoral College? He's like flashbang. Ah, I'm sorry. My voice is very loud in comparison.
The Electoral College, it needs to go. It's
Wood
not a
chipper.
good system. You should wood chipper the system. I don't know if we need to wood chipper the people because I don't know
No,
much
no,
about
not the
that.
people. That's not. That wasn't what I meant.
Oh, the system, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for the system, sure. I don't know enough about the people to suggest we wood chipper them.
Okay. It's like we were blinded. I despise the Electoral College. Well, there you go. What's up, Goose and Clover? He said wood chipper the system and the people. Jesus.
I mean, that's fair.
He said none of you should be able to vote. Only people who own plates of 3 different colors and makes should be able to vote. What?
That actually works for me. I do have 3 different plates of 3 different makes and 3 different colors.
Well done.
Actually, I think that's most people, to be honest. Who has plates only made by one company?
Plates? Like I'm
Like,
so confused. What do you mean by plates?
oh, I heard someone say that.
Oh,
Monkey,
well, yeah.
the person you just read, said only people who own plates of 3 colors and make should be able to
But
vote.
what do you
I'm
mean
like, that's
plates? Are you talking about plates? Like flatware?
food, like nom 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 plates is what I thought they meant, like the plates you eat off of.
Or are we talking about like
I
the
might be wrong
plates on the
here,
back of a
maybe.
car?
No, I think they mean the first one, because plates on the back of the car, I think, are made by one company or the country. I don't know who makes the
I
plates on the
feel
back
like
of
a
the car.
fucking idiot right now. What's happening? Okay, I'll change it. If you can't bench 225, no vote. All right, move aside, guys. I got this.
Bench 225 to vote. Dang.
Yeah. Y'all about to see me lift a car. The rules are pretty clear. Not sure why people would not want to get 270.
Wait, 270? Oh, for the is this about the lifting weights thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm confused. If you can't run 20 miles an hour, that's very few people.
You can't vote. 225, damn it. I have arthritis. Okay. Jesus, it's okay. It's okay. You can have
If you
your
can't
arthritis.
type,
If
you can't type 80 words a minute,
you can't vote. May as well throw out the voting system at that point. He said, if you can't code assembly, no vote. Good Lord. You guys are stringent.
you have to be able to poop standing up.
These are some odd requests, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I mean, whatever works. Whatever works. To each their own. He said no. Fuck assembly. Well, maybe if this were 20 years ago, I'd be able to vote then. A PC can do assembly better than a human. I mean, that I believe. He said 225 is too easy. Okay. Well, all that to say, they were talking about just voter restrictions in general, you know?
Oh, Ash, I've got one for you.
And then it wasn't
Alright,
till what, 1950s that they changed. There was voting laws that even when African Americans were able to vote, they didn't he just go over that like not too long ago? He was talking about like they
That was
gave
the
them the ability to
50s.
vote, but then they weren't. It was the 50s, right?
Or
And
no,
then
it
they
was.
essentially
Wait,
said
it
that
was
the only
before. It was
way that you
before.
could register to vote, or there's a grandfather clause, and the only way you could be registered to vote was if your previous parent was already registered to vote, which, I mean, many of
That was
them were still
earlier.
enslaved during that time. So because of that, they didn't have the right. So therefore, it restricted them, and there was only a very small percentage that could register to vote. But then if you did, they were taking pictures of you and like essentially not hiring you
That,
because what?
that was like the 19. That was like 1910 or something. They said.
That they allowed them to vote. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was like. Yeah, and that's when they tacked on all the other stuff to keep them from voting.
Why,
It was
why
like
do I have
1910 or
1950s
something.
stuck in my head right now? Are you
That's
sure?
when the 1950 was like the start of the civil rights movement, I think, or a little bit afterward.
No,
1915.
1950s into the 60s was the civil rights.
When were
1950s said was women. That's what it was. 1950s was women. 15 was the ability for African Americans to vote. Somewhere around there. No,
here
I
we
want to
go.
get it right. I don't want to be like half-assing this.
All right, Ash, I'm pulling it up. One sec.
Thank you.
Okay. Until 1917, only white men were allowed to vote until 1870. Two constitutional amendments changed that. 15th ratified in 1970, extending rights to men of all races. However, they were denied the right to vote by state constitutions and laws, poll taxes, literary tests, which he went over, and the grandfather clause. He went over all of that, and
Yeah.
intimidation, which he also went over. The
Yeah,
24th Amendment, ratified in 1964, partly addressed the injustice by prohibiting the use of poll taxes in federal elections. In
Okay.
addition, the Voting Rights Act of 65 secured voting rights for adult citizens of all races and genders in the form of federal laws that enforce the amendments.
Well, there you have
So
it.
that's when they like fully made it. Where's the one?
You know, it's wild. This wasn't that long ago. If you think about it. Like this all happened within the last 100 years, the majority of it. Like there are people right now, like I've taken care of a few like in the hospital who are like 104. Like some ridiculous, like that's wild to think of. They're around for all of this change. He said, all right, I'm hearing voices in the room next to me and no one stays in that room. LMAO. Uh-oh, schizophrenia.
Check your carbon monoxide detector. I shit you not. If you start seeing things, first check that. I'm not a doctor though. Don't take this as medical advice.
It's like, but
check your carbon monoxide detector. Make sure that thing's working and on, and also go and go see a doctor. But yeah, you can start hallucinating if there's carbon monoxide.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like Storm Chaser, like within the last 100 years, like all of this essentially went in. We have ghosts in our shop building. Good Lord.
I'm just saying, most ghosts are just people that have carbon monoxide in their home.
Well done, Zach. Okay, so moving on. I mean, this is just a very like small, like 1 minute 51 second video before we move on to the next one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this in there.
As a footnote to today's session, I thought you might find it interesting to go back in time with me to the days of literacy tests. Let's see whether we could pass one. We'll use the Alabama literacy test from the 1940s as our exam. Here's an easy question from that test. Congress decides in what manner states elect presidential electors. True or false? That's false, of course. State legislatures have that authority. But try this one. A United States senator elected at the general election in November takes office the following year on what date? Or this one. How many states were required to approve the original Constitution in order for it to be in effect? One last one. After the presidential electors have voted, to whom do they send the count of their votes? Now, I've been studying American politics nearly all of my adult life and have accumulated enough trivia to know the answers. Though, to be honest with you, I had to look up the one about the senator-elect to make sure that my memory was correct. But a regular citizen? I don't think so. The stated reason for literacy tests was to provide for an informed electorate. But it's hard to see how questions of this type would be of any use at all to a voter in the polling booth. As you've no doubt figured out, the questions were a setup. They were designed to give officials the power to decide who would be allowed to exercise their right to vote.
Paranormal, thanks for the follow, man. Sorry, going to the next, trying to get ourselves all the way to the following video, which, here we go. Going to the very beginning of this one, this is the next introduction into this next segment or whatever. This is supposed to be going week by week, but obviously we're jumping ahead. Introduction to Federalism. The writers of the Constitution created the first federal nation, one that divided sovereignty between a national government and a state governments. We will examine this arrangement through the history of federalism as a constitutional issue, highlighting the conflicts between national and state authority that were ultimately resolved in favor of national authority. The session will explain the division of power between federal and state governments and also explain how broadly worded constitutional clauses, partisan differences, and changing of national needs have combined to make federalism a source of political conflict and change. Among the cases explored in the session is the constitutional dispute provoked by the 2010 Health Care Reform Act. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now, let me go ahead and blow this up and pause it. He said paranormal heard stuff about ghosts and followed. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, he definitely came in on that. We have 3 people who died in that building. From its history through the city has been many businesses before mechanic shop, and a car fell on a worker and deceased on the spot. Oh Lord. Okay. Retro Renegade, thanks for the follow. So now we're deep diving into the next segment. You guys let me know what you think. I will, again, this time definitely take a midpoint break in between this one. It's 33 minutes. So about 16 minutes in, we'll take a little pause and then we'll talk about what we've went over thus far. It's sad that state governments can get away with violating Article 5 of CONUS, yet Bill Clinton was impeached because of a personal rendezvous. I mean, you listen, that's why I said several sitting presidents in the past have violated the Constitution, but to what degree is a whole other discussion. How the severity in which and how far is the debate. Must have been standing below it. Yikes. He became an accordion. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's fucking terrible. Okay. Good Lord. That was dark.
The United States has a federal system of government, meaning that its citizens are governed by 2 levels, the federal government in Washington and the state government of the state in which they reside. I'm a resident of Massachusetts, meaning that many of the laws that I live under are passed by the Massachusetts state government. Each of these levels has sovereignty. When they're within their own sphere of authority, they have final authority. That's an unusual arrangement. Most countries have what's called a unitary government. Under a unitary government, the national government alone has sovereignty. Take France as an example. It has 27 provinces. Now, on paper, they look a lot like the American states, but any decision that they make can be overridden by the national government. Not so in terms of the state governments. When they're acting within their legitimate realm of authority, they cannot be overridden by the federal government. But where's the dividing line? What separates national power from state power? That issue came before the Supreme Court when they looked at the Affordable Care Act of 2010. By a 5-4 decision, they ruled that the Affordable Care Act was a legitimate expression of federal power. It upheld the act. Now, what was the basis for that constitutional decision? And why did it decide in favor of federal authority? For answers to questions of that kind, we have to go back to the beginning, to the writing of the Constitution.
Good night, Storm Chaser. Oh, you're saying good night to Invictus. Never mind. Good night, Invictus. Sorry, Storm Chaser.
The Constitution of the United States was the nation's second constitution. The first was the Articles of Confederation, adopted during the American Revolution. The Articles established a national government that was entirely dependent on the states. Each state had one vote in Congress, and Congress had few powers. It had no power to tax, no power to regulate commerce. The states held on to those powers. This form of government is called a confederacy. In it, sovereignty, final authority, is vested entirely in the subnational governments. The national government has no authority except what they grant to it. The government of the Articles held together during the Revolutionary War. Separately, the states knew they had no chance of defeating the British. But after the war, the country began to unravel. Rather than pulling together, the states went their separate ways. Connecticut tried to destroy Massachusetts' manufacturing sector by taxing its goods at a higher rate than the same goods coming from the nation's former enemy, England. North Carolina had no port deep enough to ship its goods, so it had to use those in Virginia and South Carolina. Both states placed a stiff tax on North Carolina goods. With no power to tax, the national government had to ask the states for money. They were slow to pay their share, if they paid at all. When a debtors' revolt, Shays' Rebellion, broke out in western Massachusetts, the state's governor called upon the national government to send the army. It had no army to send. It was out of money. Things got so bad that Congress rarely met. It had neither money nor authority. So why should the members waste their time? The U.S. Constitution was designed to do what the Articles of Confederation failed to do: create a federal government strong enough to meet the nation's needs. But the writers of the Constitution also had to take into account the existence of the states. Speaking for nearly all the delegates to the Constitutional Convention, Virginia's George Mason said that he would never agree to a union that failed to keep the states. And even if the delegates had thought differently, the Constitution had to be ratified by the states, and they never would have agreed to vote themselves out of existence. That was the reality, and it led the framers to invent a system of government the world had never seen. It was a federal system, where sovereignty was divided between a national government and state governments. Each level would have final authority in its sphere of operation. Now, to make that work, each level would have to have the power to tax the people. Without that power, it would not be able to maintain its independence from the other government. Now, for many Americans at the time, the issue was not whether the states should be kept, that was a given, but whether it was wise to create an independent national government. One such American was Patrick Henry, whose ringing cry, "Give me liberty or give me death," helped launch the revolution. When he read what the writers of the Constitution had done, he erupted in anger. Who authorized them to speak the language of we the people instead of we the states? When the state conventions met to debate the Constitution's ratification, no issue was more hotly debated than whether the national government would eventually swallow up the states. The Constitution's supporters said that fear was groundless, noting that the powers of Congress were relatively few in number and clearly defined, such as the power to print and borrow money. Advocates of state power were nonetheless suspicious.
I'm not muted.
They pointed to the clause that immediately followed the list of Congress's 17 listed powers. The clause granted Congress the power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. Now that clause seemed to them like an open-ended grant of national power. Wouldn't the federal government be tempted to devise reasons for why laws were necessary and proper, resulting in ever-widening federal power? Advocates of the states also objected to the Constitution's silence on the powers of the states. The Constitution listed only the federal government's powers. This concern led to ratification of the 10th Amendment, which says, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution are reserved to the states." The states' powers are thus commonly referred to as reserved powers. At the time of its adoption, the 10th Amendment was thought to offer strong protection to the states. In fact, it turned out to be something less than that. The logic of the U.S. Constitution is such that the states have power over only those policies that are not within the federal government's control. That point can be illustrated by the Supreme Court's ruling on the Affordable Care Act. The case was decided on the question of whether Congress had the power to pass the legislation. It was not decided on the question of whether the 10th Amendment reserved health care policy to the states. That's true in nearly every instance. The central question is the boundary of national power. Shrink that boundary and state power expands. Expand the boundary of federal power and state power shrinks. Over the course of U.S. history, federal power has expanded more often than it has shrunk. The result has been a long-term shift of power toward the government in Washington. In this session, we'll focus on the three constitutional clauses that have been at the center of this shift. One is the Necessary and Proper Clause. The second is the Commerce Clause, which grants to Congress the power to regulate commerce among the states. And the Taxing and Spending Clause, which grants Congress the authority to tax and spend. The importance of the first of these clauses, the Necessary and Proper Clause, was established early in the nation's history. In the very first year of George Washington's presidency, Congress authorized a national bank at the urging of Alexander Hamilton, the Secretary of Treasury. Hamilton was determined to strengthen the nation's financial sector. Thomas Jefferson, who was Washington's Secretary of State, had a different vision of the nation's development. Jefferson claimed the bank was unconstitutional, given that Congress had not been granted the power to create it. Nevertheless, the bank was not challenged in the courts. And a few years after the charter of the First National Bank expired, Congress created the second U.S. bank. By then, state banks were firmly established. They were unhappy at the prospect of having to compete for customers with the national bank. Several states, including Maryland, levied a stiff tax on the branch of the national bank operating within their boundaries. They hoped to make it so unprofitable that it would be forced to close down. The manager of Maryland's bank, James McCulloch, refused to pay the tax, and the dispute went to the Supreme Court. In McCulloch v. Maryland, the Supreme Court, headed by Chief Justice John Marshall, ruled strongly in favor of national authority. Marshall wrote that even though the Constitution did not expressly authorize Congress to create a national bank, it had been granted the powers to tax, regulate commerce, print and borrow money. Invoking the Necessary and Proper Clause, Marshall said that the bank was a reasonable extension of those powers. The court went further, striking down Maryland's tax on the national bank. Invoking the Constitution's Supremacy Clause, which says that federal law is the supreme law of the land, the court held that the federal government had the power to protect the bank from a state's effort to destroy it. The court's ruling in McCulloch v. Maryland established a vital precedent. It established the principle of implied powers, the notion that Congress, rather than being confined narrowly to its listed powers, has broad and substantial unlisted powers. Now, more than a century lapsed before Congress's commerce, taxing, and spending powers were also determined to be broad and substantial. The triggering event here was the 1930s Great Depression. It revealed that the U.S. economy was not a set of state economies, but a national one, requiring national policy action. When Franklin D. Roosevelt assumed the presidency in 1933, one of his first New Deal programs was the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Thousands of banks had already closed, having run out of money to pay their depositors, who no longer trusted the banks, knowing they could lose their savings if their bank shut down. The FDIC insured their deposits. If a bank closed, the federal government would reimburse its depositors. The FDIC went a long way toward restoring public confidence in the banks, helping to stabilize the financial sector. A bigger problem was the huge number of unemployed. When the Depression hit, no sector of the economy was spared. A fourth of the nation's workers were jobless, and another fourth could only find part-time work. Under America's federal system, states had responsibility for welfare assistance, but they were broke. Income had fallen sharply, and so too had state tax revenues. As the food lines got longer and longer, Americans looked to the federal government for help. Its tax revenues had also fallen, but unlike the states, it has unlimited power to print and borrow money. It had cash, whereas the states did not. To get Americans back to work, President Roosevelt convinced Congress to enact laws designed to stimulate the economy. The U.S. Supreme Court stood in his way. The court was dominated by free market advocates who opposed nearly any form of economic regulation, federal or state. The Supreme Court struck down most of the New Deal programs by a 5-4 vote, usually on the grounds that they exceeded Congress's authority to regulate interstate commerce. The court interpreted the Commerce Clause so narrowly that even the coal industry, which reached into every corner of the country, was judged not to be part of commerce between the states. When Roosevelt won a massive re-election victory in 1936, it was the biggest landslide in presidential history. It was clear that the American people were on his side, not the courts. When Roosevelt then threatened to expand the number of justices on the court beyond its 9 members, which is a constitutional power available to Congress, a showdown between the judicial and executive branches seemed unavoidable. It was averted with the famed switch in time that saved 9. Owen Roberts, the youngest of the justices in the 5-4 majority, switched sides, giving Roosevelt a 5-4 edge on the court. Soon thereafter, the court upheld the National Labor Relations Act, which gave employees the right to collective bargaining. Subsequently, the court ruled that Congress's commerce power is as broad as the economic needs of the nation. Today, as a result of that interpretation, Congress has authority to regulate nearly all aspects of commerce, everything from corporate mergers to financial dealings, even to the extent of having the power to tell farmers how many acres of a particular crop they can plant. Though it received less attention at the time, the Supreme Court in the 1930s established another key precedent. The issue was whether congressional taxing and spending was restricted to programs related to Congress's listed and implied powers, such as military spending. Could it also tax and spend in policy areas far removed from the granted and implied powers? In Butler v. United States, the Supreme Court held that Congress had that authority. The court said that Congress's power to tax and spend is limited only by the requirement that it shall be exercised to provide for the general welfare of the United States. That was a broad grant of power. General welfare is a far-reaching category, one that covers an extraordinary range of public policies. Now let me give you an example to clarify what this interpretation of Congress's power allows and what it disallows. If you're an American under the age of 21, you've seen the sign. Do not enter unless you're 21. You might be old enough to vote, but you're not old enough to drink legally in a bar or restaurant. Why do states have a 21-year-old drinking age? Well, that wasn't always the case. A few decades ago, most states had a younger age limit. The change was a result of the exercise of Congress's spending power. In 1984, Republican President Ronald Reagan proposed a 21-year-old drinking age, claiming that fatalities from alcohol-related traffic accidents involving young drivers were intolerably high. Congress liked the idea, but it lacked the constitutional authority to take direct action. Congress could not mandate a national 21-year-old drinking age. The states hold the constitutional power to determine the legal drinking age of their residents. So what did Congress do? It passed a law saying that states would lose 10% of their federal highway funds if their drinking age was under 21 years of age. The legislation had its intended effect. Rather than lose their highway funds, states set their drinking age at 21. When the state of South Dakota challenged the law, the Supreme Court ruled against it, saying that the law was a valid use of congressional spending authority because it provided for the general welfare. Congress's taxing and spending power was the basis in the 1960s for President Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. Johnson's programs thrust the federal government squarely into policy areas traditionally reserved for the states, including health care, public housing, welfare assistance, education. Like Roosevelt, Johnson was a Democrat who wanted to use federal power to help working families and the economically vulnerable. And like Roosevelt, Johnson was president at a time when Democrats controlled Congress and when Americans were looking to the federal government for help. They wanted better schools, better health care, better welfare services than their state was willing or able to provide. Federal grants and aid became the prime instrument of the Great Society. Federal grants and aid refer to federal cash payments to states and localities for programs they administer. An example is the 1965 Medicaid program, which gives states federal assistance to provide health insurance to Americans with incomes below the poverty line. States are not required to participate in Medicaid or any other federal grant program. They can refuse the money. That's their constitutional option. In fact, Arizona held out for nearly 20 years before joining the Medicaid program. On the other hand, if a state takes a federal grant, it is bound by the federal requirements for its use. The money is appropriated by Congress, and Congress has the constitutional authority to stipulate how that money can be used. A Medicaid grant, for example, must be used for health care for low-income residents. The money cannot be diverted to another purpose. The Great Society initiatives led to a sharp rise in federal grants in the late 1960s and 1970s. The spending constituted a major shift in the relationship of the nation and the states, a change that came to be known as fiscal federalism. The term refers to the use of federal funds to extend the reach of the federal government into policy areas traditionally reserved for the states. A dramatic example is the funds that Congress appropriated in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. Public health is largely a state and local government responsibility, and state governors and local mayors led the response to COVID-19. But their efforts were supported by federal funding, including $25 billion to help state and local public health departments test for the disease. As the example suggests, federal grants do not constitute a federal takeover of state functions, but instead are intended to help states carry out their functions. States retain their authority and usually provide most of the funding. If you look at the public schools, for example, 90% of school funding in the United States is provided by state and local governments, which also control nearly every education policy from the length of the school year to graduation requirements. The federal government has no say in these policies. Nevertheless, federal grants account for 10% of school funding, And if a state accepts its share of the money, it limits some of the choices the state can make. For example, it must use the money in ways that do not discriminate against handicapped or minority group students. Now, in the 1970s, public support for federal spending began to weaken as the less popular programs came under attack. Critics allege, for example, that many of those getting federal welfare assistance were abusing the system, choosing welfare over work. When Republican Ronald Reagan became president in 1981, he vowed to roll back the spending programs created under Democratic administrations. Said Reagan, "Federalism is rooted in the knowledge that our political liberties are best assured by limiting the size and scope of national government." Reagan succeeded in persuading Congress to cut back on federal grants. The amount declined sharply during his 8 years in office. Reagan also persuaded Congress to loosen the strings attached to some federal grants. Most federal grants are designated for a specific purpose, such as school construction. Such grants are called categorical grants and enable Congress to decide how the money will be spent. Reagan convinced Congress to consolidate a number of these categorical grants into what are called block grants, which are designated for a particular policy area but not for a specific purpose. A block grant for schools, for example, could be used for school construction, or it could be used for other school-related purposes, such as paying for textbooks, teachers' salaries, or lab equipment. Block grants give states and localities considerable control over how federal aid is spent. Another rollback in federal power came when Republicans took control of Congress after the 1994 midterm elections. Congressional Republicans' chief target was the Aid for Families with Dependent Children program, which had been established during the 1930s Great Depression to assist families whose breadwinner had deserted or died. The program provided cash assistance to eligible low-income families. There was no limit on how long a family could receive assistance, and the amount increased if an unwed mother had another child. In the view of most Republican lawmakers, the program enticed people to go on welfare and to stay there. Their alternative was the 1996 Welfare Reform Act. It limited welfare assistance for most families to 5 years. In addition, able-bodied adults would have to seek a job or job training to remain eligible for assistance. The Welfare Reform Act, along with the economic boom of the late 1990s, dramatically shrank the number of families on welfare. The welfare rolls were cut in half within a few years. Republican efforts to roll back federal power largely ended with passage of the Welfare Reform Act. In fact, after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, Republican President George W. Bush oversaw an increase in federal power, including the creation of a federal agency, the TSA, which rather than local police is in charge of security at local airports. Bush also initiated the No Child Left Behind Act, which requires public schools to test their students annually as a condition of receiving federal aid. Bush wanted to hold schools accountable for student performance and use federal spending as the means of doing so. These examples, by the way, are the rule rather than the exception. Both parties have supported or fought the use of federal power as it has suited their policy goals. The fine points of the Constitution have been less important to the parties than what they're trying to achieve through their policies. The reason the Democratic Party has more often sought to expand federal power is that a number of its constituent groups, particularly minorities and lower income Americans, have a greater need for public assistance. Now let's take another look at the 2010 health care bill as a way of clarifying contemporary federalism. When President Obama made a push for universal health insurance coverage, he was not the first Democratic president to do so. President Harry Truman tried to do it in the late 1940s. That was the period when nearly every European democracy instituted its system of government-provided health care. President Clinton tried it again in the early 1990s. In both of these cases, opposition from Republicans, business firms, and health and insurance companies killed the legislation, which aimed to help the uninsured, most of whom did not have sufficient income on their own to buy insurance. These same interests tried to kill the 2010 bill, but Democrats had enough House and Senate votes to pass it. No Republican, not one in either chamber, supported the bill. The 2010 legislation requires large-sized business firms to provide employee health insurance or pay a penalty. It expands Medicaid by increasing the number of lower-income people eligible to enroll, and it provides Americans of modest income with a federal subsidy to help them buy insurance. In addition, the 2010 legislation prohibits some insurance practices. Insurance companies are no longer permitted to terminate insurance when a person becomes ill, to place an upper limit on the amount of medical care an insured patient can receive, and they can no longer refuse to grant insurance to those with pre-existing medical conditions. Before the bill was passed, the states determined whether insurance companies could engage in these practices. Some states, for example, allowed insurance companies to search a patient's entire medical history to see if it provided a reason for refusing to pay a patient's medical bills. At a congressional hearing, for instance, it was revealed that a nurse had lost her coverage after developing breast cancer because she failed to disclose on her insurance application that she had once been treated for acne, which can be an indicator that the person is at somewhat higher risk of cancer. Public opinion polls, polls of Americans, indicated broad support for stopping such insurance practices. On the other hand, polls showed that a majority of Americans opposed the Health Care Act's requirement that individuals have insurance or pay a penalty. This individual mandate is the key to making the program work. If only sick people enroll, insurance premiums will skyrocket. By requiring everyone to enroll, the insurance pool also includes healthy individuals, which holds down insurance costs. It was the individual mandate that became the targets of Republicans after they failed to defeat the health care bill in Congress. 26 states, all of them controlled by Republicans, filed suit, claiming that the individual mandate was an unconstitutional exercise of Congress's power. As I mentioned earlier in the session, the Supreme Court upheld the individual mandate by a narrow 5-4 majority. And it did so in a way that surprised most observers. Which constitutional clause do you think the Supreme Court cited in upholding the individual mandate? Was it the necessary and proper clause, with the court concluding that Congress's expressed power to promote science implies a power to regulate health care? The Commerce Clause, with the court concluding that health care is part of interstate commerce and can be regulated as Congress sees fit? Or the Taxing Clause, with the court concluding that the penalty for those without insurance is a tax, which is within Congress's power to levy? Keep your answer in mind as we look at what the Obama administration and the Republican states said in their arguments before the Supreme Court. Both sides focused on the Commerce Clause. The Obama administration argued that the uninsured impose a cost on the nation's economy. When they become sick, they go to the emergency room, with the cost being borne by the hospital, which then passes the cost along to other patients. This situation, said the administration, imposes a burden on the economy and therefore is subject to regulation by Congress.
Okay, I'm doing a quick pause, and I know that I'm only like 5 or 6 minutes out from it or whatever. But despite what people think, because I know, like, as a person who didn't understand fully at the time that the ACA, I get what they were trying to do with it, and it was probably the only, well, it is the only bill that had an actual like plan laid out for how they were going to fund it and how it was supposed to operate. Whereas it's annoying as hell that even I had to pay a $600 like tax, like during tax season, for not carrying health insurance during a couple of those years in which it was fully instituted, which I think Trump had done away with it in his first term. And to which that was one of the ways in which it worked, was the requirement for you to have health care And paying that penalty was more incentive to have that. And then if you didn't pay, you paid the penalty, which then helped kind of lower those costs, because the biggest amount of waste in expenditures in healthcare is due through emergency room waste, because of people using the emergency room instead as their primary care physician instead of going to see a primary care physician. So therefore, creating an increased cost, because usually the people who don't carry insurance and the people who can't afford a primary care physician go to the ER, which they cannot be denied to be seen, to which then they don't pay the bill of because they can't afford to pay the bill because it's astronomical, to which then that cost gets absorbed within the hospital system, and depending on whether or not it's privatized or not is going to determine on how that cost is distributed. And the more waste that it takes in, the more it's going to put on to the insurance companies when it bills out. Therefore, you're going to have insurance companies paying out more, which means your premium increases, and then so does the domino effect that happens from that. So the ACA inherently, regardless of your thought on it, like, was a good idea when it came to trying to handle the increased cost of healthcare burden and waste. But the problem is, of course, is that a lot of people didn't like that they were being told that even though they are healthy, they had to carry insurance. But one of the coolest things that they had implemented in the ACA was the fact that, one, you could not be denied coverage based off of a pre-existing condition, because otherwise they could jump the gun and say, well, fuck you. If you had anything that could have led to this condition, we can automatically say we don't have to treat you for it, which is absurd, especially if you're paying for an insurance company and you're paying high premiums and your deductibles being met, and you do all the things accordingly, but then have your insurance company say, nah, we're not going to cover this. You're out of pocket on that. So having that put into place to say you cannot deny that, and also like requiring them to be able to cover like preventative care, that was a big thing. Getting kickbacks from the insurance companies for doing preventative care and going in to see your PCP once a year decreases the chance of you going into hospitalization later because of a condition you didn't realize you had that was brewing until the top busted off, and then you end up hospitalized and the insurance company has to pay more anyways. It's cheaper to treat ahead of time. The problem is it kind of feeds back into the fact that you're not going to the pharmaceutical companies and whatnot, and like treatment, you're not going to be paying as much in that regard. So it's like a catch-22, whatever. Fuzzy Peaches, anything should be optional, just like vaccines. That's a whole other argument, man. The problem with healthcare, in my opinion, is privatization, that they had to try to require citizens to have insurance rather than offer healthcare freely is crazy. Well, you're never gonna, I'm not gonna say never, but the US is not gonna be on board with free healthcare. I mean, we've seen that time and time again. It's not going to get passed. This was the closest thing to getting health care for the majority people and try to get as many people insured while spreading the burden out amongst everybody so that they could try to keep costs down. That was the best attempt at trying to keep those costs. But, you know, well, that doesn't necessarily mean just because Canada's having some struggles doesn't necessarily mean fundamentally overall it doesn't work. I mean, it works in several countries. I mean, if you've ever traveled outside of the US and you've ever had to receive healthcare in other countries, it is not that complicated. I don't know, and I can't speak on behalf of Canada on why in specific their wait times are as high as they are. So I could understand them technically coming here, but our healthcare system is burdened in and of itself. We do pay way more for healthcare than any other developed nation, on top of the fact that our healthcare outcomes are piss poor. And they're piss poor because our wait times in our ERs are, greater than 12 hours in some areas, which doesn't lead for good healthcare outcomes when people are having emergent problems, but you don't have enough beds or the staffing to handle the load. And the people going to the ER, half of them are, need to be seen in the ER, and then the other half are there using it as a primary care physician. So again, attributing to waste, wasted resources, wasted time, also leading to worse healthcare outcomes as well. So well, it's you can't even say it's free technically. I mean, you call it free because you're not technically paying anything when you go in, but it would be like a tax essentially, that would pay for it, amongst everybody. And every system, like with healthcare coverage, within a developed nation, has their own way of taxing for it. So yeah, I get what you're saying, Monkey, on the fact that you can't say it's free. Smaller countries can handle it compared to larger ones. Yeah, but when I lived in Belgium, you can have free healthcare, but they will fat shame you and smoker shame you because of its social and financial responsibility. No, 100%. I mean, I've been told that from several people who live in different parts of like Germany and Switzerland and whatnot. I mean, Dom can speak to it. I don't know if he's still in chat. But over there, like Dom's not even a fat guy. Like Dom's not even like an average, like medium build guy. Like I would consider him on the smaller side, and he was called fat based off of like I guess his biometrics or whatever when he went in to see the physician and said he needed to run more and like eat less. Um, I mean, it's just different. I mean, the way that but also their countries are healthier overall than our country. We're not necessarily the pinnacle of health over here, in our country. I mean, it is what it is. And so, yeah, I understand like people kind of saying like, hey, you're putting a burden on I mean, the same could be said about like Americans. Like we're morbidly overweight in comparison to other developed countries, in and of itself, and that puts a burden on the healthcare system. One could argue that. I mean, I get a healthcare discount for my A1C and my lipid panel being low and then not smoking. Like those, I get a healthcare discount from my company for that. Um, but also visiting in Germany and going through their healthcare system, I had no wait time. Like immediately ambulance, immediately bedside, like right there on spot, ER physician assessing to decide if you need to go to the ER. Then you get sent to the ER, immediately get seen by a physician, possibly even more than your own nurse. Then being able to get a same day appointment with a PCP, be able to be seen within 10 minutes, and then getting medication like within 15, and boom, you're done. All of those visits in total costing $184 out of pocket. They have a universalized healthcare system, but because you're not a citizen of their country, you come in, you get seen, you pay out of pocket, but their out of pocket is like cheaper than my fucking PCP before my deductibles met, which is fucking wild. Sorry for the F-bomb so many times, but I'm very passionate on that one. Well, PCP and hospital is no wait. Surgeries are wait time, and that's why Germans have supplemental private insurance. Yeah, I don't know in regards to all that. That I would have to ask Dom more about because he lives in that area. I prefer to ask people who actually live in the countries of like said situation because I feel like they know more about what they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis than I do. I mean, it might be slightly anecdotal, but for the most part, you know. Hold on, give me a second. All right. Monkey, when they say, have you made sport today, it's not, hey, have you done anything? It's, hey, get up, fatty, and go run. Oh, that's what they say? Yeah, I mean, yeah, goose. You cannot add the tax burden because the average US citizen actually doesn't know how much they pay in taxes. What do you mean in specific, Monkey? I'm sorry. Somehow my primary care keeps telling me that my A1C is lower than anyone she's seen. I mean, maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. Canadian median wait time is 14.7 hours. American ER wait time is approximately 2 hours and 42 minutes. Yeah, we have to take into consideration like multiple different factors for what might be causing that, though. I mean, Canada is literally the one example, and there's several other developed countries that are doing it, and they're not having as much of an issue as Canada is. I'm not quite sure their reasoning, and I'm not going to pretend to know because I don't, unless I'm educated enough on it to talk about it, like in detail for why and what, components are leading to that. I'm not going to pretend. And I think that, yeah, that's an approximation. That 2 hours and 42 minutes includes like everywhere at all ERs. But I mean, like our ER, perfect example. Some people are waiting for 2 days, like before they get in. And sometimes we have the other hospital that's a level 1 trauma on diversion. So then all the other patients will come to our hospital. He said if I ever get to travel abroad again, I'm gonna see about about travel health insurance or whatever. I mean, I didn't again, like it was $180 is nothing to be like taken by ambulance to a hospital, seen by PCP the following day, and given medication. Like that's nothing. That in the US would have easily sent you over a couple of grand. Easily. Wait, what is IDP? International Driver's Permit. Oh, okay. Germany wait time is 22 to 29. I mean, I believe it. I mean, mine was like straight up immediate. Yeah, but they also, their poverty levels aren't in the, to the roof. So their people are well taken care of and make decent money. I didn't see a whole bunch of homeless people all over the place. We have the most confusing tax system. There is the yearly tax, but also the smaller taxes you pay on every transaction. Yeah, no, I know. The moment we hear New Zealand have like 3+ hour wait time. As someone who's lived in Belgium, Germany, Italy, New Zealand, as a taxpayer expat, I have a very non-standard views on comparing US versus EU countries because it really is apples to oranges. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like they're so different. And I'm sure in the same way that again Canada's very different. Not sure about the ER though. Oh, then what were you addressing with the 3 hour wait time then, Darius? Poverty levels are at an all-time high in the EU. Canada is the 51st state. I mean, we still take the lead though on poverty. I'm not saying it's not at an all-time high. I think probably across the board everywhere is an all-time high, but we definitely are far off worse than that. And we spend less on social like netting safety nets for those who are impoverished compared to other developed countries that pay way more in those aids or whatever you want to call it. Oh, shut up, monkey. Oh, Lord. Yeah, see, the thing is, at the end of the day, I don't mind if my taxes go to bettering things as a whole. I mind when it gets absorbed and gets put in someone else's pocket just because they want to be an asshole and they're greedy. Like, if it actually does some benefit to me or my neighbor, I'm okay with it. I personally don't care. I feel like right now my money just goes poof anyways. It's like scattered to the winds. It's not like I really see, at least to my knowledge, like what I see, I don't see anything done with it that I'm happy with at the moment. I mean, poverty, what do you mean by moral thing? Social Security is something everyone pays into, though. Like Social Security comes out of, it's essentially you putting your own money and not being able to touch it, and then it coming back to you later down the line after you've worked for many, many years. And then you're finally eligible to take from Social Security. Like it comes out of everyone's taxes, so everyone pays for it. So it's not free money. You're getting Social Security isn't somebody who's just getting Social Security to freeload. I mean, they paid for it. And I mean, I don't think people don't want to eat the rich, they just want them to pay fairly. I think that's the biggest problem. I don't think that they should be taxed double time. I just think that they should be taxed fairly. If I'm paying more in my percentage of income than a wealthy person who makes 100 times what I make, I have a problem with that. That's when I have an issue because I'm like, if I am paying more of a percentage of my income to what I have available than you are, and you make way more than me, that is insane. Like I am carrying my load based off of my income requirement. You should be doing the same. People who like skirt around paying taxes, which there are so many loopholes, and plenty of wealthy people will tell you that. Like if you just talk to a few, they'll tell you, yeah, there's loopholes. Why not take advantage of it? They're there. Their loopholes are there, and other people take advantage. I might as well. But the problem is that you have less overall. Yeah, so it's not freeload. You cannot claim Social Security if you did not work. Yeah. I mean, the lower income people are the people who are working those jobs that nobody else also wants to work. I mean, if you told everybody who worked low income jobs to just get a better job and everyone just wanted to get a better job and no one wanted to work any of those low paying jobs, half of these businesses wouldn't exist. Somebody has to work them, right? Like you can't have, not everybody can be an entrepreneur making millions with no one else working underneath them. Then you have no worker bees. Like there has to be some blue collar workers working these jobs. Like with the amount of people we have, there's just no way around that. So not everybody can just advance. Not everyone's going to be able to do that. Someone's going to have to pay the piper. And it's usually going to be people who are a little bit less educated, people who don't have as much resources, people who live in like rural areas, or people who are inner city. The entrepreneur takes the risk. It's not about that though. It's that once you get the money, paying your fair share. That's it. You took the risk, you made all the money, you still have 2 or 3 homes, you make over excess of $100 million. It's okay to pay your fair share in taxes. me as someone who's definitely going to be in a higher tax bracket in the next few years, don't mind paying my fair share. I honest to God don't. And I'm still going to make less than I will make more than I would say 10% or not. I would be in the top 10%. Actually, I might even be in the top 6% at that point. And I still would not give a shit about paying my fair share in taxes. I took on technically the debt. I had to pay my dues in time, education, monetary loss for those periods of time, but like I understood that and taking it, you know. Your top 5%. Yeah. No, but they have safety net. If they fail, they have safety nets though. Or they should. To whether or not we have the safety nets for that is a whole other story. If they don't all up and quit because they have to lift a finger to make a dollar. Yeah, well that's the thing. A lot of people are I mean, they just quit. No one has any loyalty to any companies anymore because also companies don't have any loyalty to their employees either. I mean, in my job, if you want to make more money, it's not about like seniority and tenure at the place. Like you have to leave and get a job elsewhere, and that's the only way you can get more money. They're never going to pay you more money. You can ask for more money and say you're going to leave, and they'll be like, "All right, see ya," because they don't want to pay more. It used to be a thing, like before I was even born, from what my parents were telling me, that like if you're with a company, they would make investments, you would get pay raises, you would get annual, like, you know, they would reassess with an annual review, and they don't do that anymore. They're like, all right, you want to go somewhere else, leave. Yeah, but the problem is that you would have way more people impoverished if you didn't have Social Security. I don't think a lot of people even now, like some people now don't make enough to where they feel comfortable putting back for a 401k. I mean, especially with rent prices as high as those are. And that's a whole different, there's so many rabbit holes off of this, like alone. But the cost of living has gone up exponentially. So that is supposed to be like a way that it's like you don't have a say so. That money gets taken out, it gets put back, and you can withdraw at a later date. Just so that there is something there. But my biggest problem is people who take multiple loopholes to get out of paying their fair share in taxes, and then the majority of the working class who make under, 100K a year, the ones who are taking the main tax burden to support the, finances of the government. Like I can guarantee you that wealthy people aren't over there paying 29% of their income. Don't rent, buy, eat ramen for 5 years, save for down payment above 20%, and you will always be thankful for it. I mean, even now with a 20% down payment on 6.7% interest on a 400K house at a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is going to cost you about $150,000 in interest. For a house that's a cookie cutter. Like the cookie cutter homes that used to go for like 150 to 180 are now going for like 380 to $450,000, which is insane because they are the cheapest made homes. And even they're overcharging. So not only are you paying more for a shittier home than you would have 10 years ago, but then you're also having to pay so much in interest over that 30-year mortgage. What's up, Noger? Listen, the rich are not hurting, you know? Most wealthy people's money cannot be regulated by USA, whether on federal or state level, because it's all kept outside of the USA. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are funneled. Like, there's ways to get around being taxed on certain things, and there's ways to funnel money. And again, they understand how to play that system. And not everyone's got the abilities to do that. I mean, it's that one disadvantage. The rich is only rich because of the impoverished. Who do you think is working for those companies or buying those products? Like the majority of those products aren't being bought by super wealthy people. They're being bought by your lower middle class, low income. They're also the people that are working those jobs. The increase in the gap between the highest person in a company and the lowest person in the company has exponentially like widened. There's a way around that boycott. Yeah, and then their company crashes. And those are the same people that whine that people don't want to work anymore. I'm like, no one wants to work for money that they can't even afford, like rent with 3 roommates, you know? If you can afford 3 homes, yachts, private planes, and flights to multiple countries every other month, then you can definitely afford to pay your taxes. You took the risk, you know, and being an entrepreneur, you reap the benefits and you still pay your fair share and you can still have all those goods too. You're not being robbed of anything. You still have plenty of wealth. No degree jobs, no degree jobs aren't meant to pay for rent. Wait, what? You mean jobs that require degrees aren't meant to pay for rent? Or am I misunderstanding that? DCN, dude, thanks for the sub. Oh, Mr. Autumn, you're still there? Holy crap. I'm surprised. Is it moral for me to pay the same percent of taxes of a Social Security mandate that is mandated on me, which I do not agree to, which is designed to cover the impoverished? I guess what's people's problem with helping out someone less fortunate? Like I'm just saying if I could afford 3 homes, a yacht, a private jet, and all these things, I don't think I'd give 2 shits about 10% of my income personally because it's a choice. Yeah, but we already saw that in just the way we polled that the US of all the developed nations is the one nation that would rather, instead of being a nation about making sure everyone's needs are met, it's more about self. Whereas other nations care more about everyone, including the neighbor. So if people don't make the choice to help those around them, you lose freedom of choice. I mean, we have plenty of freedoms here. I just don't see like this country supposedly is funded on like or founded to a degree on Christian values. And the biggest thing is looking out for thy neighbor and caring for them and treating them the same in which you would your own blood. And it's also supposed to be like an empathetic, caring nature to be Christian. So I feel like that's kind of anti-Christian to be like, fuck my neighbor and those kids. I don't care about feeding those kids, not my responsibility. I also don't care if you're there for a reason. Good riddance. You're a shit stain on society. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't, that's not how I view it. And no amount of money would change my opinion on that I receive. And this is coming from someone who I've busted my ass. I've always worked, like, since I was 16. And sometimes, in cases, multiple jobs. I put myself through school twice, like 2 different degree paths. And a lot of jobs do still require degrees. Like, I don't think you want a physician or a nurse working on you who hasn't passed their boards, you know, or doesn't have a degree. But yet we still, I mean, technically, based off of market value, don't get paid or haven't gotten the increase of the market value, especially with the demand. If those low tax bracket and migrant jobs aren't filled, it causes inflation in the economy because production fall, supply can't meet demand, and prices rise. So it's equivalent to paying tax. Well, in the same way that I was saying that we're taking on like the financial burden of uninsured now. So either way, we're paying for it. You're either paying for it because it's mandated that you pay for it, or you're paying for it in your premiums going up every year. I mean, either way, you're paying for it. Medical waste isn't going away anytime soon. If anything, it's just gotten worse. No, weird. A nation of expansion and risk taking is a nation of self. Wild. Psychology has entered the chat. Rich billionaires don't feel inflation and tax. The poor feel it. It's not siphoning off them, it's siphoning off poor. Yeah, I mean, my thing is that my 10% of my income affects me more than their 10% of their income. Like, and there is a cap on how much they get taxed. Yeah, but Christians follow a church when they need to follow Christ, and that's why I don't go to church or congregations, but I'm a Christian. Well, I also say that my mom, like, I mean, my mom's heavy Christian. Also, my mom's Republican. But my mom would give the shirt off her back for anybody. And my mom would rather take care of her family and let her bills go unpaid if it meant like covering, not saying that that is needed or necessary, but she would in a heartbeat. And like she's oftentimes when seeing like someone else struggling, like helped. Like she kind of lives by that word. It's not just a what is convenient for me. And in that moment that's how she operates. I mean, it's just that is consistent across the board. She like follows and lives by the creed, and that's it. I'm just pointing out that impoverished has not helped the rich. I mean, again, they have though. Like just because directly the impoverished isn't paying outright and giving money directly to the rich, they are in a way by working for them and by buying from them. So they are paying. The only reason the wealthy have anything is because there are people consuming these things and working for these businesses. So, I mean, one could argue that, but a piece of the pie, buying and working for corporations contribute to part of it, but does automatically negate that blue collar workers are not the ones taking the risk because the world never take the risk. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, again, their reward for them taking the risk is being wealthy and being able to have all of those liberties to do whatever they wish. But in the end, that shouldn't just automatically say, well, because you took on the risk, fuck paying your portion. You should still have to pay your portion in taxes. A lot of people I know act like millionaires. They're not and vote in the interest of once they get their money and will not be helping out anyone because no one helped them. Well, I don't know. The one would say the rich don't need to do their bidding because the poor will do their bidding for them. She follows Christ, good woman. Did I walk into a spicy topic? Free hole? I mean, a little bit. Bland, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's my biggest thing that I think I have with a modern Christian is that nowadays it's what can I take from the Bible to follow, and then what can I throw in other people's faces, and then what can I cherry pick because I don't like certain other parts. And then they follow only certain aspects, but then the second someone else throws their own scripture in their face saying you're not acting Christ-like, then they get super defensive. And it's like, well, don't claim to be for something and then do the polar opposite. That's called hypocrisy at that point. And willfully choosing to sin is one thing versus unknowingly sinning. And that's a whole different rabbit hole. It has nothing to do with even what we were talking about originally. Say everyone in the world had $100 total. No companies exist. Some entrepreneurs exist. However, they start a business. They risk losing their $100. They will starve. The blue collar would have $100 to live a common life, afford food, rent. Now, if an entrepreneur decides the risk is 100 and fails, should the blue collars with their 100 give a cut, say $20 each to the entrepreneur to try again? Now the blue collar are waiting, are also waiting for a job. So, I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, the people who were more fortunate, still less fortunate, but more fortunate than him in that moment would. That's why you have those, again, those blankets for aid and whatnot for those people with lower income. It's not meant to supplement income forever. It's not meant to say, hey, live on the system forever. It's meant to say, hey, while you get your shit together and pick yourself up, here's a little bit of help in that same way so that you don't go starving. The means of production will not cease themselves. Huge risk with my education. It paid out because I was a psycho for a decade going, pay me more. And if they said no, I went to those who would. Yeah, it's so annoying how I feel like nowadays you get shamed for asking for more. You get seen as aggressive or whatever. And there is like a thing where women tend to request less increases than men. Men are a little bit more forward and forthcoming with their requests than women in the workplace. I don't know. I don't know how it is in other aspects of, work, but in at least my line, if you want to get paid more, you have to leave and go get a job somewhere else, sign a contract, and then once that contract's up, leave that one and go back to maybe the one that you liked more and then re-sign a new contract at an increased markup. And that's the only way you can get an increase because they don't automatically do like a overhaul. Like whenever things got more expensive, they didn't do a market adjustment appropriately. Their market adjustment was a joke. It was 50 cents. I mean, well, that you mean nepotism? Income tax was like 90%. of income above 200K in the 1950s. That would put a stop to Elon Musk. He who's without sin cast the first stone was literally a lesson from Christ, but everyone forgets it. Yeah, also the fact that that when they're talking about like him dividing food among the people so they could eat, and then also the woman who gave all she had versus like the person who's like, here's the keys to a Ferrari. Now he gave you a Ferrari, and maybe the girl gave you 4 pennies, but that's the only 4 pennies she had, and he gave you a Ferrari. That was no skin off his back, but she sacrificed. Thank you, Ronald Reagan. Freehold. The Bible is a stitch book of hippies who followed this rad dude around as he did sick tricks. Monkey. Something like that. Yeah. Yep. I have 3 women right now who I am coaching on being a man, quote unquote, when it comes to their raises and promotions. Grab ya nuts and do it. Okay, so is that going to be a new slogan like Nike? Just do it. My education pays off because the only toxic people in my life are quite further away than arm's length. Otherwise, it doesn't do me any good. Wait, what? What do you mean, Goose? And as long as you don't have an NDA to what? Yeah, I know, Fuzzy, that's the problem I'm having, is that I don't understand. I shouldn't have to, and that's every field. Okay, so I'm glad to know that it's not just our field, but it's so fucking stupid. Like, it used to be that your dedication and loyalty to a place would get you something. Like, it costs 65 grand to train one of us because you have to have an extra staff like on board for almost 3 months, if not more, depending on what the person's needs are, just to fully train them in a specific area adequately. So it's like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just pay your person more? Instead, like every time someone leaves, now you're scrambling. But I mean, they love it. They love it, honestly. In the hospital setting, they love it because their budgets are of an excess amount. And then every time they short staff their units and whatnot, they get to keep that difference. They don't pay it to you for working understaffed and in shitty environments, taking on a heavier workload of other people who aren't there. No, they pocket that. So they live for that, especially HCA hospitals. Anything bought out by the HCA, those privatized institutions, theirs chronically run short on purpose. It's so unsafe. It's unsafe for the licenses of those working. It's unsafe for the patients who go there and get treated. How did he drink all that wine? Wait, who drank wine? What did I miss? Oh, Jesus? Like if I could turn water into wine, you'd be dead. That's why, yeah, that's wild, Fuzzy Peaches. I literally forfeited all of my rights to PTO, so pay time off. I only get 8 days of sick leave, like that is unpaid a year. And then I forfeited my healthcare benefits, my vision and dental, so that I could get paid more as a per diem. It's fucking wild. I work in healthcare also, and I just got back on some healthcare insurance that costs more than the people who don't work in healthcare that tell me what their monthly premiums are. I'm like, how is your deductible lower than mine? And I work in healthcare. And how is mine shittier than yours? I don't get it. It's wild. Science and engineering is hard for women to ask for promotions because it's literally pick family or work because you won't do both. Yeah, I just pick work. Someone in sales, they make you sign a contract saying you won't go work for a competitor for at least a year. Yeah, some permanently. We had one try to get my brother to sign one of those clauses when he was on the way out. He's like, fuck you, I'm not signing that. Like, I'm not staying with your company. You've shafted me money. Because hospital owners are greedy as fuck. It's a business. I know, that's the problem. I hate hospitals being ran as a business. Everyone loses in that environment. I can honestly say, of the 9 different jobs I've had in my life, this job is by far the hardest job emotionally, mentally, and physically overall than any job I've had. That's why that's honest to God why I'm taking the advanced degree route. I'm getting my doctorate with it. I'm gonna call it a day because I can't do bedside for much longer. It's shit's draining my soul. And to hear that it's not much better elsewhere by every traveler that's traveled anywhere does not make me feel much better about it and about where our healthcare system's going. I have an education in anthropology that I can't get a job with because it's not the quote unquote discipline that is sought after in behavioral healthcare. Also, I can't be taken seriously anyways because it differs from all common social education. Damn. See, that's why I looked ahead of time. I'm not going to lie. I was going to go into marine biology originally, and I went the other route because as soon as my cousin said that's a very competitive field and you got to live on the coast, and I had to move to Alaska, I was like, nope, not happening. So first undergrad was healthcare administration, second was nursing. And so ICURN, duly certified, PCC and CCRN. Going to take my GRE in a few months and then on to grad school. That's why Amazon does a 4-year investment. You get bonuses for the first 2 years and then your stock options for 2 years. So your total compensation is a fuck ton, but you have to be there for 4 years. I mean, that's pretty solid though. The hospital beefing with the insurance companies again and again and again. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that I asked like a private like doctor's office like how much it was going to be seen by them. And they said, "Well, it depends on your insurance." To which then I said, "Why does that matter? My insurance is not going to cover any of this because I haven't met my deductible yet. So can you just tell me what the visit's going to be?" And they're like, "Well, we won't know till we bill it." I'm like, "Just tell me what the basics of the fucking appointment is. You don't have to know every test and the cost of every test, but tell me at least, like, give me transparency as to what I'm about to agree to before I just show up to this appointment and I end up coming out like in more debt than I can handle. Like, just that's all I want to know." They can't even give me that. Then they tried to tell me to call my insurance company. I said, "How would my insurance company know what you're going to attempt to bill them that they're then going to kick to me?" What? Like, it's so fucking annoying. And healthcare administration was my first undergrad, and it is still pissed me off to this day, like learning about it and realizing how stupid it is and the lack of transparency. I mean, yeah, Peaches. Dude, I missed a punch. Hold on. I fucking matrixed a punch not too long ago. A few months back. Like, it was an alcohol withdrawal person, and the guy was like, dude was fucking stacked. Scared the shit out of me, but I missed that punch by just whoop, a smidge. And then we had everyone jump on him, so that, you know, had to tie him down at that point. Oh no, Fuzzy Peaches, that I swear to you that's not the reason my insurance is high. That's like all specialties within that hospital. It's high like that. It's just a shitty insurance company too. They went the cheap route to some privatized insurance I've never heard of before. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. And like I said, I was made aware of majority of the top insurance companies, and this was some mom and pop insurance company that they went with. So that's why I think the premium's so damn high. And then they changed the premium. It used to be like 1,000 deductible. Now it's 1,500, and that's for the highest monthly premium like offer. So I pay the highest monthly premium, and that's my deductible still with the highest premium monthly. It was 1,500. Like they just didn't want to cover as much. They passed it along to us by like increasing our deductible. I did join another tech scam with vesting. Oh Lord. Wait, where did you leave? Did I miss a part of your conversation? What did you leave? Whole? VA would prefer me to have private insurance just the same. Supposedly you get paid to live in Alaska. I wouldn't want to be paid to live in Alaska. I don't want to live in Alaska. That's why I didn't go that route, you know? I like your mom already. That's sad to hear that you're treated so poorly. You could move to Australia or New Zealand. That's what everyone was telling me. They're like, just move to Australia or New Zealand. I don't know. My dad's sending pictures currently from Scotland, and I'm jealous. It's so pretty. If healthcare is not a flat rate fee, it's fucking corrupt system. Why is it IV bag of salt water $700? No fucking joke. Like, it's so expensive. Why is the Tylenol 500? Like, depending on the hospital, it's anywhere from $200 to $500 for Tylenol. And it's more if it's an IV, like Tylenol. But meanwhile, when I went to Germany, the fucking doctor knew the price of the labs. Like, what? And you're like saying there's no way we could possibly know. Insurance can deny it fully or pay 50% less than what they advertise. Exactly. Or if it's coded wrong. If it could be the same procedure and they code it one way versus the other way, and then it's not covered. I know, Fuzzy Peaches, like literally, they're like, well, if you go through our company, or you can only go through in network with our company with that said insurance, which is fucking wild. There's a few people I wouldn't let touch me with a 10-foot pole. It's like Luigi had an idea, the Mario sidekick. It's me, Mario. Might have been someone who underwrites Blue Cross and your employer chose to deal with directly. You're paying for the bed. VA equals Department of Veteran Affairs. I was being lazy with VA. That's fair. The items are basically free, but you're paying for the space. I'm in the UK. Scotland is beautiful. I know. I was like looking at the fucking pictures. They have to pay rent and doctors pay. I don't care what their reason is. There's no reason that the people taking care of the people in the very healthcare system have shittier insurance than the people who don't even work in healthcare. When I have the majority of people laughing, like firefighters, police officers, people who work in IT, and all of them have better premiums and deductibles than I do, I have a problem with that. Like, I don't understand how Excedrin can get away with just repackaging extra strength twice and charging extra for each repackaging. I know it sounds like healthcare is a for-profit system in the US. I like your sarcasm. Germany has... Fuck, where did my phone go? Germany has a treatment price transparency by law. If they do not have a set rate, they cannot reimburse by state systems. Oh, okay. It's only for disability, not for healthcare. Yeah, no, I know that. My dad's military. I'm not gonna lie, I missed being under TRICARE under my dad. Yeah, being a state employee, the insurance is awesome. Oh yeah, I've heard. It's really bad that vision and dental are separate from the other two. I mean, dental and vision honestly are kind of cheap, so I don't really care as much about that. Like, I can easily pay for that and just shop the marketplace. It's the health insurance that's not. It's arguably better than dental and vision are separate because they usually pay for more without contesting it, so you want that. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to this because we totally veered off and we've got like 5 minutes on this.
In contrast, lawyers for the Republican states argue that although Congress obviously has the power to regulate commerce, it cannot force individuals to engage in commerce. It lacks the power to regulate economic inactivity. An
Oh, Bling Bling, thanks for the follow, and Impetro, thanks for the follow. Sorry.
individual's decision not to purchase health insurance. If it had that power, they argued, it could force individuals to engage in all sorts of behaviors, including buying healthy food rather than junk food. Now, in this issue, a majority of the Supreme Court sided with the Republican position. The court said, the Commerce Clause authorizes Congress to regulate interstate commerce, not to order individuals to engage in it. This part of the ruling was delivered in the opening pages of the court's opinion, which proved embarrassing to CNN and Fox News. Trying to beat their competitors to the punch, the reporters went on the air saying the court had struck down the Affordable Care Act. In fact, the court upheld it, basing its decision on Congress's taxing power. A majority on the court held that even though Congress and the Obama administration had used the term a penalty rather than a tax to describe the payment required of individuals without health insurance, the payment is effectively a tax. Said the court, it is reasonable to construe what Congress has done as increasing taxes on those who have a certain amount of income but choose to go without health insurance. Such legislation is within Congress's power to tax. That the Affordable Care Act survived a constitutional challenge did not mean that it would survive political challenge. After the Supreme Court upheld the act, Republican lawmakers vowed to weaken it. In 2017, after taking control of both the Congress and the presidency for the first time in a decade, they eliminated the requirement that individuals have health insurance or pay a tax penalty, which, as mentioned earlier, could threaten the program's long-term viability. Okay, let's wrap up this session. Before summarizing it, let me point out two things that might not have been clearly evident in what I've said.
Fuzzy Peaches, I paid it twice.
One is the decisive role the public has played in
I
the
used
changing
CPA.
relationship between the federal and state governments. Whenever there's been a major shift in power within the federal system, whether it was the New Deal, the Great Society, or the cutbacks during the Reagan years, it's been in line with what a majority of Americans at the time were seeking. Second, though conflict over federalism has been the focus of this session, as I've tried to point out the evolving constitutional interpretation of the system, the state and national governments typically cooperate. Federal grant programs are a good example. Although some grants are a point of conflict, the vast majority are sought out by the states because they allow them to provide better services than they could provide on their own. Each year, for instance, the federal government gives states and localities roughly $40 billion to improve their roads and highways. Now let's look at what we've said. As we noted, the U.S. Constitution created a federal system of government, the first of its kind in the world. It divided sovereignty between a national government and state governments. The Constitution itself speaks to the powers of the national government. The powers it does not address are reserved to the states. Over time, the national government has taken on additional policy responsibilities, and that change has been accompanied by changes in constitutional doctrine. The Supreme Court has concluded that the necessary and proper clause is a broad grant of power to the national government, that the Commerce Clause allows for substantial federal regulation of the economy, and that Congress's taxing and spending power can be used to promote the general welfare. The last of these interpretations has allowed Washington, through grants and aid, to exert influence in a range of policy areas traditionally within control of the states, including education, health, and welfare. The net result has been a nationalization of the federal system. Over time, power in America has shifted from the states to the government in Washington.
I like how they list all of the credits. Much appreciated, honestly. I'm trying to get like where it goes without saying. Okay, now next part is talking about due process clauses, freedom of speech of the press, and exceptions to the First Amendment. And then it's talking about major Supreme Court rulings in specific. Okay. All right, all right. This is 23 minutes in length. Just relaxing and chilling. Yeah, we're just learning and chatting. Oh, is chat taking a quiz? Oh, like, well, if you came during us going off the rails in a completely other, I mean, it all kind of ties in, but kind of not really. We were talking about government. I mean, mainly just watching the videos and then discussing after the fact. He said, yes, throw up a Calc 3 problem. I'm ready. I'm ready. Bring it on. Speaking of
The U.S.
ready, I need
Constitution
Excedrin.
provides for a number of individual rights, most of them listed in the Bill of Rights. The First
Fudge.
Amendment, for example, provides for
This
freedom
chair.
of speech, freedom of the press, and the Fourth through Eighth Amendments include a number of fair trial guarantees, such as the right to an attorney and protection against double jeopardy. The central issue of these rights is what they mean in practice, whether government will take the steps necessary to make sure that people, in fact, can enjoy their rights. Take the case of Clarence Gideon. He was on trial in Florida in 1961 for allegedly breaking into a pool hall and stealing a pocket full of change. Gideon had no money, and when he came up for trial, he asked the judge to provide him a lawyer. The judge refused. Gideon, an 8th grade dropout, was forced to defend himself. He lost his case. The Florida judge sentenced him to 5 years in prison, the maximum allowable for the crime of which he was accused. While in jail, Gideon wrote a handwritten note to the Supreme Court, appealing his conviction. The likelihood that the court would respond to such a note was almost infinitesimal. The court hears less than 100 cases a year out of the tens of thousands that are heard annually in federal courts, and they've almost never taken a case on the basis of a handwritten note. To everyone's surprise, the Supreme Court said, we're going to hear this case. They provided Gideon with an attorney, and when his case came before the Supreme Court, his attorney argued that the right to counsel is fundamental. How, he asked, can a poor individual like Gideon possibly win out in a trial against a trained district attorney? In rebutting that argument, the state of Florida said that its judges were fair-minded and wouldn't let anything but the evidence decide the outcome of a case. The Supreme Court disagreed with Florida. It said that the 14th Amendment due process protection included the right to an attorney and at government expense if the accused was too poor to afford a lawyer. In his retrial in Florida, Gideon's lawyer expertly picked apart the state's case. He showed convincing evidence that its main witness had actually been part of the crime, acting as a lookout while his friends broke into the pool hall. The jury acquitted Gideon of the crime of which he was accused. In the Gideon case, the U.S. Supreme Court, which is a federal court, overturned the ruling of a state court. There was a time in American history where that type of decision was prohibited. That's because the Bill of Rights initially applied only to the national government. The First Amendment, for instance, says, Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech, the press, and so on. It doesn't say Congress and the state legislatures shall make no law. Thus, whereas Congress was bound by the Bill of Rights, state governments were not. Today, nearly all the rights in the Bill of Rights are protected from action not only by the federal government, but also by the state governments and the local governments, which are agents of the state. The key to this change was the 14th Amendment, which was ratified after the Civil War. It reads in part, "No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." Notice that the 14th Amendment refers to life, liberty, or property. It doesn't say that no state shall deprive any person of freedom of speech or any other specific right listed in the Bill of Rights. And it was not until 1925, nearly 6 decades after the 14th Amendment was ratified, that the Supreme Court began to say what was meant by life, liberty, or property. The breakthrough case was Gitlow versus New York, which involved a man, Benjamin Gitlow, who had been convicted of violating a New York state law aimed at silencing political anarchists. In its ruling, the Supreme Court held that state governments are not completely free to decide for themselves what their residents may legally say. The 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause, said the court, protects free speech from action by the states. Then, during the next dozen years, the Supreme Court used the 14th Amendment to strike down state laws infringing on the remaining First Amendment rights, freedom of the press, religion, assembly, and petition. At this point, the court stopped, choosing not to protect the other rights in the Bill of Rights from state action. Then in the 1960s and early 1970s, it resumed the process, one by one bringing most of the fair trial rights in the Bill of Rights into the 14th Amendment. The Gideon case, the right to an attorney, was one of those landmark rulings. Other rulings address such rights as the right to remain silent. This process, whereby rights contained in the Bill of Rights are extended to the state governments by the 14th Amendment, is called selective
There's actual
incorporation.
classwork with it, but we're
It
just
is
watching the
selective
videos.
because only particular rights in the Bill of Rights are given protection. And it's called incorporation because the process involves incorporating or bringing into the 14th Amendment rights that are contained in the Bill of Rights, thus protecting them from state action. In the Gideon case, for example, the 6th Amendment right to an attorney, which protects citizens from action by the federal government, was incorporated into the 14th Amendment, thereby extending the right to an attorney to cases involving state and local governments. Selective incorporation is one of the most important developments in the history of American civil liberties. Think about it for a minute. Which level of government is more likely to violate your rights? Is it the federal government, or is it state and local governments? Although many Americans are more distrustful of the federal government, the state and local governments are actually more likely to intrude on people's rights. Well over 95% of the court cases alleging a violation of constitutional rights originate with these governments. The major reason is that these officials have primary responsibility for policing and for maintaining public order, precisely the situations where citizens are most likely to come into conflict with authorities. You ever been stopped by a federal officer, such as an FBI agent? Probably not. Not many Americans have. Have you ever been stopped by a local police officer or the State Highway Patrol? Well, if you drive a car or hang out on city streets, there's a good chance you have. That's why the 14th Amendment and the Supreme Court's application of it to the actions of the states and localities has been so key in protecting Americans' rights. In the rest of the session, we'll explain some of the individual rights protected by the U.S. Constitution and describe what they mean in practice. We'll concentrate on the two areas that have received the most attention from the Supreme Court: Americans' political expression rights, and their fair trial rights. In later sessions of the course, we'll examine rights not in these two areas, particularly freedom of religion, which has been the subject of a number of key court decisions, the right to bear arms, which the Supreme Court recently decided includes handgun ownership, and the right of privacy, which applies, for example, to issues of abortion and same-sex relations. Let me note at the outset that no right is absolute. Rights can be limited, for instance, if they cause harm to others. You have a right to free speech, but not to tell malicious lies that destroy another person's reputation. You could plead the First Amendment if you did that, but it wouldn't get you very far. You'd be found guilty of slander and ordered to pay for the damage you caused to the person's reputation. Rights can also be limited when they conflict with each other. In that case, one right has to take a back seat to the other. The First Amendment, for example, guarantees freedom of the press, whereas the Sixth Amendment guarantees a fair trial. At times, press coverage of a crime can be so sensational that it jeopardizes the right of the accused to a fair trial. In some instances, though rare, judges, in an effort to protect the defendant's rights, have ordered reporters to stop reporting on the crime. There is a third situation in which rights can be limited, when they conflict with an overriding government interest, such as national security or public safety. Take, for example, freedom of assembly, which gives citizens the right to stage political meetings, rallies, demonstrations. But can citizens hold a rally at a time and place of their choosing? For example, can they go into the middle of a busy intersection at rush hour and begin to protest? The Supreme Court has said no, ruling that authorities can regulate the time and place of public gatherings for reasons of public order and safety, as long as they do so in an even-handed way. For instance, it would be unlawful for a local government to allow a favored group, one that it likes, to hold a rally in a beautiful downtown park, while forcing a disliked group to rally in a rundown lot on the far edge of town. Keeping those limitations in mind, let's look at what Americans' rights mean in practice, starting with their free expression rights. Free expression has long been viewed as the most basic of individual rights. Unless citizens can express themselves freely, they cannot easily hold officials accountable, and it will not be long before they're stripped of their other rights as well. Authoritarian governments understand this. One of their first actions upon seizing power is to silence their opponents. Americans have never experienced that type of situation, but they have had their rights to free expression curtailed, typically during time of a war.
Thanks for the 100 biddies.
In 1917, soon after entering World War I, Congress passed the Espionage Act, which prohibited dissent harmful to the nation's war effort. 2 years later, in Schenck versus the United States, the Supreme Court ruled on the Espionage Act. The first time in the Supreme Court's history, it had addressed the question of how far government can go in restricting free expression. The case involved a socialist who had been convicted under the Espionage Act for distributing anti-war leaflets. The court upheld his conviction, saying Congress could restrict speech that presented a clear and present danger. In a famous passage from that decision, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote that free speech does not permit someone to yell fire in a crowded theater, thereby endangering those who would be harmed in the rush to the exits. Soon thereafter, the court gave government even more leeway, saying even expression that promoted a bad tendency could be curtailed. That rule was applied in a key 1951 case, which took place at the height of fears about the growing threat of Soviet communism. The court upheld the convictions of 11 members of the U.S. Communist Party for advocating the violent overthrow of the U.S. government, even though they themselves had not engaged in any violent acts. Then in the late 1950s, the Supreme Court reversed course, taking a fundamentally different approach to free expression. It overturned the convictions of another group of Communist Party members, saying that they had a right to express themselves freely unless the government could demonstrate that their words were a direct and substantial threat to national security. The court did not say that words are always harmless. What the court had concluded was that society was in far greater danger if government had too much power to tell people what they can say and what they cannot say than if people were allowed to express themselves freely. Since that decision, a period that includes the Vietnam War, which sparked the largest anti-war protests in the nation's history, no American, not a single one, has been convicted solely for speaking out against government policy. Protesters have been convicted for other reasons, such as assaulting a police officer, but not for what they said. The imminent lawless action test is the legal standard that the courts have normally applied in recent decades. It holds that speech, to be unlawful, must seek to incite imminent lawless action and be likely to produce it. It is extremely rare for words alone to lead people into lawless behavior, and thus rare for a speaker to cross the line into speech unprotected by the Constitution. The U.S. news media, too, are free to say nearly anything they want. The landmark case here is New York Times versus the United States, which arose when the Times obtained secret government documents showing that President Lyndon Johnson had lied to Congress and the American people about the war in Vietnam, saying it was going well when in fact it was going poorly.
Oh, I haven't seen that fuzzy.
The government tried to block publication of the documents, but the Supreme Court sided with the New York Times, saying any attempt by government to limit the press carries a heavy presumption against its constitutionality.
Sounds ignorant.
In other words, the American press is virtually free to report as it will. During the same period that the Supreme Court was shifting its position on free expression, it was also expanding Americans' fair trial protections. In addition to the Gideon decision, which held that government must provide an attorney to poor defendants, the court put limits on warrantless police searches. It upheld defendants' right to trial by an impartial jury. It outlawed double jeopardy, the situation where a defendant is tried a second time for the same crime after being acquitted in the first trial. The best known of these 1960s-era court decisions is Miranda versus Arizona. The case arose when Ernesto Miranda confessed to kidnap and rape. Miranda appealed his conviction on grounds police had not informed him of his constitutional rights to remain silent and to have an attorney. The Supreme Court agreed that Miranda's rights had been violated and stipulated that his confession could not be used as evidence in his retrial. Now, as it happens, police had plenty of other evidence of Miranda's guilt, and he was convicted and jailed a second time. The legacy of that 1960s decision is the now familiar Miranda warning, which police are required to read to suspects at the time of arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. Let's look at one more issue, search and seizure, as a means of clarifying what Americans' constitutional rights mean in practice. The Fourth Amendment says, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Notice that the Fourth Amendment doesn't explain what's meant by unreasonable. So what's the difference between an unreasonable search and seizure, which would violate the Constitution, and a reasonable one, which would not? Let me give you an example of each type. Assume that police catch a suspect in the act of robbing a bank, and then check the suspect's pockets for a weapon. That would constitute a reasonable search. In fact, police would be derelict in their duty if they failed to see whether the suspect was armed. Now compare that situation with police behavior in a 1962 case that became the Supreme Court's landmark ruling on what constitutes an unreasonable search. Police had come to Dalry Mapp's house without a warrant, believing that a suspect was hiding inside. When she objected, they handcuffed her. They didn't find the suspect, but they rummaged through her personal belongings anyway. In a box tucked away in the basement, they found pornographic material. She was convicted under Ohio's pornography law and sentenced to prison. In 1961, the Supreme Court overturned her conviction. The court held that the constitutional protection against unreasonable search and seizure would be an empty promise if police could push their way into a person's home without a warrant and search high and low for something that might be incriminating. The MAP decision involved what's called the exclusionary rule, the legal principle that evidence gathered by unconstitutional means cannot ordinarily be used against the accused during a trial. Now, keeping that distinction in mind, imagine for a moment that you're a Supreme Court justice having to decide the following case. Assume that a man is arrested in the course of what appears to be a small drug sale.
Yeah, fuzzy.
Police confiscate his cell phone and begin searching through it.
In Ohio.
They find his phone number, look up its address, go to his house. They find additional drugs. He's convicted. He appeals his conviction on grounds his constitutional protection against unreasonable search and seizure was violated. How would you judge this case? Was the cell phone search reasonable and therefore lawful, or unreasonable and therefore unconstitutional? The situation I've just described is taken from a 2014 Supreme Court case. It was a landmark case in that it marked the first time the court had ruled on police action involving an electronic device capable of storing large amounts of personal information. In its 2014 ruling, which was decided by a unanimous vote of the justices, the court held that the police search of the drug dealer's cell phone violated his constitutional protection against unreasonable search and seizure. The court reasoned that a cell phone, and by extension a computer or any similar device, is different from a gun taken from a suspect's pocket at the time of arrest. A cell phone can hold a great amount of information, and allowing police to search through it without a warrant is not unlike allowing police to search a person's home or papers without a warrant. The court noted that police had a legal option. They could have gone to a judge to present evidence as to why they should be granted a warrant to search the cell phone. But in that case, it would be up to the judge, not the police, to decide whether the evidence was sufficient to allow the search. In the American constitutional system, judges alone have the power to issue warrants. Police can't do it on their own. The case illustrates the complexity of civil liberties issues when the balance between public safety and individual rights is at issue. Society would not be safe if police were prohibited in all cases from acting immediately on what they see or what they were told. On the other hand, society also would not be safe if police could do as they pleased. You wouldn't be safe in your home or your car or on the streets if police could stop and search you at will. That's the mark of a police state rather than a free society. As Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter once wrote, "The history of liberty has largely been the history of the observance of procedural guarantees." Of course, legal protections are no guarantee that those charged with upholding the law will always do so, or will apply it equally. Studies have found that Black Americans accused of the same crime as white Americans are more likely to be convicted, and when convicted, to receive longer sentences. Black Americans are also more likely to be victims of police violence. Unarmed black men are 30% more likely than unarmed white men to be killed by police. One such killing, that of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police in 2020, sparked nationwide protests that lasted days on end. America's promise of equal justice is an unfulfilled promise, a topic that will be examined in our next session, which focuses on equal rights. Okay, let's wrap up this session by summarizing what we've said. We indicated that free expression rights have been gradually expanded. They have now reached the point where Americans are largely free to voice any political opinion they would like, however critical of government it may be. Fair trial rights have also received greater protection, such that the United States now has some of the world's strongest protections for those accused of crime. As we noted, a key part of this development has been extending the protections to include action by state and local governments. This was achieved by the Supreme Court through the process of selective incorporation, bringing the guarantees in the Bill of Rights one by one into the 14th Amendment so that they're protected from state and local authorities.
All right. I don't know if that's a causation correlation thing, Fuzzy. I'm not gonna lie, the last second of that video, I was distracted, so now I feel like I have to rewind or read just that portion again. Hold on. Yeah, but that is anecdotal though, Fuzzy Peaches. We can't just base it off of our own experiences in our own circle or environment. I think there's also a complication of our systems being bogged down and not having enough space in our jails and prisons. Yeah, Goose. I think it's probably more seldom than not. Spidey, thanks for the follow. Okay, so what are the numbers on that? How frequently or infrequently does that occur, and how does this translate across all liberal states and in comparison to conservative states? Dubbed, I guess, by NYC mayor. Has been arrested. Wait, he's the mayor, current mayor has been arrested 134 times? Wait, what? Yeah, let's make sure if we are stating things that we bring, evidence of said things.
Americans are wedded to their rights. They often say, I have the right, or I know my rights. Yet Americans do not always apply that principle to others. In the mid-1950s, sociologist Samuel Stauffer surveyed Americans on their willingness to allow communists to speak in their community. 2/3 said communists should not be allowed to speak. Stauffer conducted the study at the height of Cold War tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union. After the tensions eased, Americans' tolerance increased. By the 1970s, the number of Americans who would restrict the free speech rights of communists had dropped by half. Yet public support for civil liberties invariably weakens in the face of a foreign threat. After the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, for example, polls indicated that 1/3 of the public felt Arab Americans should be placed under special surveillance, and half supported a policy that would require them to carry special identification cards. More recently, in a 2010 CNN survey, more than 2 in 5 Americans said that suspected terrorists should not be informed of their Miranda rights.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, yeah, Fuzzy Peaches, we're talking about states and counties within states and whatnot, like the numbers for that. I mean, there's going to be hundreds of cases that are just like that. And then there's also going to be cases where innocents were, held in jail for a crime they didn't commit. Yeah. Yeah, Goose. Yet where was this outcry for white males to be under surveillance after Oklahoma City bombing? Yeah. I mean, double standards to a certain degree, right? But yeah, I mean, the biggest problem I think right now is we do have a lot of our court systems are backed up and our jails and prisons are full. So people get let out. So you have to wonder, why are people getting let out and what districts are full and don't have any more room. So they're getting rid of certain repeat offenders because there's only so many times that you can hold somebody or for so long, and then you have to make room.
The Declaration of Independence proclaims all men are created equal. Yet, when the Declaration of Independence was written, 1 in 6 Americans was in slavery. Slaves were first brought to America in 1619. That was a year before the Pilgrims landed in Massachusetts. Slavery lasted for 250 years. In issuing the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln said, "I never in my life felt more certain I was doing right." Nevertheless, the repression of black Americans did not end with the Civil War. After the war, the white South established a two-race system. Blacks could not attend the same schools as whites. They could not go to the same restaurants. They could not eat in the same hotels. That two-race system crumbled because of what happened here about 50 years ago. I'm at the Lincoln Memorial, where in 1963, Martin Luther King gave his famed "I Have a Dream" speech. 250,000 people had gathered here. They stretched all the way to the Washington Monument, 3/4 of a mile away. Said King, "I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." A year later, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act, which banned discrimination in restaurants, hotels, and other public accommodations. The struggle of African Americans to achieve a fuller measure of their rights mirrors the struggle of other disadvantaged groups, including women, Native Americans, Hispanics, Catholics, Jews, Mormons, gays. Each group has had to wait and to fight to get the rights and opportunities that more privileged groups took for granted. Equality has always been the least well-defined of America's core values. Even Thomas Jefferson, who penned the words, "All men are created equal" in the Declaration of Independence, declined to give equality an exact meaning. But whatever it meant, the writers of the Constitution knew it was incompatible with slavery. Luther Martin, a Maryland delegate to the Constitutional Convention, declared that slavery is inconsistent with the principles of the Revolution. So how many provisions for individual equality do you think there are in the Constitution as originally written? 1, 2, 3? Actually, the answer is 0. There's not a single provision for equality in the original Constitution. How about inequality? How many times is it addressed in the original Constitution? The answer is 3 times. I'll describe them later. Here's a final question. How many of the Constitution's 27 amendments explicitly provide for individual equality? One of them. It's the 14th Amendment, which says in part, "No state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Now, a single constitutional reference like that might seem somehow insignificant. However, the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause is one of the Constitution's most important provisions. It's a cornerstone of Americans' civil rights. In this session, we'll look at issues of civil rights, or as they're also called, equal rights. In a previous session, we discussed civil liberties, which are individual rights such as freedom of
Most men
speech
being protective.
that are protected from action by
I've
government.
seen a lot of
In
hate
contrast, civil rights have to do with
Especially
whether
right
members
now,
of particular
from
groups,
men,
racial, ethnic, religious, gender, and the like,
like the
are
name
treated equally
calling,
by government, and in some areas by
especially in
private parties.
lieu of politics right now.
In this session, we're going to focus on 3 pivotal civil rights policies: the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and affirmative action.
I would say they were more so protective.
When the framers met in
earlier
1787 to write
on.
the Constitution, the issue of slavery nearly brought the convention to a halt. Slaves were concentrated in the South, which had a plantation economy. On the other hand, the North was made up largely of small businesses and family farms. It had little need for slave labor. To many of the Northern delegates, the writing of the Constitution presented an opportunity to phase out slavery. But the South's delegates weren't buying. South Carolina's John Rutledge declared, "We will never be such fools as to give up so important an interest." The South's delegates threatened to walk out on the convention and form their own union if slavery was abolished. The Northern delegates gave in, negotiating a series of compromises in order to save the Union. One such compromise was the Fugitive Slave Clause. It required all states to return a runaway slave to the state of origin. A more contentious issue was whether slaves would be counted in determining a state's population, which would affect the number of seats it would hold in the House of Representatives. Southern delegates wanted slaves to count 1 for 1. Northern delegates didn't want to count them at all, since they were denied citizenship. After heated debate, the delegates agreed to a compromise. Each slave was to be counted as 3/5 of a person. This formula meant that the South would control roughly 45% of House seats, rather than the less than 40% it would have if slaves were not counted. The South was looking ahead. It would need a strong presence in the House to stave off future attempts to abolish slavery. The Northern states did bring one concession out of the South. It was a constitutional provision that gave Congress the power, after a 20-year delay, to ban the import of slaves.
When that time came,
Congress did ban their import.
I guess to a degree.
Though by then, the slave population was large enough to be self-sustaining. 70 years after the Constitution was written, its slave clauses led to what is widely regarded.
Pause. I think we're talking about intent though, right? Like white knighting, is that like fundamentally only people who are like looking to be a savior and mean it, or looking to be a savior but aren't, but just want the attention or the pat on the back and praise from the other gender? Okay, so like the latter of what I said, white knights pretend to be the false saviors to get the girl. Yeah. So instead, like not actually believing what they preach, it's just doing it just to get the pats.
As
the
the worst
pats.
decision in the Supreme Court's history. In
That's
its Dred Scott
cringy,
ruling, the court used convoluted logic to conclude that African Americans,
Or here's just the
even
thought.
those
Don't
who
be
were
an
not
asshole.
slaves, were not citizens and never could be. Black people were instead items of property to be bought and sold like any other piece of merchandise. The court supporters claimed that slavery was actually good for blacks,
Oh, of course, circus freak.
that they
Thanks
were
for
better
hanging.
off in the care of a master. After hearing countless such arguments, Abraham Lincoln remarked, "Whenever I hear anyone arguing for slavery, I feel a strong impulse to see it tried on him personally." The Civil
There you
War
go.
brought an end to slavery, but not to the mistreatment of black Americans. They thought the war had assured them their rights. The 14th Amendment, ratified in the war's aftermath, prohibited states from denying any of their residents equal protection under the law. But as soon as the Union troops left the South, its white majority governments began to suppress the black population. They were forbidden to attend the same schools, use the same hospitals, or access the same public accommodations as whites. In an 1898 ruling, Plessy v. Ferguson, the Supreme Court upheld that arrangement, saying that separate facilities for blacks were constitutional as long as they were equal. It was a farce. The court knew full well that the South had no intention of providing blacks with equal facilities.
Peaches,
Black
thanks
children
for the
were forced to
follow.
use the white schools' worn-out books and desks. Black
just
hospitals
bullshit,
had to
yeah.
get by with almost no medical equipment. At times, southern states didn't even bother with appearances. The state of Texas, for example, forbid black students from enrolling in its law school, but never built them one of their own. America's system of racial discrimination came into sharp focus during World War II. Black soldiers helped defeat the Nazis and their fanatical brand of racism. 12 million Jews and Slavs were murdered in Nazi concentration camps. At war's end, it was clear to all but the white South that the United States had to change. In 19
Quick pause. Sorry. White knighting, a term coined by those who call themselves incels. White knights are those who step in when, supposedly according to the self-called incel, isn't necessarily whether the third party is reasonably stepping in or doing it to manipulate. I don't know. Isn't white knight and incel two different things?
1954, the Supreme Court took a strong step in that direction. In Brown v. Board of Education, the court ruled that racially segregated public schools violated the 14th Amendment's Equal
I need some
Protection
energy
Clause.
drinks to make it through these videos
Said the
like
court,
this, no offense.
Separate
Well, it's
educational facilities
3:20 in
are
the morning.
inherently unequal. That decision enraged the white South. Billboards on southern highways called for the impeachment of Chief Justice Earl Warren. In Arkansas, President Dwight Eisenhower had to dispatch federal troops to quell the rioting surrounding the desegregation of Little Rock
That's
Central
what I
High
thought.
School. Little
Oh,
Rock was not
goose.
an isolated case.
Fuzz
It took
is like,
500
same
U.S.
thing.
Marshals and a U.S. Army unit to desegregate the University of Mississippi. As the first black student, James Meredith, entered the university, white students yelled out racial insults, vowing to make his time on campus a living hell. The Brown decision set an important precedent. It marked the first time the Supreme Court had forcefully applied the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. In ensuing years, the precedent served to advance the civil rights of other disadvantaged groups. Women were one of these groups. Women had long been treated as second-class citizens. They were, for example, effectively barred by law from working in a number of occupations. One such law effectively kept women from becoming commercial pilots. Under the law, unless the skies were clear, they couldn't fly a passenger airliner. So on a cloudy day, they had to sit it out. No one would hire them, obviously. Today, due largely to the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, nearly all such laws have been eliminated. One of the few that remains is registration for the military draft. At age 18, men are required to register, but women are not. The Supreme Court in 1980 upheld that law, saying government had a legitimate interest in protecting women from involuntary combat duty. Women can volunteer to serve in combat in time of war, but cannot be compelled to do so. Asian Americans, Native Americans, and Hispanics are among the other groups that have benefited from the Equal Protection Clause. An example is a 1982 Supreme Court decision striking down a Texas law that prohibited undocumented immigrant children from attending Texas public schools. The Equal Protection Clause has also served to protect gays and lesbians. The Supreme Court applied the clause in 2015 in striking down state laws prohibiting same-sex marriage. Writing for the court's majority, Justice Anthony Kennedy said, "The generations that wrote and ratified the Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment did not presume to know the extent of freedom in all of its dimensions, and so they entrusted to future generations a charter protecting the right of all persons to enjoy liberty." Now, the Brown decision in 1954 signaled the end to state-sponsored segregation. But public schools and hospitals were not the only segregated facilities in the South. Blacks were not allowed to use hotels and restaurants reserved for whites. Even famous black Americans, like the singer Ella Fitzgerald and the baseball player Jackie Robinson, were denied access. Now, why was that allowed? Why was discrimination of that type not prohibited by the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause? Look again at the wording of the Equal Protection Clause.
It literally said that it changed, though. It was showing women, like, in today's videos. So what do you mean? These videos are, like, new. Like, this just launched this year. What do you mean, Goose, in, like, terms of self-proclaimed versus not?
Notice that it prohibits discrimination by state government. It says nothing about discrimination by private parties, such as hotels and restaurant owners. Relief from discrimination at their hands came in 1964, with passage of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination by owners of public accommodations. An Alabama restaurant owner challenged the law, arguing it violated his rights. The Supreme Court ruled otherwise, invoking the Constitution's Commerce Clause, which gives Congress the power to regulate interstate commerce. The court held that Congress has the power to regulate local business activity, such as hotels and restaurants, as long as any part of that activity is related to interstate commerce. For example, an out-of-state employee needing a meal or a room. Passage of the Civil Rights Act produced one of the most drawn-out fights in congressional history. Southern members of Congress tried every conceivable legislative tactic to defeat the bill, including a record-breaking 75-day Senate filibuster. In the end,
popular / unpopular / maybe mutual opinion. I don't care how you want to live your life. Live it however you want, and that's fine, and I completely respect it. However, I don't agree with the whole sports situation, because I don't. Unfortunately, you can't change biology in the sense of strength-wise. It is a proportionate disadvantage. So that's my take, and I say that with all the love in the world. But I don't. That needs to be like a separate category in and of itself.
and the votes in the House and Senate broke sharply along regional lines, with nearly every member of Congress from the South voting against it, and nearly every member from the North and West, Republican or Democrat, voting for it. Public opinion also divided along regional lines. A nationwide poll found that more than 90% of Northern whites, but less than 50% of Southern whites, thought blacks should be allowed to use the same parks, restaurants, and hotels as whites. As yet unmentioned is another provision of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the one that prohibits job discrimination. It promised to be as important for women as for minorities. Women had long experienced discrimination in the workplace. Less pay for the same work, less opportunity for promotion, less chance of being retained in a layoff. The Civil Rights Act reduced some of these inequalities, but did not greatly improve the job prospects of most women. Now, why was that? Why was the Civil Rights Act less effective in addressing job discrimination, than in addressing hotel and restaurant discrimination. One reason is that job discrimination is a lot harder to prove. If 50 applicants apply for a job and a white male gets it, a woman or minority applicant has considerable difficulty proving in court that discrimination was the reason they didn't get the position.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's also the case that a lawsuit brought under the Civil Rights Act normally helps only the individual directly involved. If you win the case, you get relief. But that decision doesn't apply to others in similar situations. These limitations created demands for a policy that would change the ground. It would shift much of the burden of proof from the individual to the employer, and it would help a whole category of people rather than just the individual claimant. What would you guess this policy is? It's affirmative action. Affirmative action refers to programs aimed at giving women, minorities, and other traditionally disadvantaged groups equal opportunities in employment, education, and other areas of life.
Oh, okay, Goose.
Affirmative action represented something new. Earlier civil rights policies had targeted what's called de jure discrimination, which is discrimination based on law, as in the case of state laws mandating segregated schools. In contrast, affirmative action targeted what's called de facto discrimination, the situation where historically disadvantaged groups, such as women and minorities, have fewer benefits and opportunities because of prejudice and the effects of past discrimination. Affirmative action on a large scale began when Presidents Johnson and Nixon issued executive orders requiring recipients of federal grants and contracts to take steps to give historically disadvantaged groups equal opportunity. Affirmative action shifts the burden of proof to the provider. For instance, if a federal contractor hired a nearly all-male workforce, he needed to provide a compelling reason for the imbalance, such as the physical demands of the job. If the contractor failed to do so, the contract could be canceled. As affirmative action took root, spreading to ever more firms and institutions, it met increased opposition. Polls indicated that most Americans, though believing women and minorities should have a fair chance, were opposed to giving them preferential treatment. In a 1977 poll, for example, more than 7 times as many respondents expressed opposition to preferential treatment as supported it. Some of that opposition came from unsuccessful job seekers and college applicants. They assumed that they were denied an opportunity because it went instead to a woman or minority, unmindful of the fact that the odds might have been against them in the first place. It's a bit analogous to a driver pulling into a parking lot that's full except for a space reserved for the disabled. The driver thinks he would have a parking place if the space was not reserved. In fact, however, if it didn't have a disabled sign on it, the space, like all the others in the lot, would have been filled earlier by another driver. Like parking spaces, jobs and college admissions are scarce resources. If you get a job, other applicants don't. If you get admission to the college of your choice, somebody else is denied a slot. Not surprisingly, affirmative action has been the target of countless lawsuits. In 1978, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled for the first time on affirmative action. Alan Bakke, a white male, had been denied admission to University of California Medical School, even though his test scores were higher than several successful minority applicants. Bakke sued this medical school, claiming it had violated his 14th Amendment equal protection rights by setting aside a specific number of slots for minority applicants. The Supreme Court ruled in Bakke's favor, saying that the school's quota system was unconstitutional. However, the court also held that government has a compelling interest in fostering a more equal society. Accordingly, it said that race could be taken into account in admission decisions, along with other factors, such as an applicant's extracurricular activities, as long as race was not the decisive factor. The net result of the Bakke decision? Quotas were unconstitutional. Affirmative action, per se, was not. In the 1990s, the Supreme Court, which by now was dominated by conservative justices, began to narrow the scope of affirmative action. In a key 1995 decision, the court invalidated a federal law setting aside a percentage of federal contracts for minority-owned firms. The court said that affirmative action had to be narrowly tailored to fit the particular situation, and that government had to have a compelling reason for granting a racial preference. A minority-owned firm could not benefit simply from the fact that other such firms in the past had been discriminated against. To allow that, said the court's majority, would be to violate the equal protection rights of competing firms. This 1996 decision led some observers to conclude that the court was moving to the point where it might end affirmative action completely. That supposition was tested in a 2003 case involving the University of Michigan Law School. Its admission policy took race into account, along with things such as an applicant's test scores, grades, and extracurricular activities. No specific weight was attached to any of these factors. In a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court upheld the admission policy, concluding it was narrowly tailored and served a compelling interest: the law school's goal of creating a diverse community in which students can learn from being around others with a different background. That precedent still holds. Affirmative action is lawful policy as long as it's narrowly fitted to the situation and serves a compelling interest. That precedent was reaffirmed in a 2016 case involving the University of Texas at Austin. The university was sued by a white applicant who, after being denied admission, claimed that her equal rights had been violated because the university, in its admission decisions, had taken race, along with extracurricular activity and other non-academic factors, such as musical or athletic talent, into account. In a 4-3 decision, the Supreme Court held that the university's affirmative action policy met constitutional standards, that it served the university's compelling interest in creating a diverse student body, and that it was narrowly tailored in the sense that race was not heavily weighted. The court concluded that the university had met its burden of showing that the admissions policy was narrowly tailored. Okay, now let's summarize what we've said about civil rights in this session. We started with a brief history of slavery and the post-Civil War era in the South. This history is important because it drove the flurry of civil rights activity that took place after World War II. We then examined the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, which was applied in the 1954 Brown school desegregation ruling and has since served to protect the civil rights of other disadvantaged groups. We then noted that because the 14th Amendment applies only to action by state governments, Congress saw fit to enact the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which bans discrimination by private individuals and firms in areas such as public accommodations and jobs. And we closed by looking at affirmative action policy, which was devised as a broad remedy to the problem of discrimination. Affirmative action has had the effect of shifting some of the burden of proof to providers of opportunities. They have had to take steps to ensure that women and minorities are given equal opportunity. We noted, however, that the Supreme Court has steadily narrowed the scope of affirmative action.
Oh, dang goose. Yeah. I mean, I get why it's in place, like, because otherwise some people wouldn't take it into consideration, making sure that they're allowing for diversity and such. But I know that there is the argument that they say, well, someone could be like less qualified and therefore. So it's like two sides of the coin. So nepotism trumps everything, though. I mean, I feel like that's with everything, though. I feel like nepotism just kind of takes the cake. So when their server asked me, how are you tomorrow at the all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue spot, I'd say I stayed up all night studying with a girl from Harvard Law. Oh my God. My God. I do want to thank everybody for keeping this discussion, even with opposing opinions, civil, and for, dropping, of course, your links and such to things that you know, have said or stated. This was a very interesting conversation. I feel like we've went over a lot tonight. I would like to continue to go over more, but tomorrow, well, which is technically today because it's 3:39 in the morning and now I have a headache. Um, so reconvening tomorrow, but I most definitely need a break and to get some sleep for me to be slightly functional tomorrow. At this rate, this energy drink has not done shit. It's been water at this point because I am dragging really hard right now. Um, so I'm gonna take some Excedrin, drink some water, and pass out. And I suggest you guys do as well. Is that Celsius? No, that's an Alani. Go to bed, Ash. Thanks, Darius. Darius, you're still here. Holy shit. Um, I want to talk more about this last video. We will, like I said, reconvene tomorrow. So if you guys are down, you can join me on either platform. I'll probably be dual streaming on both. So it's 7 p.m. for you. Yeah, that's right. Beet juice is greater than energy drinks. Well, I don't have beet juice on the fly. I tried to leave, but I was pulled in. That's okay, circus freak. It's fine. Make some drool puddles on your pillow. Thanks. Great stream. See you all again soon. Yeah, no, seriously, this was a fun stream. Like, I feel like this is the first stream where we've got like a shit ton of engagement and opinions. And Monkey, thanks for the follow. I do typically game on stream, but I thought I would take a break from that because Call of Duty is like, my jam right now. But yeah, thanks again, guys, for the discussion. Keeps it interesting. We all learn new things. We get challenged on things and then get to kind of share opinions on the matter, Got people from all over the world. This is quite nice. COD is such a Chad. Oh my God. I love Call of Duty though. Such a Chad. All right, guys. Have a good night. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you all in Discord. Don't forget to join the Discord. Don't forget to, follow and everything just in case. Hasta luego.